This story begins as world-shattering events take place, terrifying changes that change the world. Dark times have come for the entire planet. From the very depths of the faults began to appear on this world monsters that threatened all mankind. The Korean peninsula was in great trouble. There recorded the largest cluster of faults, which from time to time generated new monsters. On one such dark day, in an alleyway, a monster caught a woman and her child by surprise. The mother was cradling the child in her arms, trying to keep it safe from the monster. The monster had already opened its maw, baring its huge teeth, intent on killing its victims. The two unfortunates were terrified, but suddenly, a spark flashed in the sky, illuminating the whole area. It was a ray of hope for the entire population of the Earth. The spark struck the monster in the heart. The monster could not withstand such a blow. The power of the light was overwhelming. The woman and her child could not believe in their salvation. Tears came to their eyes again and again. The victims were very grateful. In front of them stood three heroes, their saviors. They were not afraid to engage in battle with the monster and emerged victorious. One of the trio held out his hand to them. These heroes inspired people to unite and fight back against their haters. Humanity finally took control of the situation. The kinetic energy releases that occurred due to the rifts. People learned to channel them into peaceful ways and use them for the good of humanity. As time passed, progress continued unabated. Finally, the Korean peninsula became equal to other world powers. Koreans took possession of advanced technology and began to open their centers of magic and power. They discovered knowledge of the cells of the magical component, which were previously unknown to more than one civilization. Different mages wanted to master this knowledge. More and more students arrived at these centers for training. Almost every day, strong mages practiced their spells. They wanted to show what they could do. One of them was this boy with blue eyes. He wanted to change the world for the better. Not far from his training spot, the mage saw bright bursts of magic. They seemed suspicious to him. They were created by another powerful mage who was practicing his strikes nearby. Everything around him was permeated with these bright bursts. In front of the first mage stood a tall guy, weapon in hand. The bursts of his magic enveloped everything around him in a bright red light. It looked terrifying. It was a short story about how things are in this world. The reader might be wondering where this information came from. The history of this world was not invented by God. The creator of this unpredictable world was the author himself. But there was one small complication to the whole situation. All the cadets had to gather for the announcement of the results in the building of the Center of Magic. There was a ceremony of admission to the training centers. One of the cadets had won first place. He was the first to be called to the podium to announce the results. The guy with blue eyes was called Kim Soo-ho, and he was one of the magicians already mentioned. He took the award in his hands and looked at it. Everything that was described in the story was happening in front of the guy's eyes, and even how Kim Soo-ho was a little embarrassed and discouraged at the ceremony. This guy saw it all with his own eyes as the ceremony took place. He was able to observe all the cadets, and even Kim Soo-ho was shown in front of him. The cube was broadcasting the face of that student with blue eyes. He was listed as a freshman. Kim Soo-ho was ranked first among all of them. At this moment, everyone was only talking about Kim Soo-ho. There were opinions that he was just lucky. Some discussed his looks, pointing out his attractiveness. There was one more issue on the agenda. Everyone was discussing the second place in the ranking table. The students couldn't stop talking. There was a guy sitting alone nearby. The boy could hear the whole community discussing this year's freshman. There was a particular debate at the top podium. There were several people there. These people from the upper podium were closely watching what was going on below. Among them was a red-haired girl who spoke the loudest. She was most enthusiastic about the freshman who was the first in the ranking. This guy's name was already known by everyone. His name was Kim Soo-ho. The girl pleasantly narrowed her big eyes as she watched the action going on below. She couldn't believe that the guy was only 17 years old. Again, the boy thought of the name. He repeated the name of the student who was the first in the ranking. He realized that Kim Soo-ho was one of the main characters in this narrative. Kim Soo-ho was one of the saviors of this world who would be able to rid humanity of monsters. He was exactly how all heroes who can change the world are described. But freshman Kim Soo-ho had one secret, something he kept hidden from the world. No one knew about it but him. There was that cadet who was competing with the future savior of the world. It was the guy who came in second place. He was angry as he was greatly displeased with it. The guy who ranked second in the teacher rankings for his ability was Shin Jong-hak. Shin Jong-hak looked far away at his rival, a smirk on his face. He was rich. The guy was what they called a golden youth. This guy could easily rival Kim Soo-ho. But Shin Jong-hak, he can't overcome his pride. He will become a villain. In the future, there's going to be a fight between Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hak. There will be a confrontation between good and evil, where the two warriors will clash in battle. The boy watched intently as the main character stood in front of him near the podium. He frantically began to realize what was happening. He was in their world. What bothered the young man the most was one haunting question that periodically resounded in his head. He thought about who he was and what his name was. Suddenly he felt a gentle nudge and a touch. Someone touched his shoulder, interested in his pensive state. A very young boy sat next to him and looked at him questioningly. The friend called him Chun Dong and inquired how late he had fallen asleep last night. At first there was a long silence, and then there was complete bewilderment. The first guy looked at his interlocutor in amazement. He questioned the second guy once more. He still did not understand to whom the other had just addressed. His interlocutor at first cringed furiously. Then he thought ironically about the fact that there was no one else in the neighborhood with the same name as Kim Chun Dong. The boy once again ran that name through his head several times. He finally began to realize that there was no such name among the heroes in this world. The young man still couldn't remember anyone who was called that. He hoped that something would at least show up in his memory when he could see the face. And at that very moment, the cube showed him sitting on the bleachers next to his friend. The boy stared intently. There was something incomprehensible on his face. He also thought, what happened to the former cadets? The guy was just terrified. He finally saw what had happened. He saw that instead of his face, there was a huge question mark. Kim Chun Dong couldn't believe that he had become the exact character that wasn't mentioned in the book. There was nothing remarkable about him. He was very concerned about his position in the story. The guy was worried that because of the question mark and the lack of a face as such, he wasn't lavished with attention. Kim Chun Dong tried to remember the name of at least one of his friends, and inconsolably realized that he was in no way connected to the main characters of the story. He was an extra, one of 1,000 of them. He was exactly what the empty space was filled with. The guy sat slumped over, his head lowered forward. He had his hand over his face where the question mark was. He was sad. Kim Chun Dong sat like that for a long time. He couldn't accept the fact that he was a character who wasn't really affected by the story. He lamented his unfortunate fate. He didn't understand how this could have happened. Compared himself to something as insignificant as dust inside a book. It all started when a guy got a strange message on his laptop. The guy was very surprised. He couldn't even guess who texted him. The message came to him from a strange fan. The one wanted him to do a remake on the previously written book, Return of the Hero. The writer's name was Kim Ha-jin, and all he could think about was how it was taking him a long time to release a sequel to his book. He was having a creative crisis. Kim Ha-jin wondered for a long time about his fan's strange suggestion, looking at his computer monitor. The writer thought for a long time about how to respond to such a request. The answer never came to him. The guy even felt embarrassed in front of his fan. Kim Ha-jin only thanked the person who wrote to him for his interest. The sent message popped up on the laptop monitor. The writer didn't realize that what he did now would greatly affect the events in the future. Water flowed in a stream from the faucet, and small drops flew in different directions. The boy looked at his face with a blatant question mark. It had been 2 weeks. He began to realize that he was already used to this face. From day one, and it had been 2 weeks now, the sign had never disappeared from his face. The boy realized that he was asleep. He became a minor character in this book. His name was Kim Chun Dong. The guy stood in front of the bathroom mirror, remembering all the things he had already done, but he never realized how it happened. He remembered about the main hero and the main villain of this book, about how they confronted each other. He realized he was here for the long haul. The boy gripped the corner of the bathroom sink tightly, realizing that he would have to stay here until the book was over. About 10 years, standing in the same spot, near the sink where the water was running, he couldn't believe it. The guy was just terrified. He realized that he might not be able to stand giggling with teenagers for another 10 years. He remembered his life, how he wrote a book and went about his business. He didn't understand how he could be without his past life. The guy didn't want that perspective on his future at all. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life in a book. He stood like that, contemplating himself in the mirror. The boy made decisions for now to follow the book's scenario to survive. He remembered when he finished the book, assuming that if the chapters didn't keep coming out, it would be over. He was going to hold out as long as possible, then maybe it would end on its own, just like the plot of the book. The guy remembered the cover of his book. There were 3 heroes, whose storylines were the main ones. He realized that no matter how hard it went, you had to follow the plot. One of those plot points was that one had to go to school. Not far away, near the ocean itself, stood a building surrounded by high-rises. It was the Cub. The building itself was in the shape of an imaginary polygon. It was on an artificial peninsula. A large number of cadets were trained there. Cub was in one of the foremost places on Earth. The city itself was rich in talent in the field of magic. Korea had become one of the advanced countries. The guy finally realized where the most important thing in this book was going to take place. That place was the center of the city. The walls of the enclosures of an elaborate building towered above him. The view was staggering in its grandiosity. This was the center where the heroes were prepared. QB. Unfortunately, not all worthy mages could be trained in this legendary place. Mostly such a privilege went to the elites. He was surprised to find that he was in the body of Kim Chun-dong, who also had this privilege, even though he was a minor character. The guy didn't realize what kind of magic was available to his character Kim Chun-dong. He hoped that it was something special since he had studied here. He hoped that it was something special since he was still a student here, and so he was already standing in front of the door of the classroom he was supposed to enter. On the door was written the word, Truth. The boy carefully opened the heavy door, taking the first step into the unknown. He found himself in a huge and bright auditorium where the cadets were already there. His class was listed as Truth in all the bulletins. One could call this class a center in a cube. In this center, there was no one else. A motley crew of villains and heroes. There were many personalities. Some competed with each other, but there were also allies. This very place was also home to the most important character in this story, the guy with the blue eyes who was supposed to save their world. The plot was getting to the point where the characters were going to be gathered into certain companies, and because of that, something would happen in the future. The boy still continued to lament his fate. He didn't understand how he would be able to endure 10 years in such an environment. The lack of a face was even more depressing. Already on order, the guy followed to his dormitory. Thoughts of loneliness were in his mind. He felt the feeling completely enveloping him. He walked slowly, looking under his feet. The boy realized that he couldn't really take note of how the days were going by. There was a complete incomprehension in his mind as to how he had survived all the time he had spent in high school. Just as suddenly, he saw something on the doorstep of the room. Someone had sent him a package. On the package, it said it was a Cub delivery. The boy began to look at this mysterious package with interest. No one had warned him about it. One assumption was that it was his character, Kim Chun-dong's stuff. But after he finally handled the package and the box, he saw something there that shocked him. In the box was his laptop, the very same laptop that he wrote this book on. He had only one question in his mind when he opened that box. He wondered how on earth his laptop ended up here. The guy opened the laptop to make sure it was working. The boot icon lit up on the screen. Next, his laptop showed an incomprehensible action. It started synchronizing. The guy was not expecting this. He did not understand what was happening and only covered his face. The laptop began to fall out of his hands. An incredible thing began to happen. This synchronization meant that the character Kim Chun-dong synchronized with the author Kim Ha-jin. The settings of the two personalities popped up on the screen. The settings were being uploaded. Kim Ha-jin looked at the data on the monitor with amazement. He began to realize that this was the settings log he had created himself. With a trembling hand, he pulled the laptop to him again. The guy was in complete bewilderment, and the synchronization kept going on. And then came the long-awaited moment when the monitor showed the inscription that synchronization had reached the 99% mark. For a moment, the notebook went out as if there was a complete reboot, but it was only for a moment. But then a very strange thing happened. The monitor showed that the owner of the laptop could now change the settings as he wished. His image slowly began to take on a new shape, with his own features. Yes, it was him, Kim Ha-jin. His nose, eyes, and ears, not the question mark that was already so annoying. And now he appeared in his full height, and the laptop showed only a reset of all the indicators in order for the synchronization to be successful. Finally, the laptop screen showed the very same information. It said that the synchronization had completed. The guy frantically opened the laptop again and looked at the reflection of the screen. Kim Ha-jin finally saw his face there. He saw himself again, as he was before everything that had happened. The guy was dumbfounded, with all sorts of thoughts swirling around in his head. He pondered on how it all happened. Then he immediately remembered the information that the laptop screen showed, namely, that the synchronization had been completed. Kim Ha-jin thought about it for a long time. Suddenly he realized what had happened. It was a phenomenon called awakening, an epiphany. In this world, after such a thing, you would receive information about your abilities and skills. It showed you a strategy on how you could become stronger. It was like a table in a computer game where you could see the character's skills and abilities. It showed not only the character's skills but useful other information. There were all sorts of stats in this table, even so intelligence and luck. Kim Ha-jin couldn't believe his eyes at first, looking thoughtfully at the table. He began to scrutinize them carefully. One of the tables had information about synchronization and resetting. This table interested him the most. The guy didn't fully understand what was going on, but he realized that it was because of these settings that his face changed. The question mark disappeared. He looked at the next table and there was something that bothered him even more. The guy noticed that on this table it was possible to change the settings. He couldn't quite figure out what it was. Soon, Kim Ha-jin noticed another interesting table. It talked about the character's importance. The guy was greatly surprised. He finally began to realize that he needed to increase his importance in this book. He began to guess why he was given his laptop back. Kim Ha-jin began to assume that he needed to start getting into the plot of this work. The guy started looking at the monitor and suddenly he noticed something strange on his laptop. A new table popped up on the computer that had some undisclosed information on it. It said that it would only reveal itself at the end of the story. Kim Ha-jin realized in order to return to his old life, he needed to intervene in the story of this book. He thought about his next action for a long time, staring thoughtfully at the monitor. One thought occurred to him. He realized that if he did not take any action, it was possible that he would not get out of the plot of this book. The guy couldn't figure out now what was in this hidden information. Therefore, he decided to start communicating with the main characters. Kim Ha-jin put his points into his strength. He knew he needed it to survive. The guy clicked his mouse cursor, confirming his action. He remembered that in the book, you couldn't just level up. There was no such option in the story. There were only points, and they were the most valuable. In his book, to level up a character, points had to be invested in luck. Surprisingly, this was the most effective way. Points could also be applied to gain some benefits in daily life. With luck, one could pump up a lot of things. The boy pondered for a long time. Kim Ha-jin remembered that luck points could not be increased, but it could be exchanged for SP and vice versa. The guy reached for his laptop and there popped up a plate with voluminous data. He decided to try exchanging these SP scores for luck. Kim Ha-jin took advantage of this option. A spreadsheet popped up on the laptop that showed luck and SP points. It worked out. The guy was able to exchange the points for the mysterious luck. A new option flashed in front of him on the monitor of the laptop. The guy was puzzled. He could not even imagine that it was possible. On the laptop, a new sign popped up. On it was information that he was able to apply the mysterious luck. After that, his stats increased a lot. Kim Ha-jin pondered for a long time after seeing his value on the table. He realized that his magic powers had become the same as the main characters. Next, he plotted another interesting transformation. The young man decided to increase the patience option. She would soon be able to help him endure the training. The boy couldn't believe his eyes. This idea had worked out for him as well. Then he thought that luck was on his side. It was luck. The patience option had increased by more than half a point. That was a good enough result that he couldn't help but be pleased. But luck began to turn away from him. A strange warning sign appeared on his laptop. It could affect the change in his scores. Kim Ha-jin could no longer change his SP scores by changing the indicators. The young man couldn't contain his upset feelings. He lamented at fate, not understanding why luck had turned away from him. He began to reflect on how unfair it was. But he soon remembered that it wasn't that bad. He was lucky that he had time to increase at least patience and luck. The guy decided to check all the available options and remembered that he still had 10,000 SP points in reserve. He leaned back in his chair and rolled his eyes. The reflection never left him. The thought was that he needed to make a plan on how to spend those SP points properly. But at the same time, it was time to head off to school. In the morning, the school was scheduled to have a practice session. The teachers noted that the students had done a good job, and afterward, there were other activities going on in the auditorium. One of the main characters sat and looked thoughtfully at what was going on in the classroom. It was Kim Soo-ho. In front of the entire audience, some person was brooding. Turns out it was the new instructor Kim Soo-hyuk. Everyone was talking about the new instructor. He was ranked well among the others. The instructor finally stopped these meaningless discussions among the students. Kim Soo-hyuk wanted the students to get down to business, calling for discipline. The instructor was praising the academy. He told the students that they shouldn't fall behind because they might be forced to repeat a year. That happened a lot. One of the girls looked thoughtfully at the instructor's explanations, but he did not stop, and said that they should become real heroes. And then the instructor ordered everyone to stand up and led them somewhere behind him. He wanted to show them something. The instructor put his hand on the ID monitor. A new door began to open in front of him. Everyone had to identify with their weapons. All the students stood in bewilderment. They were waiting to see what they would see when this huge, mysterious door opened. They all began to squeeze through the small opening of the door. The students found themselves in a huge compartment. There were many racks of weapons. There were weapons for all tastes. But first they saw swords with golden hilt with sharp, thin blades. Further down the rack with a glance, the boys saw a variety of spears and gleaming labries. The cadet's breath cut off with admiration. The guys froze, looking at all this splendor, as they suddenly heard the loud voice of the instructor. He ordered the students to quickly choose their weapons. Within 6 months, the students had to pass with this weapon, which was their choice now. Someone had already managed to grab a sword. One of the main characters, the blue-eyed guy Kim Soo-ho, had already managed to grab the sword. He held the cold weapon in his hands hopefully. Another hand had already reached for the bow. Someone wanted to examine him up close. One of the girls with red hair took the bow and had already drawn the bowstring. She was aiming somewhere with one eye covered. The girl had her eye on a weapon like this. The other girl, with long blonde hair, took in her hands a sword with a sharp, thin blade. She looked at the weapons with an enthusiastic gaze. The line went up to the third girl with brown eyes as well. She held something like a boa constrictor in her hands, pulling it taut. All the students were busy doing their business. Kim Ha-jin watched them and realized that the main characters had very quickly chosen weapons they were comfortable with. He walked over to the rack and looked thoughtfully at what was there. It was his turn to choose a weapon. He realized that he would need more time to make such a difficult choice. He was going to give it a lot of thought. He looked at the spears and swords and realized that such weapons were not suitable for him, as such weapons were not suited to him by his performance. He looked at the weapons on the walls for a long time. Kim Ha-jin realized that even if he achieved an increase in stats, the effectiveness of the points might decrease. The guy realized that he needed to take a weapon that he already had experience using in normal life. Still, he stopped his gaze on one of the weapons. Kim Ha-jin pulled his hand towards it. Suddenly, all the students stopped and looked in his direction in astonishment. There was a questioning expression on their faces. He couldn't tell if he was joking. Not far away from Kim Ha-jin, the instructor was standing there studying what was in his clipboard. And even the instructor broke away from what he was doing and looked at the guy. The instructor couldn't tell if Kim Ha-jin was joking. His choice was completely incomprehensible to him. The guy stopped at his choice. He was holding a gun. The instructor was shocked. He once again questioned the cadet if he was sure. All the students were looking at them the same way, and began to wonder what would happen next. The guy was also standing with this gun in his hands. Suddenly, the instructor called out to him, reminding Kim Ha-jin that he had used a sword in cadet school. The guy looked at his instructor carefully, going over the gun in his hand. He was firm in his decision. The instructor didn't argue with him for long, though the choice was unclear to him, but he didn't try to persuade the student to do otherwise. The instructor folded his arms and shouted, if something happened, the students would be responsible for their own choices. But Kim Ha-jin didn't even raise an eyebrow. He was firm in his choice. Everyone around him murmured and looked askew at the boy. His classmates began to think he was crazy. They wondered why someone who had entered the cube would want to fight with such a weapon. Some even thought he just wanted to draw attention to himself. The guy stood by his opinion. It seemed to him that even in the world of the book, a gun would be best. Especially him, since he didn't know how to use magic. The whole point of this gun was that it contained magic bullets. That was the peculiarity of these bullets, why they were so destructive. Even though this gun had special bullets in the world of this book, such weapons were not very popular because they had limitations. One of the students with red hair walked by. His name was Kim Ho-rak. The gun also didn't have such popularity because it had a certain destructive power. That was also one of the reasons. There was also a second reason. The gun was a modern weapon, and it had no historical significance. There was also history in the plot of this world, many different myths and legends. Different interesting stories were told, and some of them had certain significant artifacts. These stories greatly influenced the rank of the weapons. These were the main reasons why the students of this academy chose such weapons that were artifacts. The students chose such weapons because they already knew how to use their magic. But Kim Ha-jin was just an ordinary person before, completely inexperienced. The guy was walking down the long corridor of the academy with a gun case in his hands, and realized that he was not one of the main characters. Kim Ha-jin realized that he could at least fight with a pistol now, and other weapons he had never even held in his hands. He was hoping to earn points. Now the guy realized that he needed to customize an option like ability. It was quite an interesting skill in the overall list. An ability could be called a supernatural skill. There was such a rule in this book that only one ability each was given, but sometimes there were exceptions. Kim So-ho was on his way to the training room. He had an obvious hidden swordsman skill. But there was already one young person there, that girl with the bow. Her name was Chae Na-yoon. They happened to meet Kim So-ho there. Kim So-ho asked her if she had come to train here. That question made her angry. Then Kim So-ho remembered that they still had a gun guy in their class. He said the name of the guy with the gun. The girl wrinkled her face. It read contempt on it. This allowed the girl again as she didn't recognize him for the shooter. The girl continued to cringe over this. She couldn't understand how someone who had a range of no more than 1 kilometer could be considered a marksman. She came to the conclusion that the guy with the gun was just scared. He didn't want to become a hero. She thought he wanted to be expelled. Kim So-ho contradicted the girl. The guy thought differently after all. The young man with the sword added that she was throwing too many loud words. The girl became angry again. Out of bewilderment, she even questioned him again. She couldn't understand how he couldn't agree with her. Kim So-ho stood in front of the girl and didn't understand how to get out of this situation now. The girl was furious. She told him not to tell her what to do. She asked him to leave if he didn't practice. Kim Ha-jin heard something from far away. He touched his ear. It seemed to him that someone might be talking about him. Then he wondered if it would add to his score. Kim Ha-jin realized how important skills were in this world, because Kim So-ho would become the main character because of it. He was serious about it. He knew that he needed to improve his skills. Now was the perfect time to do it. He opened the computer and began to study different skills. Then he realized that he needed to start with the sniper skill. Just as he thought about it, his laptop immediately acquired this skill, using up 10,000 of his points. After a second, the monitor displayed information about which skill as a sniper. It indicated bullet timing, foresight, and the skill of the shooter himself. This skill was good in that it applied to any ranged weapon. Kim Ha-jin studied the plaque of the new skill. Another good thing about this skill was that it could grow, so it could be developed. He finally decided on this skill and pressed the confirm button. The guy sat in front of his laptop, rocking in his chair and contemplating his current state. He thought that he was now ready for further action. Kim Ha-jin really hoped that his current abilities would be enough to last through this book. It was a beautiful morning, and the boys and girls of the academy were hurrying through the streets of the city to their classes. In one of the classrooms, a class was already in progress. The teacher was just starting to talk about examples of tower and dungeon sweeps. Kim Ha-jin listened attentively. He thought that a few unintelligible lines made an entire textbook. He was very happy that he had such skills that allowed him to listen to this lesson in its entirety. The guy was still also glad that he had such skills with which he could watch over everyone in his field of vision. There was also a smartwatch, and also he could open any customization table at any time. And for that, he didn't need to enlist anyone's help. Chae Na-yoon sat in the classroom and thought about the fact that there was still a lot of material that needed to be repeated. She realized that the exams were coming up. She didn't understand why she needed to study so much theory. The girl thought it was all nonsense, but she wanted to demonstrate her knowledge in battle. As soon as she thought about it, the door to the classroom opened sharply. A guy came running in who was urging everyone to gather in the square in about 20 minutes. The girl with red hair perked up abruptly. This was exactly what she had been waiting for. There was a look of joy on her face. She pushed her textbook aside. The other cadets who were sitting in the classroom also looked towards this guy. Their faces didn't express much emotion. Kim Ha-jin began to realize that everyone was being invited to the real combat training. He knew that this time would come soon. All the cadets slowly began to gather at the square where the real combat training was to take place. There was already a small crowd gathered in the square. In this training session, everyone would break into teams. Each team would have 4 people. There was to be 2 warriors, a gunner, and a helper. Once the teams were decided on a lineup, they would remain in that lineup until the midterm exam. Different cadets could be on the same team. The instructor stood in front of the class with the lists. He announced who was on which team. Kim Ha-jin stood and listened attentively. He thought he had misheard when the instructor called his name. The forms with the team lists were in front of his eyes. He couldn't believe it. The letters seemed to be floating. The boy with blue eyes reread over and over again. Kim Ha-jin found his name. The guy couldn't believe who he was on the same team with. He was on the same team with that girl. Yes, he was on the same team with that girl. He stood stunned. The guy couldn't believe how lucky he was. He was on the same team as Yoo Yoon-ha. This was a common occurrence in books like this. The heroes were often surrounded by different characters who then created the same story. And out of all the many characters in the book, some characters were special. This girl was one such character. Her name was Yoo Yeon-ha. She was an elite, an heiress of a significant clan. She was a member of the best Korean guild, Essence Strait. At first, this girl didn't get along with Kim Soo-ho, but then they decided to become allies rather than rivals. She was an ally of one of the main characters, so Yoo Yoon-ha was one of the main characters. Kim Ha-jin realized that he needed to get this girl's attention in training, since it could help him get out of the book in the future. She was standing in the distance thinking about her own thoughts, when suddenly someone called out to her. Yoo Yeon-ha turned around and saw a few students beside her. Standing next to her were a girl and a guy. Their friendly gaze was directed at her. Jin Ho-seung and Hazuki were from the class that called itself Truth. Yoo Yeon-ha looked at the girl and guy, daring them not to be ignored, since they were on the same team as her. The girl decided to say hello to them after all, portraying friendliness. She did so in a very formal manner, addressing everyone as you. Yoo Yeon-ha looked around, trying to figure out where the other team member was. She didn't know who it could be yet, anticipating it. At the same time, another one of the guys started walking towards them. His leg was holding a holstered pistol. The girl was a little taken aback, gazing thoughtfully at this guy. There was a question in her eyes. The guy was trying his best to appear confident. Kim Ha-jin realized that Yoo Yoon-ha didn't like mumblers. Before he could say a word, a guy from his team ran up to him and asked Kim Ha-jin if he was the guy who chose the gun. They had just started a dialogue, but never had time to really talk because they were interrupted by the instructor. He admonished this team. The instructor cut into their conversation, pointing out that there was no time for idle talk now. The instructor told them that the coordinates had been sent to their watches long ago, and they were the coordinates of the places where they were supposed to fight the monsters. The whole team immediately went to look for these places. A large clearing near the ocean opened up before their eyes. There were ears of wheat through the tall grass. It was hot. They ran through this clearing to get to the area where the battle was to take place. The team was constantly checking the coordinates of the clock. They were making sure to run to the wrong place. Yoo Yeon-ha was first as always. She realized that the team was getting very close. She warned the team to be ready. She told her companion that there was no exact information yet about what monsters were waiting for them at the location, as well as what kind of battle was going to happen. Kim Ha-jin ran after them, but he couldn't catch up. He was very out of breath. Sweat was dripping off his forehead in large drops. He didn't understand why he couldn't catch up with them. After all, he had changed his stamina scores. Everyone had a perfect fitness level. The second guy from his team ran very fast, his heavy weapon somewhat failing to slow him down. And even that little girl Hazuki wasn't far behind the team. Kim Ha-jin couldn't believe that this was the average level of the cadets. They finally reached the very place where the fight was going to take place. Yoo Yoon-ha looked into the distance. They were on the beach. It turns out this was the exact training ground they needed. Suddenly a splash was heard. A huge tentacle eerily appeared from the water. The team immediately recognized what kind of monster it was. Turns out, just recently, they were at the academy studying information about the black, humpbacked octopus. The team looked directly at the monster, and the octopus at the same time was rapidly approaching them on the water, spreading its huge tentacles. The boys began to discuss what they should do next. They wondered how they could deal with the black, humpbacked octopus. They began to make up different tactics to defeat the monster. They knew that this octopus was of low rank, which meant that it was easier to defeat. The team knew that it had a powerful attack, and this monster had one strong place to attack, and that was its hump. When this monster was afraid of something, its hump would send out cubs that could easily suck all the blood out of a human in 1 second. Hazuki suggested that these cubs could best be dealt with by a marksman, but Yu Yanha objected to her. She suggested her own candidate. The girl realized that this monster had a high recovery speed. She asked the team members to stay away and save their magic powers. Kim Ha-jin began to agonize over what he had just heard. An agonizing question arose in his mind. The guy didn't understand what she was trying to accomplish. Suddenly, she wanted to deprive him of the opportunity to practice. Yu Yanha began to call out to the team. She began to ask them if they were all ready for battle now. The girl shouted loudly. It was the right time to start their plan already. Kim Ha-jin thought she was being mean. The monsters were smashing everything in their path. A small ship that was floating nearby got hurt. With his tentacles, he smashed it into splinters, splashing water and wreckage flying in different directions. The sight was not for the faint of heart. Jin Ho-seong slammed his labrys against a rock, shattering it. The guy was trying to attract the attention of the black humpbacked octopus. Strangely enough, he succeeded. Jin Ho-seong stood on that rock, looking into the distance and trying to see if he succeeded or not. It was then that he realized that he had succeeded. The monster was approaching the team. The guy with the labrys realized that it had to be lured to land. Everyone noted for themselves the hatred with which the monster was looking at them, intently, without taking their class away from them. The ocean was stirring violently, surge after surge. The reason for this was the monster's tentacles, with which it was furiously paddling towards the shore. Jin Ho-seong stayed in the same spot, watching the monster move. He readied himself for battle, holding his weapon tightly in his hand. At the same time, the black humpbacked octopus was already quite close. It was about to attack the team. The octopus started to get ashore and the guy started to retreat to get him farther away on land. It was a desperate action. The guy tried to run as fast as he could so that the monster would follow him. He seemed to be running at the speed of the wind. On the other side, a girl with green hair was already advancing towards the monster, clutching her sword tightly in her small hand. It was Hazuki. On the other side stood Kim Ha-jin. He raised the muzzle of his gun and prepared to shoot. Fear was restraining him a bit. Yu Yun-ha was determined. With a fierce gaze, she looked at the monster, the sword in her hand blazing. The fight had begun. The monster stopped. One could see it tense up. The hump began to move suspiciously. At that very moment, there was a very strange sound. Sparks appeared above its hump. Everyone immediately realized what was happening. Yes, there was exactly the same action. The hump of the monster began to increase in size. All the team members noticed it. They were watching, waiting for the right moment to fight. Jin Ho-seong stopped and looked directly at the octopus. Finally, the moment finally happened. The hump cracked, releasing quite a few baby octopuses. They flew straight for the team. The closest to the monster was the guy with the labrys. When he saw the cubs, he started to run away from it. It looked like the tentacles might get him after all. It was very dangerous. Jin Ho-seong felt an unknown force beside him, but it wasn't an octopus. Yu Yanha decided to deliver a piercing blow at the black humpbacked octopus. The monster saw the bright flame of the girl's strength in front of it. It was terrified. Yu Yongha looked at the monster. The girl wanted to unleash another attack that would definitely end everything. This sight was seen by Jin Ho-seong as he was nearby. He had never seen such power before. It was magnificent. There was a reason why Yu Yun-ha was ranked 7th in the rankings when he entered. Yu Yun-ha covered Jin Ho-seong, who might not have had time to escape from the blood-sucking cubs with her attack. The boy thanked the girl for that. But the training battle continued. Yu Yun-ha was at the very front line, delivering more and more blows with her whip. Blow after blow, it seemed that she did not get tired at all, but only fought with renewed vigor every time. Even the monster did not understand how this could happen, because it had never experienced such a thing before. But the fight continued. Although it seemed that it should have ended long ago, the girl's strength was unimaginable. Everyone was waiting for a new attack of the cubs, because this monster was recovering too quickly. The humpbacked octopus still had some strength left to defend itself. It would occasionally beat its tentacles near its opponent. Yu Yeon-ha tried her best to dodge. The girl held firm, not letting her opponent win. She failed to notice what was happening from behind her. One of the blood-sucking baby black humpback octopus was flying straight at her. Hazuki began to scream, drawing attention to herself. She wanted Yu Yeon-ha to turn around and look back. There was a dangerous moment. But Yu Yun-ha didn't pay attention right away. In any case, it was already too late. The black humpbacked octopus cub was approaching her at a rapid speed. It was aiming for the girl's head. Suddenly, something flew close to the girl's head, tearing the baby black humpbacked octopus into pieces. Yu Yan Ha was in shock, not realizing what it was. A bullet casing fell very close to the girl and rolled on the ground towards the beach. Yu Yun Ha turned around and she saw Kim Ha-jin taking aim from behind. He had not yet returned to his normal position. He was still on one knee holding the gun in his hands. His gaze was determined. Yu Yun Ha finally began to realize what had just happened. She couldn't utter anything but that guy's name. Kim Ha-jin looked at her with confidence and pride. He was pleased with what he had done. The points that were exchanged for special indicators became higher every time Kim Ha-jin increased his importance in the eyes of others. But at the beginning of the story, Kim Ha-jin had a hard time keeping track of this, as he was not part of the storyline at all at first. The guy realized that in order to change that, he had to do something meaningful in the story. Once he saved the girl, it was exactly what he had in mind. Kim Ha-jin interfered with the main plot with his actions. Hazuki was very surprised by the way Kim Ha-jin acted. Jin Ho-seung couldn't believe it either. He looked at Kim Ha-jin in a perplexed manner. But Yu Yeon-ha couldn't dutifully appreciate his act. She only shouted that she was telling everyone not to interfere while the fight was going on. But the training battle was still going on. The black-humped octopus was able to recover its strength and prepared the basics to throw the cubs out of its hump. The monster ejected the cubs with renewed vigor. It seemed to everyone that there were even more of them. The cubs flew at the team once again. Yu Yeon-ha was taken aback at first. She wasn't prepared for the monster to recover so quickly. Kim Ha-jin also noticed that there were more cubs. He was also able to trace the direction of the strike. The guy noticed that the monster was hitting in the same trajectory. The guy thought about it for a few seconds. He had thought of something. He thought of putting his plan into action. So he decided to act, realizing that there might not be another chance. Kim Ha-jin began to think about a skill like bullet timing. He suddenly remembered about it. The guy remembered that he himself had come up with it when he came up with it. He himself had once introduced this skill into the plot of a book. When this skill is used, time becomes 3 seconds slower. Kim Ha-jin began to guess how and what it could affect. He was able to detect through this where the monster's cubs were moving to. The guy realized that all he had to do next was to shoot at the hated targets. Time ran inexorably, slowing down by 3 seconds every time he used this skill. And the bullets kept flying and flying, hitting the blood-sucking cubs of this octopus with precision. He was aiming right in the middle of these monsters, aiming for the tentacles that sucked blood. As time went on, he managed to hit the small monsters that the big octopus was throwing out of its hump. Bullet casings were falling and hitting the ground with a crash. There were already a lot of them below. Kim Ha-jin tried to reload his gun as fast as possible so that he could have time to aim at the blood-sucking baby octopus. The guy brought the gun up to his face and took careful aim without averting his gaze. His hand did not tremble. Time was almost running out, but he was still on time. It was the same with Yu Yeon-ha. He had managed to shoot then thanks to his skill. Time was running out, but he didn't need any more. The guy had made it. Kim Ha-jin looked around. He saw his path being torn apart by a small monster right in the air. Scraps were flying in different directions. There was practically nothing left of the monsters. Yu Yeon-ha turned around and looked at him. There was a look of bewilderment on her face. She forgot for a second that there was a battle going on, but remembered it and focused on the monster. But the monster didn't slumber. It began to recover again. Strange actions were happening to the hump. Yu Yeon-ha was being dealt crushing blows again and again. The girl realized that she had to manage to destroy it before the hump gave birth to blood-sucking cubs again. The girl's whip struck again and hit right into the hump of the black octopus. Yu Yeon-ha hooked onto it, thus restraining the monster. The girl who had captured the monster loudly commanded the others to move to attack. Then Hazuki and Jin Ho-seung scattered to strike at the black humpbacked octopus. They tried to hit its hump as well. The guy could finally use his magic. He swung his laybreeze. But Hazuki was keeping up with Jin Ho-seung as well. The girl quickly drew her sword, and now their magic was unleashed and fully aimed at the monster. The team threw more and more blows while Yu Yeon-ha held back the octopus hump. Kim Ha-jin didn't stay back and helped his team as much as he could. He shot at the monster relentlessly. They were expending so much magic power that it could have already reached space. The monster was visibly sick. It seemed like it was only holding on with its last strength. There was no way its hump was going to give birth to cubs. Octopus chaotically beat his tentacles in different directions, trying to change the situation, but he did not succeed. Finally, the job was done. The monster's hump was torn to pieces. Kim Ha-jin looked at the monster. The guy looked very tired. He realized that they had finally destroyed the monster. Yu Yun-ha turned around and looked at Kim Ha-jin intently. She too was practically exhausted. The guy was lying on the shore and couldn't lift his body. It was very hard for him. Suddenly, there was a sound. It was a counter. It was calculating the time the team spent on the training fight with the monster. The whole team saw what happened next to the monster. It shrank to the size of a normal octopus. Kim Ha-jin was able to lift it up in his arms. The counter announced the results. Yu Yeon-ha looked on tiredly. 58 minutes and 58 seconds. The team was in 16th place. Kim Ha-jin was still lying on the sand the same way. He was rolling around from fatigue. The training battle was finally over. The fifth team was able to place 16th out of 100 possible places. The girl couldn't believe it. She kept running that number over and over in her head. Yu Yun-ha was completely disappointed. She was not at all satisfied with this result. They received a notification that their entire battle had been filmed by a drone so that they could analyze it later. The girl couldn't calm down. She couldn't believe that they had only ranked 16th. Yu Yeon-ha was also upset because she was overtaken by that girl with red hair named Che Na-yun. She and her team came 4th out of 100 possible places. Yu Yeon-ha couldn't forgive herself for that. She wanted to reduce the difference between the teams after all. She looked furtively at the guy who was sitting not far away. Suddenly, the girl noticed that this guy was staring intently at something, practically keeping his eyes on her. His gaze was directed at that red-haired girl, Che Na-yun. Yu Yun-ha couldn't believe it. She assumed that he was in love with Che Na-yun. That was when Yu Yun-ha finally lost her temper. She couldn't contain her emotions. She angrily placed her hand on the table, trying to lean on it to stand up. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the entire auditorium. Yu Yen-ha took quick steps towards Che Na-yun, who was sitting on the front desk. Yu Yeon-ha was standing very close to the red-haired girl. Everyone thought that there would be a fight, but the girl addressed Che Na-yun very nicely, calling her by her name. She started to ask how her training fight went. Che Na-yun turned out to be unhappy with her team's 4th place too. She was regretting it. Then Che Na-yun inquired about their fight. Che Na-yun was furious about the 16th place. Che Na-yun said that they were still good. She thought that the shooter could drag their team even lower in the standings. She asked if he was dragging them down. She was told that he was. Kim Ha-jin was too slow. Because he ran slowly, it took them too long to get to the battle site. But on further reflection, he did contribute to this training fight. Kim Ha-jin's ears began to burn. Then the girl said that he was able to quickly destroy the blood-sucking cubs that didn't even have time to reach the ground. Almost the entire team was grateful to Kim Ha-jin. They understood his contribution to the cause. But Yu Yeon-ha was still on the fence about it. She wanted to know more about Kim Ha-jin no matter what. Kim Ha-jin was lying on the floor after training. He was so tired that he couldn't even catch his breath. Because of the workout, he forgot about what was coming on his laptop. Kim Ha-jin couldn't keep track of the notifications. Different notifications came to his laptop. Some of them said that he had increased luck and sensitivity. Other messages said that his SP had increased. Kim Ha-jin remembered the moment when he had ruined one of the cubs that he wanted to jump into Yu Yun-ha. She realized that it was the right decision. More notifications came in, showing that the guy was able to increase his stamina and health due to his training in the training room. After going through all the notifications in his laptop, the guy decided to rest after all and finally completed his workout today. Although the guy was wondering if he should go back. Night had fallen. There was still a light on in one of the houses. It was Yu Yun-ha's window. The house sign had her name marked on it. The girl had not gone to bed yet. The girl intently watched something on her laptop over and over again. She watched every moment that interested her for a very long time. That's when Kim Ha-jin starts shooting. Yu Yun-ha seemed to be doing some kind of calculations. The moment when the bullets started hitting the blood-sucking baby monsters appeared on her laptop monitor. She deliberately replayed some moments several times looking at the laptop. She was making up different theories, calculating how many times it fired for a certain moment. The girl was trying to figure out if it was possible to pull the trigger in just 1 second about 20 times, twisting the imaginary gun in her hand this way and that. Yu Yeon-ha began to guess that Kim Ha-jin's reactions were not like everyone else's, but much better. But his health had taken a big hit. The girl had been pondering for half the night already. There was no way she could remember him at Yuan school. Her thoughts were shattered by one message. It was written by a guy named Yu Yun-ha. His name was Shin Jung-hak. This guy wondered why she was still online even though it was already quite late. Yu Yun-ha immediately changed her face and smiled. She was very pleased. The girl replied to Shin Jung-hak that she was analyzing the video. Then the guy thought that she had nothing else to do but to do such nonsense. The girl took him back that she had to keep track of the capable students. But the guy still couldn't settle down. He replied that there were none in her team. Then Shin Jung-hak began to ask the girl about the guy who chose the gun weapon. Yu Yun-ha was very happy that he became interested in the matter. She thought it was cute. Then the girl replied that Kim Ha-jin had some kind of ability after all, just at the level of 933. The guy kept on talking and started teasing the girl. Shin Jung-hak asked her if she thought she was lucky to have this shooter on her team. Then she thought about it again. Yu Yun-ha replied that maybe she did. That tall building was the office of a certain guild. That guild was called Creator's Favor. On the desk was a name tag with an employee's name on it. The name tag said Yoon Seung-ah. An employee from the guild office had just walked into this girl's office. She was looking at something on the monitor and showed it to her employee. The monitor showed a close-up of Kim Soo-ho, the guy with the blue eyes. It was a training fight. Yoon Seung-ah was the deputy chief of this guild. Her ranking was 307th place out of all possible rankings. She was watching Kim Soo-ho. Yoon Seung-ah admired the guy. She compared his movements in battle to a dance. It was as if he was dancing with a ball in his hands. The deputy chief didn't stop. Yoon Seung-ah was admiring Kim Soo-ho's punches. Now the girl understood why all the guilds wanted him to be a member of them. Then she said out loud that she would really like Kim Soo-ho to join their guild. Yoon Seung-ah noticed this cadet who was wielding a sword. She began to look at the others. She was chaotically scrolling through the information about the different cadets when she suddenly came across this video. Kim Ha-jin was there. She was greatly surprised that the cadet had chosen a weapon such as a gun. Then Yoon Seung-ah's assistant, Yoon Seung-ah, started talking about this guy. He said that Kim Ha-jin had gained some fame because of that video of him shooting. She couldn't understand how it happened that in 3 seconds he could shoot 60 times at the targets. The deputy director began to realize that a simple gun wouldn't have been able to last. Yoon Seung-ah was surprised at this guy's behavior. He was quite eccentric. He had a nickname in the academy. They called him Heretic. The vice principal kept looking at her screen and finally realized that there was an insight here. It was the same insight that Kim Ha-jin was talking about when he was analyzing his character. Yoon Seung-ah finally figured it out. She realized that was why he changed his weapon from a sword to a gun. The school he taught at before the academy gave advice to students to use a variety of weapons. The guild's deputy headmaster had remarked that he was a capable enough student for 17 years old, especially since the insight came to him so early. Yoon Seung-ah then asked her assistant about the available scouters, but he replied that there were none. Everyone was busy. The guild deputy director then decided to keep Kim Ha-jin for now. She realized that if he was a good scout, he would declare his actions soon. She hoped he would and looked at the young man once more through the monitor, whether he was a heretic or not. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin slept sweetly in his bed, not even realizing that he was being discussed by the guild. Time passed and it was Wednesday again. It was the day of training fights when the cadets practiced one-on-one. Here were the first cadets already doing their training. One was with a sword, the other with brass knuckles. These fights were assigned exactly one-on-one and conducted on commands. All of the students were using the exact weapon they had originally chosen. That way it was clear how they were to be evaluated. The instructor couldn't calm down and kept shouting something. He was shouting Kim Ha-jin's name. The instructor was demanding that the guy get back on his feet right now. Kim Ha-jin was having a fight with the instructor. Then the instructor had to explain to the guy that he couldn't fight a practice fight with his regular gun, so the fight with the instructor. The guy was lying on the floor and regimentally tried to fall as far away from the instructor as possible. He explained to the guy that with his usual weapon, such as a pistol, it was quite dangerous to train in such a fight. Therefore, his weapon for such training was still under development. Kim Ha-jin was still on the floor. He shouted to the instructor, "He can't do this anymore." But it wasn't the instructor who was behind him, and as if he didn't hear what he was saying. The instructor only repeated if it was for real, he wouldn't be able to give up. Then he shouted that he needed to step up his defenses. The instructor swung at him again, pushing his huge fist as far away from his victim as possible. Then Kim Ha-jin began to try to dodge the blow. After that, Kim Ha-jin began to watch more closely how often the instructor began to strike. He was not only watching the frequency of the blows, but also the trajectory. The instructor wasn't being ceremonious with this guy at all. He was hitting him with almost full force. And then he hit again, but it didn't go the way it did before. The instructor started to notice something strange about this guy's behavior. The instructor noticed he was acting strange. The guy again and again began to anticipate his future actions. The man stared at Kim Ha-jin. Kim Ha-jin was really watching the instructor's actions, and he was able to notice even the smallest detail. He clenched his teeth and opened his eyes so hard that they looked like they were about to burst out of their orbits. The instructor intended to hit the boy again. Just as he thought about it, he swung, and again the boy was able to dodge his steel fist. The hand came within a couple of centimeters of him. The fist was very close. And there it was, another punch. Kim Ha-jin was even a little confused. The man was even more incensed by this. The instructor was sure he was going to get hit, but it didn't. She missed again. Kim Ha-jin was elusive. Then the instructor slowly began to realize what was really happening. The man began to notice how the guy managed to follow his hands, and with this, he managed to dodge the apt punches. Kim Ha-jin was indeed watching him very intensely. The guy used foresight. It allowed him to anticipate his opponent's further strikes and could even help him see at a great distance. His eyes could see all of the instructor's trajectories. It was as if arrows were coming from the man in different directions, showing the direction. And the floor was divided into sectors, for the convenience of calculating further actions and blows. Such a skill as foresight helped Kim Ha-jin perfectly, but not in everything. It turned out that he himself had to try to prevent the instructor's steel fists from reaching his body. He had to dodge them himself. Not far from them, two other cadets were competing with each other in a training fight. They immediately noticed Kim Ha-jin's fight with the instructor. One of them noticed that the guy was dodging the punches that the man was throwing. The very moment the two guys noticed Kim Ha-jin, he immediately received a notification on his smartwatch that his SP score had increased by 40 points. The guy realized that getting attention only plays to his advantage. Kim Ha-jin was so out of breath at the skid fight with the instructor that he was really thirsty. He walked out of the gym and wandered over to the drink machine. He thought for a long time what to choose. He chose a Coca-Cola. He stuck a coin in the machine. The guy thought only about how tired he was as he squatted down to get his drink from the machine. The practice fight with the instructor had completely worn him out. The boy bowed his head, a look of intense fatigue on his face. He took his Coke in his hand and was about to open it when he heard slow and measured footsteps. Kim Ha-jin looked up to see who was approaching him. Kim Ha-jin turned his head and saw Yoo Yeon-ha slowly walking down the hallway. She was walking with a confident gait, her hair fluttering in the wind as usual. She was carrying a large bag in her hands. The girl looked disdainfully at the guy who was sitting near the drink machine. She wasn't interested in this character at all. You could read it in the expression on her face. She turned away from Kim Ha-jin again. The guy immediately realized what was going on. He realized that she didn't want to talk to him because she didn't even say hello to him. He was one of her teammates. That was not the way cadets usually treated each other. The girl slowly moved away from him, walking straight down the hallway. She glimpsed at him without holding her gaze and walked on. Kim Ha-jin then thought to himself that how could he have written her with such a strange character? The guy still hadn't gotten up from his squatting position, thinking about a character like Yoo Yeon-ha. Suddenly, an interesting idea came to his mind. He reached out his hand to the drink machine and pressed the button, which was to get another Coke. The girl walked forward, getting farther and farther away down the corridor of the academy without changing her direction. She hadn't gotten very far yet. That's when Kim Ha-jin called out to her. She couldn't believe her ears, but she stopped. The girl turned around and looked at him. It was a good thing that Yoo Yeon-ha turned around early and looked at Kim Ha-jin. She didn't notice right away as something was already flying towards the girl's direction. Yoo Yeon-ha put her hand out in front of her face as if defending herself, about to catch it. The girl was lucky. She had a good reaction, and what was flying at her could easily hit her head. It was just a cold can of Coke that Kim Ha-jin threw in the girl's direction. The girl was a bit taken aback by this. She didn't realize what kind of prank it was on his part. She asked Kim Ha-jin if he was bullying her on purpose. The guy was very surprised at this. His answer was no. He asked what she meant by that. Yoon Ha came closer and looked at her interlocutor carefully. She didn't understand what was going on. The drink was pleasantly cold on her hand. The guy spoke up saying that she helped him that time in the training fight, so he wanted to be friends with her. Turns out Kim Ha-jin had thought this through. The guy decided to experiment with his position. He remembered how he got good SP scores for the attention of others. Yoon Ha was the main character, so he decided to pull it off again. The girl lowered her eyes, taking herself by her neck with one hand. A slight irritation could be felt on her face. Then Yoon Ha entered into a dialogue with him again. She told him that she wouldn't drink that cola and wanted to add something else. The guy stood up from his squat, looking at her and waiting to see what else she wanted to tell him. Yoon Ha took the cold drink she had just gotten from Kim Ha-jin and threw it back to the guy, aiming for his hand. To caught his coke. The girl had a big change in her face, put her hand out in front of her and started threatening him with her finger. She warned him that she didn't want him to address her as you anymore. In a menacing voice, she added that this would be the first warning. The guy was still standing in front of her the same way, holding a can of cold drink in his hand. It seemed like he was up to something. An imperceptible smile crept across his face. As the girl was about to leave, she turned away from him and walked in the same direction. Yoon Ha was still going about her business. She had already passed the walls of the academy and had managed to go outside. With a brisk step, she went about her business, but she began to notice something that she hadn't noticed before. She walked away from the place where she was talking to Kim Ha-jin. She stood up and thought something was wrong. She didn't fully understand what it was. Different thoughts were going through her head. She stood and thought some more, shifting from foot to foot. She was still holding her bag in her hands. Suddenly, Yoon Ha began to realize that there was something wrong with her bag. She picked it up with her other hand and realized that the bag was all different. The girl didn't understand what was going on. She shook the bag in her hands again, making sure it was the same. Then she decided to look inside the bag, slowly unzipping the wide zipper at the top. The bag popped open. Yoon Ha ran her hand inside, trying to feel what was in there. How come the weight of the bag had changed? The girl felt something cold with her hand and pulled it into the light. She held the same can of Coke in her hand. Instantly, the girl became furious. She realized that Kim Ha-jin had slipped that can into her bag somehow unnoticed. She thought in anger that he was just crazy. The girl raised her hand with the Coke up, going to throw it into the trash can. She stood by that trash can like that, not realizing what she should do. She looked at the cola can she was holding carefully and thought about Kim Ha-jin. All kinds of thoughts were going through her head. She stood by the trash can for a while longer but decided to keep the cola for herself. Yoon Ha thought that the cola can was not guilty of anything. Kim Ha-jin was watching from the balcony of the academy. He came out to get some air. Kim Ha-jin was sitting on the stairs of the academy with his laptop in his hands. She was still in the moment watching Yoon Ha slowly walk away. It was then that he realized what kind of simple food she liked and that she liked a drink like cola. The guy was looking at his laptop. He received a notification that his scores had increased by 4 points. Kim Ha-jin began to realize that his actions didn't really change the picture. He would have to participate in the main plot. He thoughtfully looked at the monitor of his laptop and realized that he had to be more active, or he would never get out of the plot of his own book. The guy tried to painfully remember what was supposed to happen next in the story. Kim Ha-jin began to recall what was supposed to happen next. She spun her thoughts around in her head for a long time, but realized that yes, exactly what was supposed to happen next. Soon the Armory Museum would be in danger as it was about to be attacked by human monsters. Then for the full picture, the guy started to remember just who these human monsters were. It turns out that originally they were simple people like everyone else, but then they made a pact with the devil so they became like that. The benefit of these people was that the devil on this contract gave them great power. Such people became servants of the devil and carried out all his whims and tasks. In that museum, the man monsters had to kill one man. But that man was unspeakably lucky, because at that time in that gun museum were the main characters of this book. There was a tour going on there for them. It is in this episode that Kim Soo-ho will be able to show up with the others and attract everyone's attention. It is at this point in the plot of this book that some of the main characters of this book begin to appear, namely, the guy with blue eyes named Kim Soo-ho, and the girl with red hair, Chae Na-yoon, who was an archer. Then Kim Ha-jin finally determined his immediate plan of action. The guy decided that he should definitely participate in this episode, especially since the human monsters were not yet as dangerous as one would assume. Kim Ha-jin was still standing on that staircase of the academy with a laptop in his hands and thinking how he could get on that excursion to that museum. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. It was a guard. He asked why he was not in the dormitory. The guard started to get closer and closer to Kim Ha-jin. He hid his laptop just in case. The guy apologized and started to gather his things. She headed towards the exit, intending to walk to the dormitory where he now lived. Once there, the guy reached into his laptop again, opened it ajar, and stared at the monitor as if there was something he could do to help him with his case. The laptop was booting up, and Kim Ha-jin was wondering how to do what he wanted to do. The young man wanted to see the different information that his laptop was hiding. Maybe he could find something interesting there that would help him solve his impending issue. He looked through the notifications and all the messages, trying not to miss anything. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin remembered something and started frantically searching for information. He remembered that in the academy where he was studying, there were different clubs that one could join. They were hobby clubs. There were various activities that were done there. There were many different clubs at the academy. There were hobbies like science, martial arts, and someone liked to paint or grow different plants and take care of them. There were hobbies for every taste. There were over 100 different clubs at the academy. Cadets could choose any of them according to their interest. There, you could not only develop, but also just socialize with your fellow tribesmen. It was very convenient to make acquaintances there. Kim Ha-jin joined one of these clubs, and just today, he was going to come to the general meeting at that very place. It didn't take long to get there, and here he was already standing in front of the gates of this club and thinking how everything would go. Kim Ha-jin decided to enter the gate of this club immediately. He was determined. He was greeted at the gate by a red-haired guy who thanked Kim Ha-jin for joining the club. It was the Healing Rain Traveling Club. Just now, there was a general meeting being held there. The crowd stood in the club room and listened to the red-haired guy who was telling about this traveling club. Everyone listened attentively, quietly glancing amongst themselves. The red-haired guy who was giving information about the club was the chairman of the club. His name was Oh Han-hyun. He was happy that a lot of kids had signed up for this year's travel club. Among them were Yoo Yoon-ha, Chae Na-yoon, and Kim Soo-ho. Oh Han-hyun couldn't believe that so many wonderful cadets had decided to join this travel club. He looked at the applications for joining and just couldn't believe his eyes. The chairman was delighted that so many people were interested. The chairman of the Healing Rain Travelers Club, Oh Han-hyun, decided to once again tell the crowd about the rules of the club. He stood in front of the crowd and gestured with his hands as he told the information. Oh Han-hyun began to tell them that one of the main goals of the club was to have a vacation. They were to vacation by traveling to different countries and cities. The cadets could use a portal to travel quickly, so they wouldn't have to waste time traveling. The chairman said that they wouldn't be traveling that often, only once or twice a month. Kim Ha-jin listened attentively to Oh Han-hyun. He began to realize that this was a good fit for him, because he had a plan in his head. Oh Han-hyun had even thought of a small program for them today. The chairman wanted them to go on a small trip today. Kim Ha-jin was thinking again. The guy thought about the destination. Then the chairman said Seoul. Kim Ha-jin looked at the chairman book, Oh Han-hyun. He was thinking about his own thoughts. The guy was trying to remember the plot he wrote himself. The young man knew that they were supposed to pair up now and go to the destination. Everything was going according to the plot. Kim Ha-jin immediately understood where they were supposed to go and couldn't help but be excited about it since he really wanted to go there. They were going to a state-owned weapons factory. There, the guy was going to get into the main plot. The chairman of the club took a large piece of blue paper in his hand and began to divide it into small strips, carefully folding these pieces. This was Oh Han-hyun's way of trying to make an arbitrary lot, This was necessary so that the cadets could separate themselves. Kim Ha-jin realized that in his book, the distribution happened in a different way. But the guy thought it wasn't that important, he would be acting alone anyway, so it didn't matter who he was paired with. All the papers were stuffed into a yellow box, to which the cadets took turns coming up and drawing lots. Kim Ha-jin was thinking about his plan. He wasn't paying attention to what was going on in the room when he suddenly heard his name. It was spoken by Yoo Eun-ha while holding up a piece of paper. Kim Ha-jin was dumbfounded, and at first he didn't realize what was happening now. It was a surprise to him. He narrowed his eyes, looking at the girl. In her hands, she was holding an unfolded piece of paper. The guy couldn't understand if what was happening now was true. Yoo Eun-ha looked at him without condescension, as if she was towering over him. Her eyes were filled with fury and displeasure. The girl didn't expect to have such a match by lot either. She got into a posture of rejection. She wanted to go separately. Then a conversation took place. The girl suggested to Kim Ha-jin to do as she wanted. The guy did not oppose her, but only agreed to it. The young man was a little annoyed, but he had expected such a turn. Yoo Eun-ha defiantly turned around and started to go on her way, but suddenly stopped and stood like a stumbling block. She was about to say something else to Kim Ha-jin before she left. She stood motionless while the guy looked at the girl. Then she turned around at him with an effort, the girl's eyes burning. After all, the guy was addressing her as you again. Yoo Eun-ha then warned him that she wouldn't tolerate such a thing again, and added that she had warned him for the second time and there might not be a third time. Then the guy realized the reason for her displeasure. He stood dumbfounded, not expecting her to talk to him again. Kim Ha-jin only had to agree and agree with him, so as not to cause more rage on her part. It was time for the mini-trip. All the guys were finally paired up by lot, and they were on their way. It wasn't too far to get to the State Armory Museum because the cadets could easily use the teleporter. Kim Ha-jin alone had already gone there. The State Armory Museum was already crowded. Different people and even families came to see the given exhibits. A crowd of people were wandering around the large room of the museum. Kim Ha-jin was also looking through all the halls of the large room. There was a huge exhibition at the State Armory Museum. There were a large number of different weapons. It was one of the biggest exhibitions in Korea. The boy wandered around the halls of the gun museum for a long time. He was trying to figure out where exactly the battle would take place, when suddenly he saw Chae Na-yoon. The girl was standing nestled against one of the large exhibits. It was a huge bow. Kim Ha-jin realized that if the red-haired girl Chae Na-yoon was here, and she was one of the main characters in the book, the action would start soon. The guy looked around the room carefully. He was curious about who was around. Kim Ha-jin turned to the left and right, even turning on his axis to get a good look around. And finally, he saw what he wanted. Standing next to one of the exhibits was Kim Soo-ho. It was the guy with the blue eyes who was ranked #1 out of all the possible places. That popular guy that everyone was constantly discussing. Many guilds wanted to get him into their ranks. That guy's name was Kim Soo-ho, and he was one of the main characters in the piece. Even on the cover of the piece, he was at the very center of the piece, surrounding himself with 2 other characters. Kim Ha-jin wondered what to do next, how to start a conversation with him. The young man followed to the side where Kim Soo-ho was standing. He was scrutinizing the exhibit in front of him and didn't even notice him at first, but then he turned around. Kim Ha-jin was coming closer and closer. The guy decided to turn to Kim Soo-ho. He firmly asked the guy if he was looking at the exhibit because there were 7 knives. Kim Soo-ho looked at him questioningly. Kim Soo-ho couldn't find anything to say. It seemed like he didn't even know who he was talking to or what this guy wanted from him. Then Kim Ha-jin introduced himself. Kim Soo-ho apologized and said that he remembered him. The guy remembered that Kim Ha-jin was the exact cadet who chose a gun as his primary weapon. Kim Soo-ho was surprised that he was also a member of this traveling club since he hadn't seen him there before. Kim Soo-ho kept on talking, but Kim Ha-jin didn't really listen to him. He looked at him carefully and remembered many interesting things about him. After all, he had created him like that and included a lot of positive qualities in the character. Then Kim Soo-ho started to tell him something again, but suddenly he remembered that there was one more room in the State Armory Museum which could interest his interlocutor. It was the firearms hall. But Kim Ha-jin decided to decline. Kim Ha-jin was just about to say that he thought there wasn't enough time for that anymore when some sounds came out. Something began to fall from the ceiling of the gun museum. The whole place crackled. People looked up chaotically, not knowing what was going on. Something incomprehensible was happening. The sounds from the ceiling began to intensify. People were getting scared, some were looking up trying to figure out what was going on. Something was going on in this state gun museum. You could feel the tension in the air. People didn't know what to do next. Suddenly, the security alert system went off. The staff of the State Armory Museum began to warn people in the building. From the gramophone, they heard the same thing. The security system of the State Armory Museum was rushing to alert people. It said that security had to be observed as monsters had appeared outside the building. Panic gripped the halls of the State Gun Museum. People who were in the museum could not understand what awaited them and how to act in such a situation. And from the gramophone, all repeated and repeated the same information. Crowds of people were standing in the building of the State Armory Museum as if they were stumped. They could not decide what to do, whether to flee or to wait for help from outside. Everyone was trying to choose the right option for themselves. The confused situation continued for a few more minutes. Some looked up, some prayed. Small children were crying and calling for their parents. After a while, there was a lull, but it didn't last long. And that's when the chaos started. Apparently, the preservation instinct kicked in. The crowds of people were in a great panic. You could hear the stamping of feet very clearly. People were running. They were trying to find a way out of this gun museum. People were pushing, hurrying. The crowd began to argue with each other. Instead of rallying, everyone was trying to save only themselves. It was horrible. There was more confusion all around. There was a little girl in the crowd. She had broken away from her parents, and the crowd picked her up. The girl was carried away like a mountain river, getting farther and farther away from her parents. She couldn't see them at all. The crowd did not subside, as suddenly there was a crack of glass. The sound came from the hall where ranged weapons such as bows and crossbows were smelted. Someone hit a rack of exhibits, shards of glass falling to the floor with a clatter. It was Chae Na-yun. She was the one who had been on the glass of the rack over and over again. Behind that glass was that huge bow that she had so carefully examined when she first came to the State Armory Museum. But the chaos in the museum room kept going on. A huge crowd was trying to find a way out of the building itself. Only two parents stood and looked in horror for their child, the girl who had been carried away by the crowd. It was a good thing that a hero was nearby. Kim Soo-ho followed where the crowd had taken the little girl. The guy was able to rescue her. After a couple minutes, the child was already in Kim Soo-ho's arms. The girl was crying, wanting her parents. Chaos was growing in the room. Crowds of people ran in different directions, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It was Chae Na-yun. She urged people to calm down, saying that everything would soon be normalized and a hero would soon arrive to save everyone. The girl was reminding the crowd of distraught people that they shouldn't run outside as it was dangerous. At that moment, Chae Na-yun finally managed to break through the glass that was protecting the exhibit from being stolen. She was already holding the bow in her hand. The security system of the State Armory Museum reacted to the theft. To prevent the criminal from escaping with the exhibit, a barrier was activated. This barrier was able to block the exit for people who tried to escape. That's when the girl started looking around for someone else nearby. She saw Kim Soo-ho nearby and headed towards him. Chae Na-yun told him that the guy should find a weapon for himself, as he would have to protect the people until the hero got there. Kim Soo-ho got up and went to get the weapon. Before he could even find it, he heard loud footsteps coming from far away. Chae Na-yun became alert. She could not yet see who was approaching them, but she knew that this would not end well. Someone was rapidly approaching the cadets. Chae Na-yun could clearly see the red flashes of someone's magic, in which she could see someone's figure. She drew her weapon just in case, and had already grabbed the arrows with one hand. Chae Na-yun and Kim Soo-ho were trying to anticipate what would happen next. The mysterious figure kept approaching them. Footsteps could clearly be heard as the heels of shoes clattered on the floor, echoing around the neighborhood. Finally, the Kirstens realized that one of the monsters that had attacked the museum was approaching them. It was a human monster, its eyes burning. A smirk flashed across his face. His appearance was intimidating. He was moving forward rapidly. Kim Ha-jin was nearby, and he immediately recognized what kind of monster was approaching them because he had invented the character himself. It was a human monster with the nickname Lucius's dog. The guy realized, thanks to this fight, there will be a development of the main character. Lucius's hound was still approaching the cadets just as swiftly. On his hand could be seen huge claws that resembled animal claws. The boys noticed that the human monster was plotting something. Perhaps it was preparing to attack. Cha Na-yun prepared to attack. The girl already had a bow in her hand and was holding an arrow with her other hand. At any moment, she was ready to stand up to defend the people who remained in the weapon museum. But the human monster did not back down. Lucius's hound came closer and closer to the girl. He swung one of his arms. It looked like he was going to attack. At that time, Kim Soo-ho recovered his weapon. The guy ran up behind the human monster and swung his mighty sword. Kim Ha-jin was standing not far from the battle, and he saw Kim Soo-ho leaping at the villain, trying to pierce him with his spear. Lucius's dog still found the guy attacking him in time to see him. Kim Ha-jin didn't take any action. He remembered that according to the story, the main character Kim Soo-ho would quickly win. The guy only watched as this battle between good and evil began. Suddenly, something went wrong with the story. The human monster, Lucius's hound, managed to use his magic. The monster swung around and delivered a devastating blow. The flashes of his magic were still in the air. There was a terrible rumble, the sound spreading throughout the State Armory Museum. The magic strike hit Kim Soo-hyuk directly. The guy staggered. He could barely stand on his feet, but he started to fall, his weapon falling out of his hands. Kim Ha-jin was about to leave, but he waited for the fight to start. He heard a great rumble and turned around. Kim Soo-ho was lying on the floor. This fact surprised him because it should have been different. Kim Ha-jin couldn't believe his eyes. He thought he was imagining it, but it couldn't have happened. The story should have been different. He stood there with his eyes fixed on Kim Soo-ho lying on the floor. That's how it happened. Kim Soo-ho was lying on the floor without moving. Next to him lay his weapon, which was an exhibit. Kim Ha-jin was standing next to him. He was as if in a daze. The guy froze with fear. Kim Ha-jin had some mixed feelings at that moment. The plot changed, because according to the story, Kim Soo-ho first had to be a little inferior in strength to the enemy, and then still had to defeat the villain. Also watching the fight was their classmate Cha Na-yun. She stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do next. She called out to Kim Soo-ho, but at first she didn't hear a response. The girl repeated his name once more. At first the guy was lying absolutely still. The cadets were afraid that he might have died. But then Kim Soo-ho began to make faint sounds. He had survived, which made Kim Ha-jin and Cha Na-yun happy. Kim Ha-jin ran up to Kim Soo-ho. The guy got worried and started asking about his well-being. Kim Soo-ho tried to stand up, leaning on one of his knees. He was trying to answer his classmate's question. Then someone rushed to their aid. That person realized that Kim Soo-ho was not feeling well. The battle was still going on, and there was no time for the defeated classmate to recover. There was a need for action. Cha Na-yun couldn't stand still because the next blow from the human monster could simply kill Kim Soo-ho. The girl ran to save him. She never parted with the bow that made her break the security glass. When Cha Na-yun ran closer and saw the condition Kim Soo-ho was in, she couldn't contain her rage anymore. She ran her hand behind her back, fumbled for the arrows there, and shot straight at the human monster. The arrows flew straight at that monster, but it didn't even move. Lucius's dog stood in one place, waiting for those arrows to catch up with him. He was completely unafraid of this attack. It was as if he didn't care at all. Cha Na-yun shot arrow after arrow at him, and absolutely every single one of her arrows reached its target. The arrows pierced into his entire body, but it was as if he didn't feel any pain. There was still the same smirk on his face. Cha Na-yun couldn't understand why this was happening. After all, the girl was doing her best to defeat the enemy. This surprised her greatly. She took the arrows from behind her back again and aimed at the human monster. Lucius's hound stood still in the same place. It still had the same smirk on its face. Its expression was unchanged. The human monster's body was completely covered in arrows, but it didn't seem to bother him at all. Cha Na-yun couldn't figure out what to do. She tried to think of a further plan, but nothing sensible came to mind. The girl was in a panic. She held the bow in her hands and never stopped aiming, but it was useless. The girl was going to hold out as long as possible because she realized that she had to stall until the hero arrived. She was at times desperate, then she started to get angry again, clutching her bow tightly in her hand. Chae Na-yoon was trying to figure out the enemy's secret, why her arrows didn't hit the human monster. The girl could not understand what was going on. The arrows were hitting the target, but there was no effect. The girl realized that the human monster didn't have such skills, and it wasn't regeneration. Chae Na-yoon had been looking at it for a long time, but the cadet couldn't understand how this was happening. It was something that alarmed her. It was probably agility. Something strange began to happen again. Suddenly, arrows began to fall from the body of Lucius the dog by themselves. They kept falling and falling, hitting the floor. The cadets had never seen this before. It was throwing them into a shiver. Kim Ha-jin was watching this since he was nearby. Even he couldn't understand how this was happening. The arrows didn't do any damage, and then they just fell out of the monster's body by themselves. It was a mystery to the guy. The human monster rushed into battle, heading straight for Chae Na-yoon. The monster was already gathering its forces again. The girl didn't retreat. She stood at the front line and aimed her arrows straight at him. She wanted to finally become the winner. Kim Ha-jin tried to shout for her to retreat, but the girl just couldn't hear him. Chae Na-yoon was completely absorbed in her goal. She kept her eyes on the human monster, trying not to miss the right moment. Suddenly, Kim Soo-ho jumped and managed to make a strike. He hit the monster in the head, throwing it back a little. The guy covered his classmate Chae Na-yoon. The girl didn't expect that. Kim Soo-ho intervened just in time because if he had hesitated, the monster could have attacked the girl. The guy was worried about her, so he decided to ask how she was feeling right now, if she was okay. He hoped for the best. Chae Na-yoon was heading straight towards him, not noticing what was going on around her. The girl was also beginning to wonder how he was doing, if he had hurt himself. She held the bow tightly in her hand, and with her other hand, she tried to feel for the arrows that were behind her back. But the battle went on, and the cadets were a little distracted. They were engrossed in chatting amongst themselves, and didn't even notice the monster about to attack again. Lucius's dog flew exactly towards Kim Soo-ho, gathering his magic powers again. At the very last moment, Kim Soo-ho saw the human monster approaching him. The guy managed to gather himself, stood up and tried to repel the monster's strike. But something went wrong. Bursts of the monster's magical power dissipated and reassembled as if there was some special meaning to it. They would encompass Kim Soo-ho's sword and then let go again. Something incomprehensible was happening. And then, the picture began to clear up. Lucius's dog was able to create a fearsome dragon with his magic, and it clung tightly to the sword that Kim Soo-ho was wielding with its teeth. The dragon's eyes were burning with terror. The fight continued, and now it was even more dangerous. The boy could not understand what was happening. How could the monster create such a dragon from his body? Kim Soo-ho had never encountered this before in battle. The dragon was clutching his opponent's sword with its huge jaws. It was very strong. Kim Soo-ho was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand this fight. He held the sword tightly with one hand, and with the other he tried to press the blade so that the dragon wouldn't break it. The monster kept pushing the fighter down, but the cadet tried to resist, leaning on the sword with his whole body. His strength was slowly leaving him. And then, the turning point came. Lucius's hound was stronger and put the boy on his shoulder blades. The human monster was pushing Kim Soo-ho with such force that it seemed his body would not be able to withstand the pressure. Kim Soo-ho held on with all his might, while his opponent kept on striking. It seemed that this fight would never end. Reinforcements came to the rescue in the form of archer Chae Na-yoon. The girl's aim was very accurate. The monster's back was pierced by arrows. Some went through. Then the human monster began to feel pain as it spent a lot of energy fighting. The girl wanted to protect Kim Soo-ho, who was once again in a pitiful state. She stood behind the monster's back and fired her bow, hitting directly at the intended target. She hoped that this would help prevent her classmate from being hit. Yes, the monster was definitely feeling those hits and arrows in its back. The smirk slowly began to slide off his face. He wondered for a second what he should do next. Lucius's hound decided to shift his powers. The human monster didn't think for long, turned straight towards Che Na-yun and struck out with his magic flashes. The blow was of unimaginable power. The girl didn't even have time to cover herself with her hands. The dragon was aimed at her. Che Na-yun wasn't prepared for this. She was discouraged as it happened too suddenly. The ski girl's eyes widened as she looked directly at her opponent. Che Na-yun did not yet realize what was in store for her. The monster reached her with his magic matter from a far distance, grabbed her head, and began to lift her higher and higher. Che Na-yun didn't expect this. Her weapon fell out of her hands as he lifted her up. Kim Ha-jin stood nearby and watched the fight play out. The guy didn't expect such a twist. The monster held Che Na-yun high above the floor with his magical matter, just like an arm. The girl tried to disentangle herself, but she was unable to do so. The picture was terrifying. The human monster still continued to hold on at such a height. Kim Ha-jin looked at it all and realized that at this rate it would do no good. After all, someone could be killed. It was necessary to act since Che Na-yun couldn't help herself. She was hanging on high, the magical matter pressing her against the wall. The girl could only chaotically flail her arms and legs, trying to fend off the enemy somehow. Kim Ha-jin remembered Kim Soo-ho, who had also suffered at the hands of a human monster recently. The guy thought, after all, one of the main characters should have just won this fight. He didn't understand why the plot changed so much. It was very good that Kim Ha-jin carried his laptop with him in a backpack behind his back. The guy took it out of the backpack. His hands were shaking. He tried to calm himself down, so he had to act fast. He tried to help his classmates somehow. He already had a plan in his head. He remembered that he had his weapon with him. He held the clip from his gun, trying to see what kind of bullets he had with him. He eyed them warily. Kim Ha-jin was looking at the bullets. He was twirling the bullet in his hand, going over it over and over again. He was very frustrated as he realized that the properties of that bullet would not even be enough to give that human monster a scratch. The guy got into his laptop and started looking for information in the settings. On the laptop, he could see the properties of these bullets. They had almost no properties, and the destructive power was only 2.5 out of a possible 10. The guy didn't know what he should do. He realized that even if he managed to increase the destructive power of the bullet, it was not certain that it would be able to hit the enemy. Then he remembered that there are properties of darkness and light. Kim Ha-jin already had a new plan in his head. The guy got into his laptop again, but he was typing something quickly on his keyboard. He was in a big hurry as the battle was still going on in the museum. He changed the settings. A new sign appeared on his laptop monitor. It said that he could change the settings of these bullets he had with him today. The guy realized that he was on the right track. Kim Ha-jin immediately set about it. It was a great plan that could significantly help them in the battle against the human monster. The guy planted a bullet in his hand. Kim Ha-jin realized that this was probably the only solution that could change the course of the battle. This plan could really work. The guy had managed to change the properties of the magic bullets that were with him today. He also changed the destructive power, and it increased to 6 points. He had to give up a lot of his SP points, but there was no way out. Kim Ha-jin stored the new properties in his notebook, tucked the bullets into the clip. When he put the clip back into the gun, began to check if he had done everything right. Everything was fine. The guy hadn't made a mistake. The guy put the clip back in the gun, frantically gripping it with his hands. His hands were shaking. He felt like he had been fiddling with these settings for ages. Kim Ha-jin was afraid he wouldn't make it in time as the fight was still going on. He walked with his gun in his hands into the thick of things and pondered about his book. He thought about the fact that there were so many heroes in this book, because the properties and compatibility helped to overcome the difference in levels, and therefore helped to show even more strength. Kim Ha-jin was getting closer and closer to the battle scene. He tried to aim at his opponent. One arm of the monster that had turned into a dragon was fighting Kim Soo-ho, and with his other arm, he pinned Che Na-yun to the wall. She was still hanging at a great height like this. The guy was still aiming at the monster the same way. His finger was already on the trigger. The guy kept pondering about the theory he had put as the basis of his plan. He assumed that since the human monster had dark properties, the devil's power would be defeated by the light. Kim Ha-jin came close enough. He called out to Kim Soo-ho and told him to step aside. Kim Soo-ho noticed a classmate with the corner of his eye. The guy was holding the same sword that was used to break the glass. The guy fired his gun. The new bullet lit up the surroundings. Kim Ha-jin had changed the settings of the old bullet. It was now a white light bullet. It possessed the properties of light. It also had another ability. Once it hit, it would explode. The guy didn't have much mercy on the enemy. He pointed the trigger right at him. The bullet flew out of the gun, illuminating everything around him. The human monster, Lucius's dog, couldn't have predicted such a turn. His eyes rounded violently. It was the bullet that caught the human monster by surprise. The light from it was very strong. Lucius's dog didn't expect that mere cadets were capable of such a thing. Its legs went under and it began to slowly fall backwards. He couldn't control his powers. The monster steadied himself, though he was wobbling in different directions. He couldn't understand how an ordinary bullet could have such power. This bullet was draining him, causing significant damage. The monster tried to recover faster, but he was failing. For the first time, the classmates saw how difficult it was for this monster to deal with the blow, because before, it seemed that it was unbeatable. The monster grinned. His face no longer had its usual smirk. You could see the pain on his face. The human monster's strength had decreased as the white light bullet had caused him considerable damage. He could no longer fight the guy with the sword and the girl with the arrows at the same time. But his hand was still holding Chae Na-yun up high by his head. With the help that Kim Ha-jin was able to transform the bullet, making it from an ordinary bullet to a stronger bullet, the human monster, Lucius Dog, could no longer hold Chae Na-yun aloft as his strength began to run out. He let go of the girl, and she flew to the ground. The monster tried to recover his strength. It looked a little shabby. It was obvious that the blow that Kim Ha-jin had taken with his light bullet was quite serious for the monster, even though it was trying to regain its strength again. Kim Ha-jin was on his knees. He too had no strength left. He sat there with his head down and some debris lying around. The guy realized that he was able to significantly exhaust the enemy for a long time with his actions. The guy looked at the monster with his tired eyes. He hoped that he was able to give him a good beating. Kim Ha-jin intentionally wanted to stall for time, so that Kim Soo-ho could also gather his strength to try to defeat the human monster again. And the guy was right. Kim Soo-ho finally freed from the dragon that was holding his sword, preventing him from striking the monster, and began to gather his strength. Kim Soo-ho was thinking about how he could more effectively fight again. The cadet looked at his sword that he had to borrow for the duration of the battle, breaking the glass of the guard racks. Kim Soo-ho was calculating the strike. He imagined the trajectory his arm with the weapon would take. The human monster, Lucius Dog, looked at Kim Soo-ho. He tried to compose a fearful grimace on his face, but his eyes gave him away. There were echoes of fear in them. The monster realized that further fighting could destroy him. Kim Soo-ho came closer and closer, carrying his weapon in his hand. With the help of his power, the sword glowed in his hand. This sword was no ordinary sword, an old relic that many people dreamed of. It was exactly the kind of sword that could crush everything in its path. Cadet Kim Soo-ho swung with all his might and hit the monster directly. The magic of the sword was noticeable from afar. It answered the entire room of the weapon museum. It was very rare for a weapon to have such destructive power. The blow came on its back. The human monster, Lucius's hound, felt the full force of this powerful weapon. The villain screamed, not fully realizing what had happened to him. The sword stung very painfully, leaving wounds on his body. The villain was completely crushed. He had no strength left to deal with such a blow. He lay motionless. His arms were spread out to his sides. Not far away from him, Kim Soo-ho stood, down on one knee, leaning on his sword. The attacker was completely out of his strength. He tried to stand on both feet, but he was unable to do so. Kim Soo-ho looked very tired, and he bowed his head very low, trying to gather his strength. Meanwhile, not far away from him was Chae Na-yun. The girl was trying to regain her senses. She stood in a strange pose, her head bowed down so that her hair touched the floor. She still didn't fully understand what was happening. The girl had no face at all. She was sitting on the floor with her eyes goggling. It seemed that she had never been able to come to her senses. Suddenly, the girl felt someone touch her back with their hand. Chae Na-yun was approached from the side by Kim Soo-ho. He still couldn't let go of the sword from his hand. It seemed like the fight could continue. The guy asked the girl how she was feeling, but in response, only she forcefully shoved his hand away. The guy couldn't understand her reaction until the end. Kim Soo-ho looked at the girl, not understanding what was happening to her. The cadet wanted to calm Chae Na-yoon down and make sure she was okay. But the girl didn't respond to Kim Soo-ho. Kim Ha-jin rushed over to his classmates. He turned to the guy, advising him not to disturb Chae Na-yoon as her older brother was supposed to come soon, then he would bring her to her senses. Kim Ha-jin blurted out that it was supposed to be in the book. The guy realized he said the wrong thing. After all, the classmates had no idea they were in a book. Kim Ha-jin's eyes widened as he stared into the distance, not knowing how to get out of the situation. He hoped they wouldn't notice. Kim Soo-ho and Chae Na-yoon rounded their eyes so that they looked like they were going to fall out of their orbits. The cadets couldn't understand what he meant. Kim Ha-jin thought they were reacting like that because they heard about the book. Chae Na-yoon couldn't believe her ears. The girl's gaze became even crazier. She seemed to want to say something to Kim Ha-jin, perhaps to object, but she couldn't formulate her thoughts. They were all jumbled up in her head. It seemed like the girl was ready to cry. Something about those words upset her so much that she couldn't say a word. Chae Na-yoon only lowered her head down. Kim Soo-ho stood by her side and tried to comfort her. There were still monsters near the State Armory building. There were lizard-like monsters. They were crawling towards the main exit from the building. Their mouths were spewing flames and their eyes were burning furiously. But suddenly, a bright light in the sky appeared from nowhere. It was not entirely clear what it was. The beam was shining and rapidly approaching the lizard-like monsters. This sight looked amazing. Spears flew out from that beam. They struck all the lizard-like monsters at once. The monsters lay on the floor and didn't move. It was quite a powerful attack that was able to hit all the monsters in the area at once. Standing beside the breathless bodies of the lizard-like monsters was a woman wearing red shoes and brown pants. She was the one who had so easily performed this crushing blow, so she also possessed the power of magic. That woman was the deputy leader of the guild. Her name was Ah Yue-seong. She was standing in the very center where the battle with the lizard-like monsters had recently taken place. In her hand, she held two long swords with thin blades. An ambulance pulled up to the State Armory building. A medic ran out of it. He beckoned for the deputy director to come over to him because he had important information. The ambulance man had information about the condition inside the State Gun Museum. The deputy leader moved closer to him so she could hear him better. Then he informed her that near the museum building, all the monsters had been destroyed. The woman was happy about this and immediately began to inquire about how things were at the State Armory Museum itself. He also told her that a human monster had gotten into the building itself, but it had been destroyed rather quickly. The woman asked who had managed to deal with the monster so quickly. The employee then told her that there were cadets from the Cube Academy. She was glad to hear that and praised them for the job they had done. The deputy leader asked who the 3 cadets from Cube Academy were. Then the man began to remember who they were. Suddenly, he would remember. He began to tell that there was a girl, Chae Na-yoon, Kim Soo-ho, and the third name he didn't have time to say. The deputy leader didn't have time to hear all the names and rushed towards the entrance of the State Armory Museum. She ran very fast, not sparing her strength. She had 2 swords in her hands, which she used as if she was pushing off in the air. She was running and was very satisfied. She tried to run faster because she definitely had someone to talk to. The deputy leader was eager to see and personally talk to Cub Academy cadet Kim Soo-ho. The woman was already approaching the entrance of the State Armory Museum. She was thinking about where to start a conversation with this guy. Just then, she saw one of the Cub Academy students leaving the building. The guy was slowly walking out of the building, barely dragging his feet. You could tell by him how tired he was from this fight. He walked with his head down, not noticing anyone around him. The woman thought that luck was on her side today. The guy raised his eyes. He had already seen the deputy leader heading exactly towards him. He couldn't understand what was going on. He only stopped and stared at her with his rounded eyes. The deputy leader swiftly ran towards him with her swords. This woman rose in front of him so suddenly that his eyes rounded even more. She came quite close to the guy. He didn't expect such a thing. The deputy leader said hello to him and began to question him. The woman asked if he was a freshman at the academy called Cube. She looked at him expressively, flapping her big eyes. Kim Ha-jin finally realized what was going on. She must have confused him with Kim Soo-ho to be so interested in him. The guy immediately announced that Kim Soo-ho was still inside. She was grateful to him. The deputy leader walked through the doors of the State Armory Museum. The woman was walking very fast, but suddenly she thought for a moment and stopped on the spot. Different thoughts were now visiting this woman's head. Suddenly the deputy leader stopped on the spot. At that moment, one thought visited her head. She turned around and could not understand what had happened. The woman looked perplexed. Something strange had just happened. Kim Ha-jin walked out of the building and reached the nearest bench. He sat outside, his laptop in his hands. The deputy leader still couldn't understand how that guy determined that it was Kim Soo-ho that she was looking for. The guy was sitting on a bench on the street. Kim Ha-jin was very startled that the deputy leader had spoken to him. He wondered if everything that happened had affected his position in the story. The guy opened the laptop. Kim Ha-jin intervened in the situation that happened at the State Gun Museum. But what happened didn't change his position in the plot of this book. It was a little strange. Apparently, the guy's theory was not correct. Up until this point, the narrative of the piece had been going the way it was supposed to. There were no problems with it. The lectures at school, the practice fight, everything was happening exactly as it was intended. The boy sat on the bench staring thoughtfully at his laptop. He wondered if he had been able to change the plot of this book with his latest actions. He couldn't believe his eyes. There was no change at all. Kim Ha-jin didn't understand why this was the case. After all, according to his theory, since he had interfered with the main plot, the storyline should have changed. He was looking for something in his notebook when suddenly he saw that the story had a co-writer. That's when Kim Ha-jin had an epiphany. He realized that it was a remake. The co-writer was the person who had sent him a message some time ago. Now he understood why there were changes in the plot that he couldn't have predicted. Kim Ha-jin recalled that it was initially very strange when the battle between the human monster and Kim Soo-ho took place, and then it didn't go according to plan. Also, there were other minor changes throughout the plot. The guy was confused. Kim Ha-jin couldn't understand what to expect next and how to handle the situation. He fell into a kind of stupor. Thoughts were swirling around in his head, but he couldn't grasp any of them. He was still sitting on that bench for the past hour, not knowing what to do next. How confusing everything was now. He realized that the plan he had followed was now useless. His theory was wrong. Kim Ha-jin remained still in the same place. He was staring into the monitor of his laptop, which was on his lap. It was a shock to the guy. Now he would have to devise a new plan of action so that he could return to his normal life. For now, he didn't understand how to approach developing a new plan. Kim Ha-jin looked at his laptop, thinking about how complicated things had gotten. He thought about how he might never go back to his normal life again. Kim Ha-jin was looking at his laptop when suddenly a new message came in. The guy was expecting some kind of catch. It was rare for him in the world of this book to get a message so suddenly. He stared at the monitor, not realizing whether to open this message or not. The guy opened the message. It would only say a couple words. This was the way the co-author of the remake of this book would talk to him. In wanted to add one observation to the plot of this book. Kim Ha-jin became very wary. Then a second message came by message. The co-author wanted to tell Kim Ha-jin what he would like to change in this book. The co-author started talking about the main characters in this book. He was hinting to the guy that the main character is not subject to any threat. The co-author was hinting to Kim Ha-jin that readers will not be satisfied with this situation in the book. Since there is no threat to the protagonist, he will always win victories. This could undermine the reader's trust. Kim Ha-jin frantically pressed the buttons on the computer. He didn't understand what was going on. It couldn't have been the co-author himself who put him into this book. And now he had remade it and was changing the settings on his own at his discretion. The guy looked at the monitor. He was overcome with different feelings. He couldn't quite believe it all. He thought that maybe he was just dreaming. It couldn't have happened to him. And now he had a co-author, and he didn't know what to expect from him. Kim Ha-jin was pondering and didn't notice another message at first. It came out of the blue. It said that the co-author wanted the book to have more negative characters temporarily. An instructor arrived on the scene. He called the cadets to him. The instructor already knew what had happened at the State Gun Museum. He waved his hand for the boys to come over to him. It was already evening outside. Kim Ha-jin approached the instructor. The man was standing near the bench where Kim Soo-ho was sitting. The guy was covered by a warm plaid. The man told the boys to go to the dormitory and added that he would ask them what happened later. Kim Soo-ho went to the instructor. He was worried about his classmate who was also in the fight. The man told him that she took a medical leave and her parents took her. He added that they should leave quickly for the dormitory and not be delayed. The instructor advised them to go back to the dormitory, then left them alone. Kim Soo-ho sat on the bench, thinking about what had just happened to them. Kim Ha-jin stood beside him and watched the instructor leave. Kim Soo-ho sat silent for a while, but then he broke the silence. The boy addressed his classmate by name. Kim Ha-jin looked at him questioningly, wondering what he wanted to ask him. He hoped the question wouldn't be about the book. Kim Soo-ho looked at his classmate. He looked tired and had a huge band-aid on his face that covered the aftermath of the fight. The boy talked about Chae Na-yoon. He didn't understand why Kim Ha-jin would say such a thing to a girl. Kim Ha-jin didn't understand what he was talking about until the end. In the beginning, he thought that Kim Soo-ho was interested because he mentioned some book. Kim Soo-ho raised his head, dispelling his doubts. He said that he was referring to the statement about the girl's brother. Kim Ha-jin knew that according to the story of the book, Chae Na-yoon's brother was supposed to come to the gun museum and pick her up. He wanted to reply this to his classmate already, but he remembered from the co-author's remarks. He began to realize that there might have been a change in the story too. Kim Ha-jin decided not to jump to conclusions, so he asked Kim Soo-ho about their classmate's brother. Kim Soo-ho seemed as if he was angry. The guy asked Kim Ha-jin if it was true and he didn't know what was going on with Chae Na-yoon's brother. Kim Soo-ho lowered his head. It was as if he had a look of disappointment on his face. Perhaps he was just very tired. He didn't fully understand whether Kim Ha-jin was really telling him the truth. Perhaps he really didn't know Chae Na-yoon's brother's story, so that was why he said that. It had already been quite some time. The guys needed to head to the dormitory. The sun was already starting to set behind the horizon. It was going to get dark soon. Chae Na-yoon then told his classmate that they'd better talk about it later. When Kim Ha-jin got to the dormitory, he went straight to his laptop. He decided to look up information about his classmate Chae Na-yoon. It turns out that she was the 4th-ranked student at Yuan High School. From her family, she only had a father, Jae Shin Hyuk, and a brother, Jae Jin Yoon. Kim Ha-jin looked up information about his classmate Chae Na-yoon. Everything could be found on the internet. He realized that it was just like he wrote in his book. The guy couldn't understand why Kim Soo-ho reacted to his phrase at the gun museum. In the back of his mind, he knew that there was something wrong. He continued to look for information about his classmate's brother. He looked through different articles, realizing that there might be something interesting there. Suddenly, he stared at the monitor, puzzled. Kim Ha-jin continued to look for information on the internet. Suddenly, the guy saw several different articles with rather strange content. They talked about Chae Jin Yoon, the brother of a classmate. He was dumbfounded. One of these articles that Kim Ha-jin searched for on the internet described an operation called arson. It was the one in which his classmate's brother, Chae Na-yoon, participated. It turns out that after this operation, he fell into a coma. Kim Ha-jin couldn't believe his eyes. He realized that there was no such plot in the book as the human monster crushing operation arson. Even more so, he realized that his classmate's brother was not involved in this operation. According to the development of this plot, Chae Jin Yoon, Chae Na-yoon's brother, was the hero. Participating in the human monster crushing operation arson was a turning point for him. It was here that he was to find his fame as an ally of the main character. When this operation took place, his classmate Chae Na-yoon was still quite a teenager. The girl was only 13 years old. Chae Na-yoon was ecstatic and proud of her brother Chae Jin Yoon as he had become a hero. It was already too late. Kim Ha-jin was still reading articles about Chae Jin Yoon, the classmate's brother. The guy didn't understand how the plot could have changed so much, and more importantly, what could have contributed to it so much. It was a mystery to him. The guy sat at his laptop and pondered what could have happened that the plot became completely different. As suddenly, his reflections were interrupted by a strange sound. It was a notification. Someone had sent him a new message. It was quite strange. The new message was still on his notifications. Kim Ha-jin didn't dare to open the message and look at it. It was about the changes in the plot of the book, which he had to confirm with his own hand. He opened the message and clicked on it. He was curious to see what was in it. He realized that it was most likely a message from the co-writer of the remake. There was information about changes to the plot involving Chae Na-yoon's brother. The co-writer sent a new note. In this plot, Chae Na-yoon's brother was no longer Kim Soo-ho's assistant. Chae Jin-yoon was lying on the ground practically breathless after the fight with the human monster. His colleagues in Operation Arson tried to bring him to his senses. The co-writer couldn't be satisfied. He kept making new changes to the plot. Now it was about the main character Kim Soo-ho and his assistant, the brother of a classmate, Chae Na-yoon. In this story, Chae Jin-yoon was defeated by a human monster. Chae Jin-yoon was still lying on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes, and he was staring up at the sky. The fight had long since ended, but he could not recover. Something happened that affected him, so the guy remained in such a state. The co-writer decided that the main character Kim Soo-ho had too many assistants, so he decided to eliminate the brother of Chae Na-yoon. In this remake, he made it so that Chae Jin-yoon got the mark of the devil in battle, and because of that, he became the seed of a demon. Kim Ha-jin couldn't believe his eyes. He kept staring at his laptop over and over again, rereading what his co-author had written to him. The guy didn't understand how this could happen, because the original plot with Chae Jin-yoon was completely different. There were sounds coming from the radio in the hospital room. It was talking about an incident that happened in Seoul today at 13 in the afternoon. The announcer was saying that there was a whole pack of monsters near the weapons museum, but it had been eliminated. There was talk about how many people were injured and who was involved in eliminating it. Yoon Seung-ah, the deputy guild leader of the guild, and another. The radio didn't have time to finish before someone's hand reached out to turn it off. The girl was sitting in the hospital room with her knees pressed against her chest. She was clearly in a discouraged state. She had recently gotten an IV. It was still standing next to her bed. Something was bothering the girls. She was in an anxious state. This girl with red hair was Chae Na-yoon, who had been on a tour of the state armory not too long ago and had participated in a battle with the human monster. Lucius' dog, Chae Na-yoon, sat with her head pressed against her knees. The girl didn't want to listen and remember what had happened to her recently. They sat silently, trying not to think about it, as suddenly heard that someone called her by name. A man came into the room with the nurse. It was her father, Chi Shin-hyeok, who had come to see her. The girl didn't expect to see her father here now. Chae Na-yoon was very surprised by this. The girl opened her eyes wide. It was obvious that the fact that her father was able to come to her now was a surprise to her. Chae Na-yoon knew that her father had to be at work at this time. The girl asked him how on earth he was able to leave work and come to see her. Her father reached out to her and said that it wasn't a problem for him. The father was worried about his daughter, so he decided to find out if she needed a checkup after what had happened to her. He also decided to ask about the girl's health condition from the medical staff. Chae Na-yoon looked at her father, a question on her face. She sincerely couldn't understand why it was worth it to leave work and visit her in the hospital. Her father told her that he was worried about her, so he came here. The girl was happy to hear this, even though she realized that her father was a busy man. Chae Na-yoon looked at her father questioningly. He stood not far from her hospital bed and looked at her. She was only able to say the words, "Dad." Chae Na-yoon turned to her father but then fell silent. She seemed to be contemplating something, dropping her head back into her lap. She was silent for a couple minutes, but then she still asked if he could come see her again before she was discharged. The girl's father, hearing this, almost cried. He understood that his daughter didn't want to make him uncomfortable, but since she asked, she needed her family now more than ever. He couldn't even guess what she had recently gone through. Chae Shin-hyeok felt very sorry for his daughter. Then he walked over to her bedside. Her father took Chae Na-yoon's hand and said that he would definitely visit her in the hospital one more time. What is a demon seed? There are monsters such as human monsters, and there are those who are above them, higher in rank. They are called demons. A demon can mark a certain person with its mark. Such people then became the seed of the demon. Sometimes people might not even know that they were marked by demons, but these seeds seem to germinate in the person, giving their terrifying fruits. After this happened, the person would lose their humanity and become a demon. Kim Ha-jin sat in his dorm room and thought back on it. Sometimes, it wasn't even possible to tell from a person that they were marked by a demon. There were no outward signs. But there was an incubation period that could last 5 or 6 years. The guy realized that from the moment the demon had tagged Chae Na-yoon's brother, half of the incubation period had already passed. Back then, Chae Na-yoon was only 13 years old, and now she was just in her first year at the academy. It had been approximately 3 years since the Operation Arson Human Monster Elimination had taken place. Kim Ha-jin understood what this situation could lead to. In room 802 was Chae Jin-yoon, the brother of Kim Ha-jin's classmate. The boy was sitting in his room. He was devastated. What he had come to, he didn't like at all. Kim Ha-jin sat at his desk and stared at his laptop. He realized where this could all lead to, and it made him feel sick to his stomach. When his classmate Chae Na-yoon was still a teenager, after her brother Chae Jin-yoon had gotten into trouble, she used to visit him often. The young man fell into a coma and has been in the hospital the entire time to this day. Kim Ha-jin understood where this could all lead to. Unfortunately, there was only one way left to solve this difficult situation. The guy realized that before Chae Na-yoon's brother rebelled as a demon, there was a need to put an end to this. It had to be done quickly. Chae Na-yoon had often visited her brother in the hospital as a teenager. She still visited him to this day. Chae Jin-yoon never regained consciousness and remained in a coma all those 3 years. She would often visit him and stand by his bedside, reminiscing about the past. Kim Ha-jin sat by his laptop and tried to figure out who could do it, who could interrupt the life of Chae Na-yoon's classmate's brother. He looked at the monitor and realized that it might be difficult. Who would be able to do that? Kim Ha-jin first decided to pay someone for Chae Na-yoon's death, but the guy realized that it was problematic because Chae Jin-yoon was the son of a respected man. His father was an oligarch. Chae Na-yoon's brother was in the hospital in a coma. No one knew that he had a demon mark on him. Even though it had been more than 3 years, he didn't show any signs of the devil seed sprouting on him. Therefore, it was difficult to prove otherwise. Unfortunately, there was no way to stop the demon now, the one that was going to rise from Kim Soo-ho. But it had to be realized that even among the main characters in the book, there would be victims. It was inevitable. Although it was very sad in itself, Chae Na-yoon tried to visit her brother as often as possible. She would come to his room, sit next to him on a chair, and watch him. The sister often told him what was happening in the world. The girl shared with her brother the latest news at school. Kim Ha-jin sat in his dorm room. The guy lowered his head, tears rolling from his eyes. He thought about what was ahead of him. He couldn't believe that he would have to do it himself. He pondered and tried to find some way out. Chae Na-yoon came to the hospital to see her brother Chae Jin-yoon again. She stood at the entrance for a while, looking around the room with her gaze, and then walked right up to his bed. She looked at her brother lovingly. It seemed like she was about to cry. Kim Ha-jin remained in his room. None of the options that were in his head were effective. In the end, the guy realized that the only option left was to handle Chae Na-yoon's brothers by himself. This option was the most reliable. Chae Na-yoon took a seat on the stool next to her brother, placing one foot on her other knee. She made herself comfortable so that she could tell more to her brother. This time she was telling about the incident at the State Gun Museum. The girl was telling how scared she was and how she tried to protect the people in the museum. Chae Na-yoon complained to her brother that no cadet could defeat it because this man-monster had great strength. Chae Na-yoon seemed to tell her brother everything. The girl wanted to talk about Kim Ha-jin, what he said to her after the battle. Here she had already started to talk about the gunman, but decided not to continue as it was a sad memory for her. She fell silent. Chae Na-yoon seemed to think about it for a while. Apparently, she wanted to continue her monologue as she suddenly heard the medical facility staff alerting her. She was told that the visiting time was over. Chae Jin-yoon was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. His face was extremely pale. Chae Na-yoon was about to leave, but she came over one last time and adjusted her brother's blanket with her hand. The girl told him that she would come to check on him again soon. Chae Na-yoon stayed in the hospital room for a while looking at her brother. Afterward, she walked out of it into the hospital corridor. She looked around as if she didn't realize where she needed to go now. Her thoughts were still on her brother. The girl stood in the corridor with her head down. She could not understand why fate had prepared such a fate for her. The girl's eyes were red, as if she was about to cry, so she tried to hide them under her thick red bangs. Che Na-yoon didn't understand how she should live her life. She wanted very much to fix the situation. She stood in the hospital corridor for a while and started to move towards the exit. But she didn't go far. Her thoughts were too heavy. Che Na-yoon stood up again, saddened. Her hands were down. She stood with her head tilted. It was as if the girl had become a bit drained. She was having a hard time with it all. She thought back to Kim Ha-jin. The girl saw him now as if he were real. He was standing after the battle at the State Armory Museum with one hand behind his head. Then this guy said those hurtful words that shocked her. Kim Ha-jin told Kim Soo-ho to leave Che Na-yoon alone, didn't try to calm her down as her brother was supposed to come and get her soon, and then looked at them, so nonchalantly as if it was some kind of wicked joke or mockery of the girl. Che Na-yoon kept replaying his phrases in her head over and over again. It was as if she wanted to be hurt. The girl didn't understand how such a thing could be said considering what was happening to her brother. Her resentment was replaced by anger, and vice versa. Che Na-yoon thought about that gunman, about Kim Ha-jin. The girlfriend raised her head, her eyes burning. It seemed like she was up to something, for she had a look of determination. This huge and glittering skyscraper was the Tower of Heroes. It looked both ominous and beautiful at the same time. The skyscraper towered majestically above everything around it. The starry sky seemed to echo with it, and the two together created a beautiful tandem. In this building was the archives where the deputy leader was rushing to. It contained all the materials, all the things that happened in the city. The woman was about to enter the office with the sign archive on the door. An aide ran after her and gibbered something. The aide told her that it was against the law to look at this data. The deputy leader didn't listen to him. She had already entered the office. There she found a folder with the report, which she leafed through vigorously. Sheets of paper were flying all over the room. Next, she walked over to the desk where a large monitor stood and sat down in a chair. The deputy leader wanted to see the records of what had recently taken place at the State Armory Museum. The aide was against it, but he couldn't stop her. The deputy leader began to explain to her aide that she had to see these tapes. After all, the monster showed the presence of mana with the property of light. From this, the woman concluded that one of the cadets had used this property. The woman wanted to understand who was the cadet who could use it. After all, if he had come up with it on his own, he would be useful in their guild. The assistant stood silent and only thought that the deputy leader had gotten excited again, looking for talent. The deputy leader had already gone into the archives with the records of the incident at the Weapons Museum. All that was left was to look them over. The woman wanted to know who was the student who had used the power of light. She knew there were 3 cadets involved in the battle. The woman began to look at the videos, trying to figure out who the 3rd cadet was. She knew that there were definitely 2 who participated in the battle, Kim Soo-ho and Che Na-yoon. They had already been put under surveillance. Therefore, she was only interested in one question: who was the 3rd one? The deputy leader checked all the archives. It wasn't fast. She finally saw the 3rd cadet who had participated in the battle with the human monster. The woman was surprised, as it was the first time she had seen him. She recognized his name as Kim Ha-jin. Kim Ha-jin was sitting in the auditorium, his laptop in his hands. He was looking at something on it, peering into the monitor. It turns out that this laptop had one interesting feature. Other people couldn't see it. The guy realized that it was only to his advantage. He was happy about this fact. After all, now he could take out his laptop at any time and check whether the content of the book is going on as usual, or again there are some changes. The guy sat in the classroom and watched the duel of classmates. Again, there was a fight between 2 cadets, as before. This time, the victory went to Rachel. Kim Ha-jin changed the settings on his laptop a little and added a new function. The guy was staring at another fight, so he didn't notice the new notification that appeared on the laptop screen. The notification stated that a change was found in the settings of this laptop. Kim Ha-jin looked at Damien. He was lying on the floor of the auditorium and was upset as Rachel had defeated him again. Kim Ha-jin immediately received a message that the defeated guy's confidence had gotten lower. This was the new feature. The meaning of this function was that if there were any new plot points that differed from the original scenario near Kim Ha-jin, he would immediately receive a notification. There was a range of action, no farther than 30 meters. The guy realized that this had a better effect than the co-writer's messages. He was sitting in his laptop watching the storyline when suddenly he heard footsteps nearby. Someone was standing behind him. The guy could feel someone's breath. Someone began to approach him, offering to participate with him in a duel against each other. Kim Ha-jin heard a familiar voice. The guy turned around. Behind him stood Chae Na-yoon. The girl's eyes were burning strangely. Kim Ha-jin looked questioningly at the girl who wanted to fight him. The guy didn't understand why she wanted to do that. He immediately thought of Chae Na-yoon's brother who was lying in a coma. He felt sad. There were some classmates standing not far away. They heard it all. The guys thought there was going to be a fight. Kim Ha-jin started to refuse to let it go. Then Chae Na-yoon remembered about him discussing other people's families. She asked him if he was afraid. Kim Ha-jin looked her straight in the eyes. He started to explain that fighting a battle like that with real bullets, it was irresponsible. The guy didn't want to be responsible for hurting his classmate later. Chae Na-yoon was all twisted up. Her face clearly read anger and displeasure at the situation. She swore at the guy. Her eyes flashed with rage. The girl wanted to do something about it, but she couldn't. Chae Na-yoon towered over Kim Ha-jin, standing right beside him, clenching her fists with rage and resentment. The instructor approached them. He diffused the situation with his question. The instructor asked them what was going on here. He explained to the girl that Kim Ha-jin couldn't be in a fight with her, since his bullets were real and too dangerous for such a fight, and they hadn't made a safe weapon for him to practice with yet. He sent the girl back to her seat. Kim Ha-jin remained seated in his seat, his laptop still in his hands. Chae Na-yoon couldn't stand this conversation. She didn't say anything back to the instructor. She just got angry and went to her seat. Kim Ha-jin turned around to look at her. He stared after her. Again, he thought of her brother who was in a coma in the hospital. The guy thought about the fact that he wouldn't apologize to her now, as his main goal was something else. The guy realized that he would have to do it. He couldn't deny his decision because it was impossible to do otherwise. He stretched his hand forward as if he was trying to grab air. Kim Ha-jin realized that his main goal was to become stronger as he had a difficult mission. Then he thought of Chae Na-yoon. He imagined her standing in front of his brother. The guy had to ruin Chae Jin-yoon. Kim Ha-jin watched Chae Na-yoon walk away. Guy realized that he just couldn't make a relationship with her right now. He thought that there would still be no understanding between them since he would have to do such an unfair thing to her soon. A new day came. The weather was beautiful. The cadets rather hurried to the academy building where they were studying, passing next to the intricate architectural designs of the buildings. The lectures were about to begin soon. The Cube Academy itself was crowded today. The cadets were each rushing about their own business, some waiting for an invitation to the auditorium where a new lecture was to be held, and some chatting amiably with their classmates as they gathered in a circle. Today, many cadets were gathered in the assembly hall. The spotlight was blinding. All the lights on the ceiling were turned on. The cadets realized that today someone would speak in front of them. Holding their breath, the guys were waiting for it. And finally, a guy who was older than them appeared in front of them. He had a microphone in his hand. It turned out that Yoon Hyun, the leader of the Truth Class Club, was standing in front of them. He had a rather pleasant appearance. The guy was standing on a stage in front of a huge audience with a microphone in his hand. Yoon Hyun was talking about the goals of his club. One of those goals was to analyze monsters and research strategies. His voice was firm but quite pleasant. All the girls were staring at the speaker, and the guys had a kind of envy. He was very handsome. The leader of the Truth Club handed out brochures to the cadets. Yoon Hyeon asked his trainees to familiarize themselves with them as soon as possible. The club leader stood with a microphone in his hands and looked out into the distance of the hall. He squinted his eyes, making his face look even more attractive. The cadets in the hall watched his every move and tried to catch his every word. It was quite strange. Kim Ha-jin looked at him with his arms folded across his chest. The guy understood why this was happening after all. He had written the plot of this book himself. Yoon Hyun could keep people's attention on him, and he had an attractive appearance. These were all signs of a demon's abilities. It turns out that all this time, strange things were happening at the academy. Students of the academy were disappearing. Others were often attacked by different monsters. The leader of the club, Yoon Hyun, will be the negative character who will be responsible for these incidents. The speaker, who was now standing in front of the audience, had once made a contract with the demon Lilith. After that, he had new abilities such as charm. The leader of the club, Yoon Haeyeon, became a human monster. It turns out that this guy wasn't just here now for nothing and was giving this introductory lecture in this hall. This human monster was on the hunt. Yoon Hyun was standing and looking at the hall, searching for his prey with his eyes. Kim Ha-jin looked at the hall. He understood who this human monster was looking out for. The guy himself was trying to find her with his eyes. This was why he joined this club, so that he could change the situation that was about to happen. Kim Ha-jin swiveled his head around, trying to see who was nearby. The guy finally saw the back of her head. He recognized her by her styled bangs and her long flowing hair. That girl who was being hunted by the human monster who had signed a contract with Lilith was Yoo Yeon-ha. She folded her hands on her stomach in a closed posture and stared ahead nonchalantly. She seemed to be completely indifferent to what was happening around her. Club leader Yoon Haeyeon turned on a small presentation with his remote control. He smiled pleasantly, tilting his head to the side. The guy told her that today would just be an introductory lecture to introduce the cadets closer to the club. On the huge screen that was in the back, a large image and some information popped up. There was a picture of a monster, Mountain Tyrant, which appeared during the beginning of the rifts and the formation of dungeons. It turns out that it was already around 50 years old. Club leader Yoon Haeyeon continued to deliver information to the cadets who joined the club. Since this monster was of high rank, information about it could be worth a lot of money. It had a high value in the society. Then the guy started asking clarifying questions to the audience. She began to ask what was the important information about this monster. Club leader Yoon Haeyeon looked into the hall. His gaze stopped on cadet Yoo Young-ha. Then he addressed this question to her specifically. The girl looked at Yoon Hung questioningly. She slightly didn't understand the meaning of this question. After all, he knew the answer to it. After thinking for a bit, Yoo Young-ha immediately replied that this information was still unknown to date. He agreed with her. The club leader then told the cadets that this was the main purpose of this club, to discuss other cases. He also added that anyone who wanted to give their thoughts on the matter could stay here after the orientation lecture. The lecture was over. The students began to pack up and leave the auditorium. Kim Ha-jin approached Yoo Yoon-ha. The guy asked her if she was going to stay after this orientation lecture. She was surprised. Kim Ha-jin addressed her as you again. To her, such familiarity was unacceptable, so the girl didn't even turn her head in his direction. Yoo Yoon-ha silently left the assembly hall after gathering all her things. It was then that the guy realized what the matter was. Kim Ha-jin made an effort to respectfully address her once more. He asked her the same question, but when posing the question, addressed her in you and called her Miss Yoo Yoon-ha. The girl then decided to answer his question. Yoo Yoon-ha said that she was going to go and meet with club leader Yoon Hyun and other students. She started to say that she could use this information. The guy realized how this could end up, so he decided to stop her from making such a rash move. Kim Ha-jin asked her if she wanted to share this knowledge with the team in the guild she was a member of. The girl was taken aback by the question Kim Ha-jin had just asked her. Yoo Yoon-ha was a member of an ancient guild called Essence Strait. It was a rather old guild that had been formed around 50 years ago. Back then, everything was still in its infancy. It was exactly the time when the world was in chaos. Towers and dungeons began to form, and monsters came out of them. It was a terrible time for all of humanity, and it was called Outkala. As soon as such things began to happen on Earth, people began to realize that they needed a way to counteract what had happened. So people organized themselves into a group. That group then called themselves the Essence Strait Guild. Yoo Yeon-ha's family was one of the main members. To this day, that guild is one of the most important guilds in Korea. Kim Ha-jin turned to the girl again. He knew in recent times fewer and fewer people were influenced by the deputy of this guild. He realized that Yu Yun-ha felt it too. Yu Yen-ha looked at him with indignation. The girl didn't understand what he wanted to tell her. Kim Ha-jin asked her again why she needed to go to this meeting. He understood that the girl wanted to get information for her guild. The girl looked at him questioningly. She didn't understand what Kim Ha-jin wanted her to do. The guy looked at Yu Yun-ha. He put his hands in his pockets and stood in a pose. Kim Ha-jin said he could help her with it himself. Kim Ha-jin informed her that he knew what the mountain tyrant's weakness was. The guy then hinted to Yu Yun-ha that this information would help her gain even more prestige in her guild. After all, that was exactly what she wanted. The guy informed his classmate that this monster had an interesting feature. On its heel was a blue mark with a strange shape. It looked like a branding mark. Kim Ha-jin claimed that if one were to strike there, the mountain tyrant wouldn't be able to move. Yu Yun-ha looked at him warily. She couldn't understand why he was telling her this valuable information. Then the guy informed her that he would like something else in return. He had long been attracted to one weapon. They were still standing in the assembly hall. The guy asked if her guild had an arsenal of weapons. There was one gun that he had long been attracted to. It was called the Desert Eagle. The cadet asked if she could get that weapon and bring it to him in return for information. The girl stared at him intently, not fully understanding why he wanted it all. The thought crept into his mind that he might have been deceiving her. This information was very valuable. Its price was much higher than the price of the gun he was asking for in return. Kim Ha-jin saw that he was able to interest the girl, for Yu Yun-ha herself was listening to him attentively. The girl then asked if he had a basis for this claim. She wondered if he could prove it now. This conversation had been going on for quite some time now. It seemed like it had been going on forever. The guy smiled enigmatically after her question that the girl had just asked. The light from the footlights in the auditorium was still blinding their eyes the same way. The question about the proof put the guy in a stupor. He didn't know what to say to Yu Yun-ha. After all, he had written the book himself, so he knew everything that could happen here. But he couldn't answer her like that. So he just said that he had no proof. Yu Yun-ha. Ha hadn't expected Kim Ha-jin to answer like that. She had hoped that he would be able to provide proof. Her eyes rapidly narrowed with indignation. The girl blushed red with anger. The guy sensed that Yu Yun-ha was simply furious. The girl defiantly turned around and hurriedly left the auditorium. Kim Ha-jin had never seen Yu Yun-ha so angry. Her face distorted with a frightening grimace. She thought that she had wasted an hour's worth of lightning on this conversation. The guy looked at her. He realized that if Yu Yun-ha didn't confide in him now and didn't report this to his guild, such valuable information would no longer be worth anything. More importantly, Kim Ha-jin had wasted his time. The guy realized that if Yu Yun-ha reported this to his guild, he would have a large community of allies. A few minutes later, the girl dialed the contact of her guild secretary. She wanted to report information that would help them in the raid. Yu Yun-ha got through to Jin's secretary. She gave the information that Kim Ha-jin had given her. The girl wanted her guild to be able to verify this information. The army that was about to be formed would be called Kings of Seoul. Kim Ha-jin wondered what his secondary character was doing before him. She began to study his documents, and suddenly, out of nowhere, the guy noticed a contract with a bank in his own name. This contract stated that his character before him had borrowed a very huge amount of money from the bank. The guy looked at the document and couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand why he needed such a huge amount of money. Kim Ha-jin's eyes darted as he realized the full amount he would now need to pay for his character. 300 million won was a very large sum at that moment. This information threw him into shock. That's when the guy remembered that this was the maximum amount a student could request from the bank. 300 million won. He wondered why his character Kim Chun-dong would need such an amount. Kim Ha-jin stood like that for a long time, studying the contract from the bank. This information made him pretty much out of it. He wondered what his character was doing before him, if he was borrowing such sums from the bank. At the same moment, the cadet got into his laptop again. He decided to look for more information on the money that Kim Chun-dong had borrowed. So he decided to look at that guy's bank book. The information was comforting. The same debt was still there. He immediately had a picture in his mind where the local muscle-bound debt collector would come to him and get ready to remind him of his debt. The thoughts were not comforting. He realized that at this rate he would definitely not be able to get back into his world. He realized that a serious problem was brewing. Kim Ha-jin began to think about how he could pay off this debt as soon as possible. Then he realized that he would have to find some money somewhere. He needed a large sum of money. He didn't have the time to pay off the debt every month, so Kim Ha-jin began to think of ways to legally earn a lot of money at once. Then he remembered that one of those ways was stocks. The meaning of this method was that there were still new towers and dungeons appearing on the land almost every day. There were guilds that destroyed monsters and were engaged in cleaning up such dungeons. One just had to buy shares in these guilds. Since Kim Ha-jin was making up the plot of the book himself, he would know which guilds would be a good investment. But then he remembered that in order to buy shares, he had to invest some capital. But he didn't have any money. Then there was only another way to get a lot of money at once. It was called field hunting. The guy realized that he had to do it himself. The field was the place where monsters lived and would appear there from time to time. The difficulty level of hunting in the field was much more difficult than towers and dungeons at the moment, but it was a very lucrative endeavor. After all, one could get good money when selling the bodies of monsters after being killed, so he decided to see if he could make money in this way, because hunting in the field required a certain level of performance. Kim Ha-jin went to his laptop again. There he could see his scores. He didn't know if he could fight in the field with his scores. It didn't seem like enough to him. The guy thought that even if he could upgrade his gun with SP points, it still wasn't enough. The guy was sitting at a table in his dorm room with his laptop on the table in front of him. Kim Ha-jin was trying to come up with a plan to improve his situation. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking on his room. Kim Ha-jin woke up. There was a muffled knock on the door. Someone at the door asked if student Kim Ha-jin lived here. He wasn't expecting anyone, so he was a little scared. The mailman knocked on his door. The mailman's voice at the door said that he had a package for the guy from a Nikoi Yu Yun Ha. Kim Ha-jin turned his head toward the door and vigorously moved his foot. He was surprised. A question was read in the guy's eyes. Kim Ha-jin slowly walked to the door. The guy opened it. The mailman had already left, leaving the package by the door. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. In front of him was a silver-colored briefcase right on the floor of the dormitory. The guy picked up the silver-colored briefcase from the dorm hallway and carried it to his room. Kim Ha-jin couldn't wait to see what was in the package. He slowly opened the silver-colored case with his hand. There was no limit to his surprise. He looked at the contents of the silver-colored case for a long time. Kim Ha-jin opened his mouth in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. There it was, the gun he wanted so badly. Kim Ha-jin set off on his journey. He arrived at a place in Gangwon-do province. In front of him was a beautiful view of the city of Wonju. It was a densely populated city with its skyscrapers. It was as if it was enclosed in a ring. This was the area where the field was located. Kim Ha-jin went hunting in a field in Gangwon province. He decided that a normal trip would take too long, so he decided to go through the portal that the travel club had told him about. He went to the check-in desk and there was a woman who worked at the portal. She immediately changed her face when she found out that he was a cadet of this academy. The girl became very nice, and finally, when the guy was leaving, she wished him a pleasant trip. The guy came out of the building where the portal was located. There were a lot of people around. The architecture of the portal building was amazing. At the entrance of this building stood two majestic columns, maroon in color. The building was decorated in the traditional Korean way. At the entrance to the portal building were a large number of steps. They were made of marble. The decoration of the building was amazing. The guy stood at the entrance for a while and walked down the steps of the portal building. When the guy got out of the building and was on the top step like a pedestal, he got a detailed view of the city. There was a vantage point in that place. Kim Ha-jin watched the people below, who were running around each going about their own business. The guy reached the Gangwon-do district. This place is a low-danger field. Many hunters come here every day, including foreigners. That's why this city got its name. It became known as the International Metropolis. This city had an old, bustling atmosphere. People were changing all the time. There were a lot of hustlers on every corner. Kim Ha-jin could easily get lost in this city because of its rhythm. He walked down the main street of Gangwon-do. He watched what was happening around him. A tall guy in light-colored gloves stood in front of him. He was trying to solicit people too. He was recruiting mages into groups that would go to a mountain called Chiak. Kim Ha-jin wandered down this street. There were voices coming from everywhere. Some were saying that there was a guy who hunted with his bare hands. Some were looking for a team to go hunting with. It seemed like this town never slept. There were all sorts of cafes and eateries where people sat. Some were resting after hunting. A guy saw a girl of small stature standing on the street with the faces of monsters behind her back. This girl was selling 3 hobgoblins she had recently caught while hunting in the field. A taller girl came up to her and started asking about her goods. Turns out the taller girl was an agent. She was offering her services to another girl. The guy knew that it would be much more profitable to sell the monsters he would catch on the hunt through an agent. Kim Ha-jin stood in the middle of the street, thinking that maybe he too could find an agent in this city. The guy was thinking of a plan where he could go to find an agent. This city was not a city he was very familiar with. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin heard footsteps behind him. Someone stopped beside him and decided to address him. He turned around. In front of him stood a tall man with glasses and a brown suit. He was holding some folders in his hands. It was as if the man had become embarrassed when he spoke to Kim Ha-jin. A sweat appeared on his forehead. The man walked straight towards him. Kim Ha-jin stared at him, wondering what would happen next. So the man asked him if he had come by chance to go hunting. The man nodded affirmatively. Kim Ha-jin asked him if he was an agent. The guy wanted to look for an agent. The man shook his head affirmatively. He reached into his pocket looking confused. He looked for his business card and held it out to the guy. Kim Ha-jin thought he was kind of weird. Kim Ha-jin took his business card in his hand. In his mind, he thought that nothing good would come of this. He twirled it around in his hands without giving it any thought. But suddenly the guy's eyes locked on his name. The man in the brown suit continued to stand beside him smiling. Kim Ha-jin held the business card in his hands and couldn't, until the end, believe who this man was. The guy immediately recognized him by name. It was a great fortune for him. This man was the department head of the SH agency. His name was Park Soo Hyok, and in the future, he was to become very successful in his business. His agency would be one of the top-ranking agencies in Korea. He would also become Kim Soo-ho's personal agent. The guy stared at the business card, and the man couldn't understand his reaction. He smiled guiltily as if apologizing. The man asked Kim Ha-jin if he had heard of such an agency, and added that they had only recently organized it. Kim Ha-jin decided that luck was on his side today. Such a strange coincidence had happened again. Then the guy once again asked the agent again the name of his company. The man was pleasantly surprised that the guy was genuinely interested in his agency. Then the guy decided he needed to take action. He rubbed the man's hands together. Kim Ha-jin told the agent that he wanted to sign a contract. The agent couldn't believe that they had just recently opened an agency and were still quite unknown, and they already had a client. The man was beyond excited, his documents from his folders sprinkled on the ground. He thanked Kim Ha-jin by shaking his hand. In the world of the book, it was still early days. So many characters didn't know what was in store for them yet. Kim Ha-jin realized that it was to his advantage. He thought it would be a good idea to start socializing with such people right away. Suddenly, he remembered that this agent was supposed to be Kim Soo-ho's agent, so it was probably no big deal. The cadet decided to get right down to business. From Gangwon-do City, he decided to go to the nearest field. Thankfully, it wasn't far away at all. He made his way through the branches of the trees, heading deep into the dense forest. He noticed that the agent was following him, and he wasn't going to stop. Kim Ha-jin was very surprised by this. Usually agents didn't act like this. Kirsten asked him if he was really going to go with him. Kim Ha-jin turned around and looked at him questioningly. The agent tried to make his way through the thicket. He answered him that if it was dangerous, he could walk away and leave him here. Kirsten thought that their situation was not good since he was willing to do such a thing. Suddenly, the agent saw some strange footprints on the ground. They were hobgoblin tracks. The man said that it was not very difficult to get them, but their cost was not very high either. The guy decided to think about it. Kim Ha-jin thought about his offer for a bit. He realized that killing a monster was more profitable than destroying one of the towers. since a tower was worth 200,000 here and one hobgoblin 300 to 400,000 won. The boy looked around. He decided to walk some more. Suddenly he came upon a small cliff. He saw another monster. Kim Ha-jin didn't know who it was, so he decided to ask the agent the name of the monster and pointed his finger at it. They walked closer to the cliff and stood on the edge of the cliff to get a better look at the monster. Down on the plain below was a monster with long fangs instead of teeth. Its eyes were fiery. The agent even turned blue from such luck. He wiped his glasses to get a closer look at the monster. The man couldn't believe his eyes. There was a steel boar on the plain below, which was quite intimidating. The agent suddenly remembered that the steel boar's hide was very tough, and the guy was shooting a pistol. The man then told him that the monster was not taken by bullets. Kim Ha-jin replied that he should try it first. The man stood in bewilderment. He held his folders tightly close to him. One could sense the fear in his eyes. He looked straight ahead of him and was afraid to even think about what might happen now. Then the cadet told him that he had an excellent gun, which was quite valuable. Kim Ha-jin added that he had traded it for very expensive information about a monster like the mountain tyrant. The cadet's gun was called the Desert Eagle, and it was of the highest level. It was enhanced with destructive power, and it also had low-level weight reduction magic and medium-level recoil control technology. These were pretty good characteristics. Kim Ha-jin began to raise his Desert Eagle pistol. The guy started to aim slowly. The agent became very frightened. The man's face contorted in a grimace of horror. The guy added that he also changed the settings for selling his SP points. The cadet was trying to catch the moment to fire a shot. Pari took careful aim. It was a good thing the steel boar couldn't see his threat as they stood at an elevated position. The monster simply couldn't get a good look at them and take any action. The boy stretched his arm forward and looked through the scope. He seemed to have found the right angle for the shot. The main thing now was to keep his arm from twitching. The agent wanted to talk him out of it, as he wasn't sure the guy could do it. And then the moment came. Kim Ha-jin pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunshot echoed throughout the neighborhood. The bullet emitted a turquoise-white glow when it was fired. It must have been because the cadet had added some more settings to his weapon. At first, the turquoise-white glow made it unclear what was happening down on the plain. But after a while, the light dissipated. The boar could be seen cowering to the left. Its eyes were still glowing red. Kim Ha-jin really hoped that he was able to defeat this monster, since he really needed money to pay off the debt his character had borrowed from the bank before the guy became him. Agent Park Soo-hyuk goggled his eyes. The man was very scared. He shouted out because he was afraid that the guy would miss. After all, then the steel boar might just get angry and chase right after them. The man didn't want that outcome. Kim Ha-jin's hand didn't waver at the right moment and he hit the target. She was standing on the cliff and had not yet had time to lower the gun. At the moment of the shot, Park Soo-hyuk was very frightened and fell to the ground. The steel boar was defeated. The guy stomped his foot on the ground with joy. He was wearing long gray shoes with high lacing. They were comfortable enough shoes for such a hunt. The guy was pleased with himself because he had succeeded in defeating the steel boar. Kim Ha-jin stood on the cliff with his gun in his hand. He was pleased with himself, as he realized that now he would be able to cover his debts. Agent Park Soo-hyuk was still lying on the ground. The man still hadn't fully recovered from what had just happened. The Desert Eagle gun was actually a great weapon. The gun itself was steel in color. The grip was made of black metal, and there were gold inlays on the muzzle and all over the weapon. Kim Ha-jin wondered if the gun could be modernized to have an even better level of defeat. At that moment, the agent finally came out of shock. The man praised his weapon. He added that the guy was a good shot. The cadet thanked the agent for such nice words. Kim Ha-jin looked into the distance. It seemed as if he had spotted something and was looking for a trajectory. The guy shook his head back and forth. There was something in the distance, something the guy was watching so intently. He reached his hand forward again and instantly took aim. The shot rang out again. Agent Park Soo-hyuk didn't expect it. He covered his ears with his hands in a hurry. The man was scared again and fell to the ground. Then already he turned to the guy asking why he shot again. There, in the distance between the rocks, something was falling rapidly downward. It was another monster, a black pelican. The agent sat on the ground and almost cried, holding his glasses with his hand. It was obvious from him that he didn't often accompany his clients on hunts. Perhaps this was one of the first times. After all, it was obvious that he wasn't used to this kind of thing. Park Soo-hyuk was shocked that the guy could see the black pelican so far away. After all, he himself couldn't even see the cliffs that were only slightly visible on the horizon. Then the boy said that he had very good eyesight. As soon as they finished talking on the edge of the cliff, the cadet put down his belongings and wandered towards the descent. Park Soo-hyuk was still sitting on the ground. He tried to get up, but he could feel the trembling in his legs. The agent called out to the guy and asked him to wait for him. Kim Ha-jin and the agent walked for a very long time, but they still reached the black pelican. She took it with her even though it was quite heavy. Now, they still had a long way to go to get back to the steel boar. They reached it as well. When they got to the steel boar, they put the pelican on top of it. They started to figure out roughly how much it might weigh together. Then the guy and the agent realized that it would be difficult for the two of them to get them out of the field area. Park Soo-hyuk then realized that it would be better to call a special service that would transport the monsters to their destination. Then the agent suggested that he could wire the guy's money to him tomorrow. The guy agreed since he trusted the agent. Kim Ha-jin agreed to his agent's plan. After all, he knew what the man would become. He wouldn't cheat him. The guy extended his hand to him. The two men shook hands. The cadet sincerely hoped that they would work together. Park Soo-hyuk decided to ask the cadet a few questions before parting ways. The agent wondered if this hunt was a first for him. The student nodded his head affirmatively. Then he decided to ask what he would spend his fee on. Kim Ha-jin looked at him carefully, and the question had been settled in his mind for a long time. He told the agent that he was going to spend his fee on stocks, to invest in them. It was immediately obvious that Park Soo-hyuk's agent was not ready for such an answer. The man thought he was a very smart guy who would go far, since usually people spent the money from the first hunt on other things, and the plot of the book was still developing. Just now, it became known about the formation of a new guild, which was called Packhorse Master. It was created by human monsters. This guild was soon to play an important role in this book. The guy sat in his dorm room at his laptop. Of course, he realized that he should have been focusing on other things right now, like on settings, but he knew it had to be done right now. The Packhorse Master Guild in the book somehow protected one dungeon. It was a famous dungeon called Suwon Devil's Nest. After this sweep happened, the stock of this guild would rise by 1,000%. This was a great chance to make a large amount of money legally. Kim Ha-jin realized that this was a win-win scenario. The guy reached his hand to his laptop. There was a button to buy shares on the screen. Without thinking for long, he clicked on it exactly. After the guy clicked the buy button on the screen, another sign popped up. It said that the purchase was complete. He had bought 3 million won worth of stock. The cadet hoped it would be enough to make money. Kim Ha-jin sat at the table, leaning back in his chair. He was thinking about the fact that he still had to invest somewhere else. There were no official communities that talked about stocks, so he had to go to a shady website. It was called Purple Banquet. The cadet pondered for a long time, thinking of different options. He realized that the money could come in handy for him later in this world. Suddenly he remembered something: information about an organization. This memory was brought to his mind by the name of the website Purple Banquet. Kim Ha-jin started thinking about colors, so he remembered a criminal organization called the Chameleon Group. This group in the story until the second half of the book were a gang of villains. They could disguise colors. Information about this criminal organization was classified for public access. In all likelihood, only the writer of this book himself knew of their activities. The Chameleon Group avoided the human monsters, even though they were also outlaws. The boy hoped that he could reach the leader of this guild. He wanted to find out the details of what happened to Chae Jin-yoon from him. Kim Ha-jin knew that they would soon start looking for another person since they had recently had one spot in their group become vacant. The cadet wanted to find information about this topic on the internet. He scrolled through different pages in the search engine, but found nothing, probably because there was no information about them in the public domain. Suddenly, something happened to his laptop. The guy was very frightened. He looked at the screen of the laptop. The image on the screen slowly faded. Suddenly, the laptop went out completely. Kim Ha-jin took his laptop in his hands. He didn't know how he could fix this situation. There was a moment of silence. The laptop remained still in the same state. The screen didn't turn on, so the guy wouldn't do such a thing. Kim Ha-jin could feel the despair in his eyes. He realized that without him, he might not be able to return to normal life in his world. That time seemed like an eternity to the cadet. He was still staring at his laptop agonizingly. Suddenly, the screen lit up again. The guy didn't know what had happened. Maybe the laptop needed a reboot in this world too. A smile reappeared on the guy's face. He took his laptop in his hands and looked hopefully at it. The laptop turned on again and was functional, which meant it was possible to continue searching for the information the guy needed. Turns out there was a laptop upgrade. It was a beautiful sunny day. The action was taking place in a cafe in Korea. The place had nice walls, cream-colored. There were comfortable couches on the floor, and chairs were placed somewhere around the tables. There were greenery growing in pots. One of the couples sitting in this cafe were talking to each other. The girl told the guy to look in the direction of those who were sitting at a table not far from them. The guy looked in that direction. The couple wondered if the stars were sitting not far from them. Not far from that couple sat a girl with long hair, and next to her was a blonde John Huck. Their table was next to each other, so everything could be heard. There was Yoo Yoon-ha and her classmate who she liked. The girl was smiling sweetly while talking to this guy. They sat and chatted, but then the guy couldn't stand it. He didn't like being discussed behind his back. He turned his head and said loudly that he wished these people would stop talking about them. Apparently, the couple was getting too much attention, and the girl didn't get angry at all. Yoo Yeon-ha smiled again and looked at her interlocutor. She said that he had to endure such moments somehow. After all, there was a benefit to connecting with social leaders. The classmates decided to continue their conversation. Yoo Yeon-ha sat with her back turned to her interlocutor. There was a mug of coffee on the table beside her. The girl decided to ask the guy about his recent grades. The blonde guy replied that everything was fine and fell silent. Yoo Yoon-ha then told him that the guy she used to know always wanted to be first in everything. The guy carelessly repeated again that everything was fine. He was looking at something on his smartwatch and didn't even look at the girl when he answered. The girl noticed this, his carelessness and inattention to her. It was as if it upset her, but she didn't give any sign of it. She only looked at him and replied that she understood him, though her feelings from this attitude were confused. There was a bell hanging on the door to the cafe that rattled as she entered the door. Now it's happening again. So a new customer decided to come into the cafe. There was a social gathering in that cafe at that time, so the classmates came there. Someone opened the door. A familiar girl with red hair walked into the cafe. She looked around carefully as she entered the cafe. Apparently, she had decided to come to the social gathering as well. Her classmates noticed her entering this cafe. Yoo Yoon-ha raised her hand and waved at her. John Hak visibly perked up at the sight of Chae Na-yoon. It was as if he was greatly excited about this meeting. He stood up from the table to greet her. John Hak decided not to stand by the table but walked over to Chae Na-yoon in a flash. His companion remained seated. She turned her head to look at him. It was as if she was surprised by this behavior. The guy began to question Chae Na-yoon with obvious interest. John Hak hadn't seen her attend meetings before. He asked about how she visited the hospital. At that time, the girl said that she was fine. Yoo Yoon-ha remained sitting lonely at her desk. It was obvious from her that this behavior of John Hak made her very upset. She held herself back, but it was already obvious. Even though her bangs were covering the girl's eyes, the girl ordered herself an iced tea with lemon. She held it in her hand. Chae Na-yoon thought for a long time about whether or not they should say anything. Thoughts swirled around in her head. She still said that she wanted to tell them something. Chae Na-yoon sat down at their table. The girl had just recently been released from the hospital after the incident at the State Armory Museum where she tried to confront the human monster. Chae Na-yoon asked them if they knew about a student like Kim Ha-jin. Yoo Yoon-ha's face changed drastically. Different thoughts immediately popped into her head. Of course she knew Kim Ha-jin. He had been present in her life many times before. Yoo Yoon-ha asked Chae Na-yoon if something had happened to him. Chae Na-yoon rolled her eyes. She sat with her arms folded. The girl said that she was referring to that incident at the gun museum. Then she said that 3 people had confronted the human monster that day. One of those 3 was Kim Ha-jin. Chae Na-yoon continued with her story. The girl complained that that human monster was much stronger than she could have guessed. He had caught her off guard by pinning her then against the wall at altitude. And then, right during the fight, something strange happened. When the fight was going on, right at that time, the girl started to narrate, but stopped and swore at Kim Ha-jin. Chae Na-yoon continued her story. The girl told her interlocutors that Kim Ha-jin fired a shot. Strange things happened during the fight at the State Gun Museum. Chae Na-yoon couldn't believe what happened then on that day. There was a moment when Kim Ha-jin shot and hit the human monster with his bullet. That bullet had lit up the whole place when it was fired. There was a very strange glowing halo coming from it. Then, in the girl's head came the thought that such a thing is simply impossible. After all, the guy had injured the human monster's hands in the shooting. Chae Na-yoon remembered Kim Ha-jin's face back then. This whole situation didn't fit in her head. It seemed very suspicious to the girl, after all. He couldn't have used an ordinary practice gun to inflict such a blow to the human monster. Chae Na-yoon looked at Yoon Hui, who was thinking about something. And then Chae Na-yoon remembered that the other girl was on the same team with him. Chae Na-yoon then asked her interlocutor if that was true. She inquired what Yoo Yeon-ha thought of him. The girl seemed as if she was startled by this question. Yoo Yeon-ha looked at her interlocutor questioningly. There was a sense of confusion in her demeanor. The girl thought about what they should answer to such a question. Then Yoo Yeon-ha remembered how she had already thought about it one day. She knew that Kim Ha-jin was from an orphanage and owed the bank 300 million won. She was alarmed that such a person somehow had information about the mountain tyrant. She asked him at a lecture how he had information about a monster of that rank. But Kim Ha-jin said that he couldn't answer such a question. Yoo Yeon-ha realized that she would have to find out the information herself. They were sitting in a cafe. Yoo Yeon-ha took the cup of coffee in her hand. She didn't hesitate long and told the people she was talking to that she thought Kim Ha-jin was just an ordinary guy. The girl didn't see enough strength in him that could cripple a human monster like that. She sipped from her cup of coffee, her eyes visibly narrowed. The girl wondered what was wrong with this Kim Ha-jin since he was able to hurt the monster so badly. She wondered if he was definitely hiding something. Yoo Yeon-ha's thoughts were still on her mind as she was suddenly interrupted by a strange question from her companion. Chae Na-yoon had a wary look on her face as she asked the guys if Kim Ha-jin could be a human monster. No one expected Chae Na-yoon to ask such a strange and illogical question. Yoo Yeon-ha and Jung-hak looked at their interlocutor in surprise. They couldn't even think of such a surprising thought about a classmate. Then Yoo Yeon-ha thought for a while and decided to speak up. The girl told her companion that he wouldn't have attacked his tribesmen if Kim Ha-jin was also a human monster. Chae Na-yoon thought about it for a moment, but agreed with her afterward. Kim Ha-jin was in the dormitory. He was sitting in front of his laptop and was looking for various information he needed to further his plan. Suddenly, something happened. He was illuminated by a strange flash of light. The guy couldn't understand what was going on. The guy looked at his laptop. Some sort of sign popped up on the screen. It said that there was some kind of update going on. The update was 99.9% out of 100. The screen of the laptop was still illuminating everything around it. The guy was looking at the screen and trying to figure out what was going on this time. Suddenly, a strange light began to emanate from his left wrist, not far from his smartwatch. Kim Ha-jin looked at his wrist and then at the laptop screen. He was trying to track any changes. Suddenly, his face changed in pain. His wrist began to tingle strangely and then it began to ache all over. The pain began to increase. It became difficult to lift his left arm. The guy looked at his wrist. The sleeve of his sweatshirt was wet with blood. Something was wrong. What could it be? Droplets of blood began to drip onto the floor. Kim Ha-jin realized that he had to do something about it, but the pain in his wrist was so intense that he couldn't even make a judgment call. He stood up and started twitching in pain. He didn't even notice how the chair behind his back swayed violently. The guy stood in place, holding his wrist with his other hand, which was hurting badly. The chair fell backwards onto the floor with a clatter. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his head. The mysterious voice said that there was magic in this stigmata. It was the power of the creator. Kim Ha-jin held onto his head with one hand. He could feel his head hurting badly now as well. A grimace of pain contorted his face. The guy felt new information appearing in his head too quickly. John Huck defiantly put his hand on the table with force. The classmates were still sitting in the cafe discussing Kim Ha-jin the same way. This had been going on for quite some time. Yoo Yun-ha's coffee that was next to her on the table had already gone cold. John Huck looked at his classmates. She stood up and leaned her hand on the table. His blonde bangs fell to his eyes. The guy realized that Chae Na-yoon didn't like Kim Ha-jin. He directly decided to ask the girl this question. Yoo Yun-ha looked at him carefully. She felt some sort of uneasiness. Chae Na-yoon crossed her arms on her chest. She looked to the side. It was as if the girl was remembering something. From the expression on Chae Na-yoon's face, it was clear that her thoughts were not pleasant. Kim Ha-jin was still the same way in his dorm room. He crouched down on the floor. One hand he held onto his head, the other remained on the table in front of his laptop. The guy was in a lot of pain that was pressing down on his head. The room was dark. The monitor of the laptop remained on. Its screen showed some kind of sign, by which it could be traced that some kind of downloading was going on. The guy's hand was still resting on the table as if someone was holding it down. Chae Na-yoon seemed very sad to the guys. She lowered her head down, her bangs covering her eyes. The girl's thoughts were heavy. Chae Na-yoon remembered those words Kim Ha-jin had said to her after the battle at the weapons museum. It was about her brother. The girl sat like that for a couple more minutes, the thought of her brother never leaving her. Chae Na-yoon then raised her head and looked at her interlocutors. The girl replied that this was actually the case. She didn't like Kim Ha-jin. Kim Ha-jin was lying on the floor of his room. It was as if he had lost consciousness. The wrist of his hand was aching badly. There was a strange pattern just above the bracelet, and it was a stigmata. It had recently formed there. The cadet was still lying on the floor. The room was illuminated by the laptop screen on. Strange flashes of light were flying in the air. When the update ended, an exclamation mark icon appeared on the screen. After the exclamation point, a new plaque of information appeared on the laptop screen. It said that there was an increase in the skill Observe and View. A new low-rank skill called Book of Truth was also added. One of the most famous towers in Seoul was the Association Tower. It looked majestic. It was built so that when the sun fell on it, it would illuminate everything around it with its light. The tower glittered a lot, so it could be seen from afar. On this day, a momentous event was taking place in the Association Tower. It was an award ceremony for exemplary citizens. It wasn't long after the battle in the Armory Museum. The cadets who participated in it received awards at the ceremony. Kim Ha-jin was at this ceremony. He was sitting and looking around. It was obvious that the guy was worried about something. He was holding his wrist. That's where the wound that had recently formed was located. The Model Citizen Award ceremony was not crowded. There were still many empty seats behind the cadets. Kim Ha-jin was waiting for the ceremony to start. He was holding onto his wrist, which was hampered by its pain. The boy scrutinized his hand. Kim Ha-jin pondered about the stigmata. He wondered what was the specialty of this skill that he had recently added. Someone sat down next to him and asked him to be quiet. The guy looked at the person who was sitting next to him. It was that girl with red hair, Chae Na-yoon. She looked at him indignantly, crossing her arms across her chest. The girl told him to be quieter. An awkward situation had occurred. Kim Ha-jin looked at the girl. He replied to her that he didn't say anything. Chae Na-yoon blushed out of anger. She replied to him that even if he didn't say anything, he was still being noisy. Chae Na-yoon looked at him with anger. You could feel the disdain in her gaze. Kim Ha-jin then decided to ask her if she had forgotten something. The girl asked him what he meant. There was irritation in her voice. There was complete silence for a while. Kim Ha-jin turned to the girl. He told her not to forget that he was the one who saved her. Chae Na-yoon bit her lip. The girl's face changed. She wanted to say something mean to him. After a while, the girl just burst into a rage. Chae Na-yoon asked Kim Ha-jin what this was about. Kim Soo-ho was sitting next to them. She wanted to stop this verbal altercation. The guy ordered them to stop arguing. Kim Soo-ho told the girl to switch seats with him. But Chae Na-yoon wanted to stay where she was. The guy got his way and moved to the girl's seat next to Kim Ha-jin. Kim Soo-ho sat next to Kim Ha-jin. The atmosphere was tense. Kim Soo-ho closed his eyes. He was trying to gather his thoughts. Kim Ha-jin sat next to him. He turned his head the other way and didn't look at his classmate. Kim Soo-ho recovered his voice. He sat and held his hand in front of his chin. Chae Na-yoon was sitting right after him. She was still red with anger. The guy wanted to talk to Kim Ha-jin, but he didn't know where to start the communication. Kim Soo-ho gathered his thoughts. The guy finally turned to his neighbor. He decided to thank him. Kim Ha-jin thought that there might be a fight again. He made a face as if he was fed up with the whole thing. Kim Soo-ho started to tell him that if he hadn't stood up for them, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the human monster. The boy thanked his neighbor once again. Kim Ha-jin looked at him carefully. It was as if he wasn't surprised by this. The Model Citizen Award ceremony still hadn't started. Kim Ha-jin took his gaze to the side. It was as if he was thinking about something else. The boy replied to his interlocutor that they would have done fine without his intervention. The cadets remained silent. Kim Ha-jin thought that if he hadn't intervened and shot the human monster, they would still have been able to deal with it. Perhaps they could have awakened a higher level of strength. After all, Kim Soo-ho was one of the main characters. And in this book, the main character almost always became stronger when he was in a dangerous situation. But this time, it didn't happen because Kim Ha-jin intervened. The award ceremony for exemplary citizens was about to begin. The final preparations were underway. There was a little chaos backstage. People were talking amongst themselves. A woman wearing headphones announced that someone they were waiting for had arrived. The ceremony organizers were trying to make sure everything went well. There was a little bit of running around on stage. Suddenly, someone's heavy footsteps were heard. Someone with his huge cleats stepped onto the stage. It was a tall, well-built guy with a fluffy head of hair. His hair was pulled back in a ponytail. He was wearing a satin kimono and pants. A snake embroidery was visible on the shirt. She walked with a disgruntled face, one hand holding his head. There was an earpiece in the guy's ear because he didn't come to the ceremony as a guest. It was Yoo Si-heck. He was ranked 37th in the overall hero ranking. The guy was a high-ranking hero. He looked at the organizers with a sidelong glance. He wasn't satisfied with something. The tall guy approached the stage, trying to take the evening's program from the organizer, and the organizer staggered a bit. Yoo Si-hyuk was also called the Wolf of Valhalla. It was said that this guy had a strong magical power, one that was not often seen. Finally, the award ceremony for model citizens began. Various people were preparing to go on stage. Chae Na-yoon sat and looked at the stage. She wanted to receive her award faster. The girl also had an earpiece in her ear. People kept coming and coming to this ceremony. Kim Soo-ho sat sad. His head was down. He looked pensive, as if he had a troubling thought and couldn't find a place to sit. It was as if the guy was somewhere in another space. Kim Ha-jin was looking straight ahead. His gaze was clear. He was wondering what was happening on the stage. There was an earpiece in his ear as well. A voice came from the stage. One of the organizers asked all the laureates to head towards the stage. The cadets went up to the stage. The organizer told them that a distinguished hero would be presenting the awards to them. It was that tall guy who was called the Wolf of Valhalla. It was that guy who was ranked 37th in the hero rankings. Yoo Si-heck gave an introductory speech about how these cadets who were now in front of him were able to not falter in a dangerous situation and defeat the human monster in a battle in the Armory Museum. The first one to be given the award was Kim Soo-ho. Yoo Si-heck asked the first guy if he was Kim Soo-ho. The one answered in the affirmative. Then the Wolf of Valhalla hero told him that he wasn't surprised that all the guilds wanted him to join them. The guy began to only guffaw. After his speech, the tall guy handed Kim Soo-ho an award that was given to exemplary citizens. Kim Soo-ho took it. The cadet was happy that he was able to prove himself in battle, and most importantly, save a lot of people back then at the gun museum. Yoo Si-hyuk leaned over to him and told him with a caustic smile not to join the association. The Wolf of Valhalla character thought that it would be better for Kim Soo-hyuk to become a hunter, and then start working for the Wide Plains Guild. Wolf of Valhalla added that usually the heroes have all the responsibility on their shoulders, and there are very few interesting moments in the job itself. Kim Soo-ho looked straight into Yoo Si-hyuk's face. The guy said that this kind of job suits him very well. Yoo Si-hyuk moved away from Kim Soo-ho. The tall guy made a strange grimace. It was as if he was disappointed about something. The Wolf of Valhalla looked at the guy once more. He told him that if he was happy with the job, then fine. And he added that Kim Soo-ho was boring. Next after Kim Soo-ho, they were supposed to present the award to Chae Na-yoon. Yoo Si-hyuk looked at her carefully. He turned to her and told the girl that he hadn't seen her in a long time. The girl instantly blushed red. She couldn't even say a word back to him. Chae Na-yoon stood there for a bit longer and thought about what to say back to him. The girl was still red in the face. As she suddenly called him teacher, she wanted to answer him the same thing, that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But Yoo Si-hyuk interrupted her and added that he was not her teacher. The Wolf of Valhalla reminded her that he had once had a close relationship with her father. The father had asked him to take care of his daughter, but Yoo Si-hyuk had no intention of doing so. Chae Na-yoon was very upset by this. She lowered her head as low as possible. After finishing with the girl, Yoo Si-hyuk moved on to the next winner of this award ceremony. The Wolf of Valhalla looked at him intently. Kim Ha-jin felt as if he could feel that heavy gaze on him. The guy couldn't understand why the man had stopped. Yoo Si-hyuk approached the third winner of this ceremony. He couldn't realize who he was. The Wolf of Valhalla looked simply huge against him. Yoo Si-hyuk asked the cadet who he was. Then the guy said his name. Yoo Si-hyuk gave him an award as well. The person who presented the awards ended by saying that only indifference can be worse than hatred. Thus, the award ceremony for exemplary citizens came to an end. At the end, he asked one of the award winners to say a few words. Not far from the Association Tower was a cafe called Carrot. It was a lovely cafe with delicious food and a huge terrace that was upstairs. Near the cafe, people were passing by. It was a normal day. Everyone was running about their business. Kim Ha-jin was already in this cafe. He took a snack of blueberry pie and iced tea. The guy was happy that he had received an award for defeating the human monster. After all, along with the reward, they were given another 15 million won. The guy was sitting at a table in this cafe all alone. He put aside his tray of cake and tea for later, as he first went into his laptop and bought more shares of a guild called Pack Horse Master. It was a profitable stock investment. Once Kim Ha-jin bought the shares, he decided to look at something else in his laptop. He opened it up again. He remembered that there had been a feature update recently. The guy wanted to look into these updates since he didn't have time before. This included the stigmata that was now on his wrist. A new plaque with information popped up on the screen. It said about the stigmata and that it was possible to activate the internet. There was also the added skill, Book of Truth. At first, the guy wanted to look at his computer for information about stigmata. Yes, that's what he would always call that wound now. Kim Ha-jin looked at his hand again. There was a strange pattern on his wrist. Kim Ha-jin had been given rather incomprehensible information by the computer. It was unclear how it could be interpreted. It turned out that the stigmata could be used further according to the guy's wish. The guy bandaged his hand back. He looked at it and thought for a long time. Various thoughts came to his mind. The main thought was how to use the stigmata that had recently formed on his arm. He looked at his hand where the stigmata was. Suddenly the idea came to him to test it here and now. He didn't know what to wish for. He just started to say his wish when something started to happen. He was still sitting in the cafe near the Association Tower. The stigmata began to manifest even through the bandages. With it, power began to come out of his hand, so much so that it began to expand. The people who were sitting next to him in the cafe began to notice it and turn around. Kim Ha-jin became embarrassed and stopped this action as it attracted too much attention and disturbed people. He tucked himself into his laptop and tried not to look around much anymore and at those sitting next to him. The guy went back to studying the feature updates. He began to remember what was next on the list. It was a new feature, activating the internet. Kim Ha-jin didn't know what exactly it meant. The guy sat at his table in the cafe and stared thoughtfully at his laptop screen. He wanted to find new information to learn something new about this update. He was very surprised when he realized what the new update was about. He saw that his laptop was now displaying a new available list of sites that he could now use. There were sites like Lawful Spirit, Sword of Jeremiah, Messenger, Cubnet, Armory, and even Purple Banquet. Kim Ha-jin began to scrutinize the newly expanded list of sites that were now available to him. Not only were there the most common sites on the list, but now there were also sites that could only be accessed for a fee. The cadet decided to look at this updated list of sites that was now displayed on his computer. One of the most interesting sites was Purple Banquet. This site was used by many people. This site was very famous, even though it was underground. Purple Banquet was a wide-ranging site. Many people traded information there and even weapons and awards. All sorts of orders could be made on the site as well. There were almost no heroes who had never used the services of this site. Therefore, even the government forgave them for it, even though the Purple Banquet site was illegal. But there was nowhere without it, especially when it came to information. The cadet understood that perfectly. Kim Ha-jin clicked on the icon of this site. The site immediately took him to registration. When registering, he had to pay a pretty hefty amount of points or a decent amount of money. It was 200 SP. The guy sat in the cafe and studied the information. Kim Ha-jin decided to try to register on this famous website. He had already put the cursor to press the confirm button. When he heard someone approaching him, he grabbed the back of the chair. Someone was looking for him. Kim Ha-jin took his eyes off the laptop and looked up. Standing in front of him was Yoon Seung-ah, that young woman who was the deputy leader of one of the famous guilds. She was looking at him with interest. The guy was a bit taken aback. He looked at the deputy leader with a surprised look. The young woman started a conversation with him. The first thing she asked him was if he knew who she was. She addressed him by name, which only meant one thing: she already knew about him. Kim Ha-jin couldn't say anything out of surprise. Of course he knew who she was. The young woman continued to speak. Yoon Seung-ah told him that she was very surprised when he left the Model Citizen Award ceremony so quickly. Deputy Leader Yoon. Seung-ah smiled at Kim Ha-jin. She had something in her hand. The young woman placed it on the table and moved it directly towards the guy with her slender fingers. It was her business card that had all the information she needed on it. Kim Ha-jin looked at the business card. The guy was very surprised that the deputy leader of a famous guild decided to give him a business card. He realized that such a thing couldn't just happen. It meant a lot of things. The deputy leader sat down across from him. She looked straight into his eyes. It was obvious that she intended to ask Kim Ha-jin something. She had a smile on her face and a friendly look on her face. She told the guy that she was curious about something. Yoon Seung-ah sat across from him. She put her elbow on the table and rested her chin on her wrist. On the table was her business card. She narrowed her eyes. Then she wondered if there was something she could ask Kim Ha-jin. There was the first stage of recruiting. The deputy leader of one of the most famous guilds in Korea sat across from Kim Ha-jin. She seemed very nice. The young woman placed her 2 elbows on the table and her palms locked together in front of her. She asked for permission to ask a question. But the guy knew everything about her since he was the author of this book. Usually, when Deputy Leader Yoon Seung-ah was shown in the media, she looked quite friendly, just like now. But in reality, she was a completely different person. There were times that if the person she brought into the guild didn't meet her expectations later on, Yoon Seung-ah could just get rid of them. She was the kind of person who would take whatever she wanted, and she could easily kick him out as well. In a way, it was a natural selection in the guild. Right now, Yoon Seung-ah was smiling sweetly and being friendly, but then she could become a completely different person. That was the kind of person she was, this deputy leader of a famous guild in Korea. The young woman still hadn't asked her question. Kim Ha-jin understood where this was going. The cadet knew that a connection with her would be very useful to him. She could help him further his development. The boy closed his laptop with the palm of his hand. Deputy Head. Yoon. Seung-ah was still smiling sweetly as she narrowed her eyes. The young woman started talking to him again. She only had time to tell him that she was curious before Kim Ha-jin interrupted her. He simply answered her no. The young woman was very surprised by this behavior of the cadet. The deputy leader was shocked that he could answer her like that without even listening to her question. Kim Ha-jin added that he had nothing to say to her. Yoon Seung-ah told him that he must have misunderstood her and hinted to him that she was showing interest in him and was the #1 guild deputy leader in Korea. The young woman couldn't understand his reaction. Kim Ha-jin started to remove his laptop from the table and stuffed it into his backpack. The guy thanked her for showing interest and added that he only thanked her if her interest in him was genuine. Deputy Head Yoon Seung. Ah was surprised by this behavior of the guy. The smile came off her face. Kim Ha-jin understood that she was showing interest because she realized that he used light bullets when he fought the human monster. Since the guy realized that it was now likely that the deputy leader was now feeling the usual curiosity towards him, he decided to get up and get out of there. This was Kim Ha-jin's plan, since he knew this way her curiosity could turn into something more. The guy gathered all his things and was about to get up from the table. Kim Ha-jin realized that this was the perfect moment to get out of there. Deputy Head Yoon Seung-ah. Ah was very surprised by this behavior. She even opened her mouth in surprise. The cadet reached the dormitory. He couldn't wait to try out the stigmata. Kim Ha-jin decided to learn more about them than he already knew. It turned out that the stigmata contained magic. When the number of SPs increased to a certain value, a single stigmata would appear. He hesitated for a long time and couldn't think of anything he wanted to try with the stigmata. But still, an idea came to his mind. Kim Ha-jin said out loud that he wanted the magic of the wrist stigmata to transform into the form of a sword. The wrist stigmata began to emanate magic waves. It lit up and vibrated on his hand. Something began to form in the air. It was as if the pieces of the stigmata were assembled into a puzzle. The light from the stigmata illuminated his entire dorm room. Kim Ha-jin looked at it like he was mesmerized. Suddenly, the outline of a sword appeared in his hand. The stigmata transformed into a sword with a short hilt. The sword became completely tangible. Kim Ha-jin took it in his hand and swung it up and down. The boy now understood how the magic of the stigmata worked. He learned that if he thought of something he wanted to use, it would appear immediately. In the world of this book, the idea of the power of magic was a little different. Here, magic was an ability that was directly influenced by the magician's ability and training. Before this, Kim Ha-jin had no magic at all, and so the sword gradually disappeared from the guy's hands. Kim Ha-jin was happy that he could now use his magic. After all, once he entered the world of this book, the guy had no such ability at all. There was still one more skill that was waiting for the guy's turn to be tested. Everything else Kim Ha-jin had already checked. He decided to go through the list one more time. At the very end of the list was a skill like the Book of Truth. Kim Ha-jin decided to think again about what that could mean. He sat down at the table and propped his chin up with his hand and rested his elbow on the table. The boy's gaze was thoughtful. Various possibilities came to his mind. What this Book of Truth meant and how it could be used. The guy said it out loud. As soon as he said it, at the same moment the stigmata began to appear again. Its outline became brighter. A bright light began to emanate from the stigmata again. Suddenly, from nowhere in the air, the outline of a book began to appear. Right in the air, the pages of the book began to turn. It illuminated everything around with its light. The same magic as the ball that appeared in front of her did not emanate from it. Kim Ha-jin took it in his hand like an ordinary book. The cadet didn't expect this book to manifest so quickly. This book contained the whole truth. The Book of Truth could answer any question if it was within the power of this magic. The boy ran it through his mind that it could answer any question. He stood there, still holding her in his arms. Kim Ha-jin didn't know what question to ask this book to get an answer. Different questions came to his mind. He realized to check the function of this update, he should start with some simple questions. So he asked the first thing that came to his mind. Kim Ha-jin decided to ask the book how tall he was, and the book answered correctly. The book answered the guy that his height was 174 centimeters. That was the truth. After that, he heard that a notification came that he had spent 1 SP point. Now, the guy understood how it all worked. Kim Ha-jin was busy with the truth book when suddenly his smartwatch vibrated. The screen of the watch turned red. Some kind of notification came to the guy's smartwatch. He wondered what it could be. Kim Ha-jin stood and looked at his watch. It was getting more and more flared with some kind of strange red light. The light from the smartwatch was emanating throughout the room. The guy was running through different options in his head. The guy brought his watch closer to his face so he could read what was on it. It said on it that Kim Ha-jin had received an emergency notification. He decided to see what that notification said. The guy clicked on the control panel of the smartwatch. The emergency notification popped up in the air. It said that a search was underway for someone who had information on the whereabouts of a student from the Nuri class. That guy's name was Jin Ha-jan. The guy was looking at this emergency notification on his smartwatch, and it was as if he started to recall something. From the expression on his face, one could tell that Kim Ha-jin knew what it was about. New thoughts crept into his mind. Kim Ha-jin realized that there was a second main story that began in this book. It was the kind of story where different people disappeared. He had mentioned it before. It was the disappearances of the cadets in the academy itself. From the title of this second main story, he could tell that the students of the academy would start disappearing. This meant that, in about a month, this was what would happen. During this period, 6 cadets from different classes would disappear. The police would investigate for a long time, but it would lead to nothing. And the number of victims would only increase and increase, as if it were someone's taunts. No trace of the culprit will be found. This second main story will play a big role. Kim Ha-jin saw Jung Hak and Yoo Yoon-ha. They were walking peacefully to the academy, chatting about something on the way. This story of cadets disappearing will affect them too. Yoo Yoon-ha was walking to the academy and talking to her classmate. She was smiling peacefully at him. As Kim Ha-jin watched them, he remembered that one of the perpetrator's last victims would be Yoo Yoon-ha, and that wasn't good for the guy at all. This was happening because the co-author had intervened. The guy realized that if Yoo Yoon-ha died, it would be a big problem, so she would be one of the main character's assistants. Kim Ha-jin planned to find the culprit of these crimes himself. The guy didn't know what to do. Different thoughts came to his mind. Kim Ha-jin realized that if he took any action now, the plot could be completely distorted. It wouldn't be clear until the end what that change would be. Kim Ha-jin ran through the different options of distorting events in his head. He realized that, unfortunately, he could not predict what would happen in the end. So the cadet decided to leave things as they were for the time being. The guy decided to watch from the sidelines for the time being. The time was passing. Kim Ha-jin realized that he had one major flaw right now. His physical fitness was poorly developed, so the guy decided to go to the gym. He tried to do it more often, especially since the cube had a great gym. On one such day, just such a training took place. The guy was very tired after the physical activity. Kim Ha-jin was resting and trying to restore his water balance. He had a water bottle in his hand. One of the guys in the gym was well built. He approached Kim Soo-ho and started making fun of someone. The tall guy was pointing his finger at someone and laughing. This guy started talking to Kim Soo-ho. The guy was making fun of someone. The tall guy approached another guy who was trying to work out and continued to taunt. He put his foot on the other guy's gym equipment. It was a barbell with 10-kilogram pancakes. Kim Ha-jin was squatting on the floor. His hands were placed on the barbell. The guy wanted to improve his physical fitness. The cadet was trying to lift that barbell. A tall guy was standing over him. He never took his foot off his barbell. There was already a small crowd of cadets gathered around. The guys were all teasing Kim Ha-jin. One of them said that he could embarrass their academy. Another guy who was shorter added that he thought Kim Ha-jin had been bribed to go there. Kim Ha-jin didn't answer them in any way. All of this was happening in front of Kim Soo-ho. He hoped that Kim Ha-jin would respond in some way. But then he realized that it wasn't going to happen, so he decided to stand up for the guy himself. The tall guy was holding Kim Soo-ho's shoulder. So Kim Soo-ho went to the headman, whose name was Yoon-han. But the latter decided not to intervene in this conflict because, in his opinion, Kim Ha-jin was purposely angering the guys himself. He wanted them to pay attention to him. The headman himself was not averse to making fun of the guy. He stood there looking at what was going on, a smirk on his face. She told Kim Soo-ho that he thought Kim Ha-jin might be pretending on purpose. Yoon-han grinned and continued. The headman told Kim Soo-ho that because he himself said that Kim Ha-jin was able to hurt the human monster's arm in that fight. It's strange that he can't answer those guys now. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin was on one knee on the floor. The barbell was on his shoulders and he placed it incorrectly as the barbell was pressing hard on his neck. It was the wrong technique for lifting the barbell. Kim Ha-jin was still sitting on the floor and could not lift it. The guys who were bullying him were still standing there. They thought the guy was joking because he couldn't do such a basic exercise. The class president and Kim Soo-ho were also watching. Then the class president added that maybe Kim Ha-jin was lucky that he was able to defeat the Monster Man back then. After all, he couldn't even lift a barbell now. Kim Soo-ho asked for it to stop. There were many cadets in the training hall. One could already hear someone swearing all over the hall. The guys turned around and looked around. One girl replied to another girl's question that Kim Soo-ho was arguing in the distance. The guys continued their argument, which attracted a lot of attention from everyone around them. The instructor noticed this. He approached them and started yelling. He asked the cadets what they were doing in the training room. The instructor had a poster in his hands which was rolled up in a tube. The man asked everyone to gather around him. He stood in front of the cadets and told them that in his hands he was holding a poster with the results of the exams. Everyone immediately perked up. Kim Soo-ho and the head teacher stopped arguing with each other. Everyone wondered how they had passed the exams. The instructor told the students that he would put up a poster and they could come and see how they did this time. The cadets rushed to the poster to check their results. Everyone tried to come up one by one because the crowd could not see anything at once. One guy tried to track his performance. He realized that he had failed the exam this time. On the poster with the results of the exam, all the names of the cadets were written one by one. Each cadet was assigned a certain place. It depended on how that particular student did or did not do on the exam. Everyone came up one by one looking at their place on the poster. It was Kim Ha-jin's turn. He walked over and poked his finger on the poster. The boy saw himself in the first place. He wasn't surprised at all because he was cheating. Suddenly he heard something fall behind him. It was someone's sword strongly resembling a sword. The iron hilt of the sword hit the floor hard, and there was a piercing sound that reverberated throughout the room. From behind, a tall, slender girl walked up to the exam results poster. She had a long blonde braid. She looked at the exam results as if mesmerized. She seemed to be surprised by something on the poster. This slender, tall girl's name was Rachel Elizabeth Louise. This girl was an English princess. She was ranked 3rd in the cube rankings. Turns out she's the one who dropped her sword. Rachel Elizabeth Louise stood in front of the poster and didn't move. The girl was still in a state of shock. Her thick blonde bangs fell over her eyes. Rachel could not yet realize what had just happened. After a while, Rachel Elizabeth Louise looked piercingly at Kim Ha-jin. The girl didn't utter a word, but it was clear from her gaze. She had never yet been inferior to others in her knowledge. She had always ranked 1st in written exams, no matter how difficult they were. But right now, on the poster with the results of this exam, she was ranked 2nd, and she was standing behind Kim Ha-jin. There was a joyous occasion at the Queen of England's castle. Princess Rachel Elizabeth Louise had finally entered the cube. The entire royal entourage began to welcome the princess and congratulate her on entering the academy. There was an exciting atmosphere in the castle. The princess's entourage sought her out. They were very worried about her. They asked Rachel Elizabeth Louise if she was worried because all the famous heroes would be there. Especially the classes would be held in Korean. But the princess was unfazed. She looked at them with her bright blue eyes. She didn't seem to be afraid of anything. Rachel Elizabeth Louise really wasn't afraid of such hardships. The princess was ready to fulfill her parents' hopes. She approached the huge painting of the royal family. There was a picture of her with her parents. The girl looked at the painting. The princess added that she was ready to try her best for the royal family. This is the conversation Rachel Elizabeth Louise remembered now. The princess was very annoyed because this time she was not the first and could not fulfill the expectations of the royal family. In his mind, he was apologizing to the citizens of his country. The action took place in the auditorium. In front of the cadets stood a teacher on a subject called real-world analysis. He was telling the students while holding Kim Ha-jin's work that he provided a completely different perspective on the subject. Chae Na-yoon sat in this classroom and thought that this subject was quite difficult. The girl realized she probably wouldn't be able to catch up to Kim Ha-jin in grades until the next exams. Her face was tense. At the same moment, Kim Ha-jin was sitting in a lecture in the same classroom, and it felt as if he didn't realize where he was at all. Apparently, the real-world analysis subject paper he had written off too. Che Na-yoon was still thinking about Kim Ha-jin and his grades. Her eyes were burning and her face was concentrated. The girl was thinking about what methods this cadet was practicing. She was interested in such information. After a while, the guy had already reached his dormitory. A new website popped up on his computer screen in front of him. It was the information department, Truth. This department could answer any question he had. It was Kim Ha-jin's website. Kim Ha-jin sat at his desk. He realized that since he had the Book of Truth, he should use it properly. It could be used to earn money for pocket money. If you could figure out how, you could use it to find out almost any information in the world, but only if it wasn't more than your points. The guy realized that no one knew about his site yet and would need to get recommendations and positive feedback. Kim Ha-jin was still creating his website. The guy was now at the stage where he needed to register as a seller. He clicked on the registration button. He had nothing to lose anymore. Maybe this would help him get back to his world faster. The cadet registered as a seller. He needed to invest his savings, namely SP points, to make things work out. That's what Kim Ha-jin did. Invested his accumulated points in this possibly lucrative business. At the same time, the second main story began. This meant that the academy was now free to be infiltrated by monsters, even monsters such as human monsters. The cube was no longer a place that was safe. Kim Ha-jin began to think about it more and more. He realized that he had to do something to keep himself safe. He wouldn't be able to defeat a human monster in a fight right now. So the guy decided to dig into the settings. The cadet remembered that after being bullied in the training room of Sin Jung-hak's friends, he should have gotten more points since all the attention was on him then. He decided that these extra points would have to be put to good use. Kim Ha-jin thought of getting something that could be useful when he was in danger. He remembered his gun that he had traded from Yu Yun-ha for information about the mountain tyrant. That gun was called the Desert Eagle. Then the guy realized that he had to strengthen his weapon first. The guy opened his laptop again. Kim Ha-jin started to study different information and finally reached the additional properties of his weapon. Kim Ha-jin rummaged through his laptop. He found information that his Desert Eagle gun could be converted into a sniper rifle. The boy stared at the screen. It was a strong temptation. The cadet thought that maybe such a conversion would be too much. The guy was still thinking for a long time whether his weapon should have been made into a sniper rifle. He tried to weigh the pros and cons, but Kim Ha-jin realized that there were more pros than cons, so he reached for the button on his laptop. The gun was on the table in front of him. The guy still pressed the button to transform the Desert Eagle. New information popped up on the computer screen. It said that he had spent 250 SP points. After Kim Ha-jin spent a large amount of points, the transformation began. The Desert Eagle gun began to change. A blue haze of magic enveloped it. Thus, the gun was becoming a rifle. The guy couldn't keep up with the pistol's changes, though he watched it carefully. The first thing he saw was that the Desert Eagle pistol appeared to have an elongated muzzle like a sniper rifle, but that wasn't all. The shape of the weapon had changed completely. For some time, the transformation was still going on. Kim Ha-jin was interested in watching it. Finally, the process was over. In front of him on the table was a long and heavy sniper rifle instead of a pistol. This sniper rifle took up almost all the space on the table. The guy had to move his laptop. Kim Ha-jin marveled at its size. The guy realized that now he would be able to surprise everyone with this weapon. After a while, the sniper rifle took the shape of a regular Desert Eagle pistol. It was very comfortable. Kim Ha-jin saw that the gun was really very small compared to this rifle. After updating the functions of the gun, the guy decided to make up the techniques. Techniques referred to physical data or skills. That was what made them different from the abilities that were summoned by the heroes through magic. Kim Ha-jin decided to study this information more. The guy made an analysis that implied which of the important skills a gunner should have. The cadet realized that such a skill was the ability to take the right stance. The cadet continued to study the information. Kim Ha-jin was trying to figure out what such a skill should be called here. His fingers were tapping on the keyboard. The guy was on the lookout for the right skill. Just as suddenly, an insight came. Kim Ha-jin had found a name for such a skill. It was parkour. So far, his proficiency in this skill was 0% out of 100. Parkour was convenient to use on any terrain and terrain. This skill depended on speed savvy and muscle strength. The boy realized that he definitely needed this skill. He pressed the laptop button again to spend the points and get it in return. He was charged 350 SP points. But the guy couldn't try out this skill under normal circumstances yet. The cadet was busy minding his own business as his smartwatch suddenly vibrated and began to glow. Kim Ha-jin looked at them. He was curious as to what could have happened again. A new generic message had arrived on them. The generic message popped up right above his hand when he clicked on the control panel of the smartwatch. The general message had information that another person, Park Seung-yoon from the Nuri class, was missing. The guy realized that this was the perpetrator's second victim. Kim Ha-jin was aware that all of the cadets who disappeared were cadets. The ones who disappeared before the student, Yoo Yoon-ha, disappeared. All those cadets had already been killed by the criminal who kidnapped them. The guy didn't know what to do. He didn't know what he should do. After all, Kim Ha-jin could have intervened, but then it could have greatly distorted the second main story. The guy knew very well who the culprit was and who he would destroy next. After all, he was the author of this book. Guy felt as if he was frozen as he considered this message. Kim Ha-jin tried to think through his next actions. The cadet didn't know whether he should continue to watch people go missing or whether he should intervene. Time passed. Classes at the academy continued. One day the cadets were brought to a new training ground. None of them had ever been here before. It was outdoors. This training ground was unlike any other where the cadets had trained before. More and more people were gathering around the new training ground. An instructor stood in front of them. He asked the crowd if everyone was at the site. The instructor began to tell the cadets that today was going to be a special training session. Then the instructor began to tell them about the place. Turns out it was a cave like real monster caves, but this one had been artificially created with magnesium so that it would become a training ground for the cadets. Magic engineering was now developed at a high level, so one could even find imitations of real monsters in this cave. The instructor would like to conduct a dungeon sweeping mission today. This was supposed to be their first such practice, even though there were only imitation monsters in this artificially created dungeon. But the instructor had instructed the cadets not to relax too much. Since this training was very important, they had to realize that this was not just a lesson. The man asked the students to come closer to him. 2 classes arrived at once for this training session. The instructor explained that today, classes like Truth and Development would be practicing together. Not all the guys were happy about this. The instructor tried to further explain the rules of this workout. The students were to break into certain teams. There would be several groups with one team from each class. He explained quite lucidly. The cadets began to approach each other. They were trying to get into teams. All the guys initially knew who was on which team, since this distribution had taken place much later on before. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for them to do it now. Kim Ha-jin realized that there were supposed to be 8 teams. In the Truth class, the team was Yoo Yoon-ha, Jin Ho-seung, Kim Ha-jin, and Hazuki. And in the Development class, it was Jaden, Kim Jin Ji-yu, Lee King-xia, and Oh Soo-jung. In this training dungeon, a large number of different traps were set up. It was quite a difficult training for the freshmen. Also, among the various traps, there were some that completely resembled human monsters. Kim Ha-jin was excited as he made some special ammunition for his training weapon. But he didn't know exactly if he could pass this training now since it was a high-difficulty training. The boy gathered his thoughts while twirling his regular pistol in his hands. He wanted to make a plan, but he couldn't know what was in store for him in this training session. He stood there thinking about how he could get through it faster. Just as suddenly, he heard a notification sound. The guy felt that he had some settings changed. There were as many as 3 of them. As the notification came that the settings had changed, Kim Ha-jin didn't expect this now. After all, the timing wasn't right at all. The guy thought about changing the settings. Kim Ha-jin didn't understand how they could change now and what it could mean. There was a little chaos going on around them. The cadets were divided into teams, each time asking who was from which team now. Near the training dungeon, the division into teams was still taking place. Someone was heard swearing. Some girl was cursing at Kim Soo-ho. The first team consisted of Kim Soo-ho's Truth class and Cho Yoon-ah's Development class. Not far away from them stood more applicants for the same team. The guy shook hands with the girl and smiled welcomingly. He said that he was very pleased to meet her. He called her Miss Yu Yeon Ha. The tall guy was still holding the girl's hand. Yu Yen Ha even blushed a little. The guy told her that he hoped they would work together here, and maybe even after this training. The 8th team was Yu Yeon Ha, Truth Class, and Jaden, Development Class. Che Na-yoon also came to this training session. She was looking for those who were supposed to be on the team with her too. She approached a guy with blonde hair. The girl turned to him, pointing her finger at him. She asked the guy if he was on the team with her. The girl remembered that the guy was a member of the Hunters Club with her. She had seen him there many times, only Che Na-yoon couldn't remember his name. So she asked the guy again. He said his name was Sven. The guy with blonde hair smiled at her. He repeated his name again so that she would remember his name exactly. The following happened. The psychological weakness of the character Sven intensified. At this time, when the dungeon is being cleaned, there will be a high probability that the devil's servants may enter. The notification about the devil's servants came to Kim Ha-jin. He wasn't happy about it at all, as it was very dangerous right now. He thought that it could be disastrous for the cadets in the dungeon. It was quite strange and serious that the servants of the devil could appear now. Apparently, the co-author had tried again. Kim Ha-jin thought about it for a long time. The guy realized that of those who were here now, there could be 2 interested parties. The first contender who could be suspected of such a thing was Jaden from the 8th team. This guy was very arrogant. He was a weakling in front of the strong and also a strong man in front of the weak. That's how you could characterize him. Jaden was strong enough to be invited to the Essence Strait. Kim Ha-jin didn't understand what kind of growth potential happened to Jaden. He approached Yu Yeon Ha and introduced him to his team, which ended up being 4 people. Then Yu Yeon Ha introduced him to his team, which also consisted of 4 people. The team consisted of the following cadets: Jin Ho Seong, Yu Yeon Ha herself, Hazuki, and Lee Ha-jin. The girl made a mistake in Kim Ha-jin's name. While the other cadets who were on the same general team for this difficult training were getting acquainted, Kim Ha-jin looked around and pondered who could be the devil's servant. The boy realized that it probably wasn't Jaden. There weren't really that many contenders. Jaden had been rejected by Kim Ha-jin, so there was one more. This tall, blonde-haired guy whose name was Sven. He was on the 3rd team with Che Na-yoon. Sven came here from Germany. He had once passed the elite course. He was sponsored by the government to enter this academy. After all, the government thought he was a promising young man. He had a special liking for Che Na-yoon. It turns out that this famous academy had many foreigners who were studying here. Almost all of these students had the same dream. These foreign students dreamed of reaching the very top by studying here. It turns out that it was quite difficult due to the fact that he was surrounded by many worthy students. Their skills were many levels higher than Sven's. His dream may never have come true because of this. The German student saw this harsh reality, but it didn't make him feel any better. Because he was surrounded by top-notch students who possessed great magic power, he became an ordinary average student against their background. It was then that for the first time the guy began to feel his inferiority. This feeling was killing him. It felt like defeat. The German student felt his instability. It also manifested itself because of adolescence. As time went on, Sven could not control these feelings. It seemed to him that they could ruin him. And finally, the German student could not control his feelings, and he made a contract with the devil, selling his soul. In return, he received power. Kim Ha-jin was retelling the story in his head now so that he wouldn't omit anything. He tried to remember when exactly the sale of his soul took place. The lines from the book came into his mind that it happened during the dungeon sweep. Kim Ha-jin realized that again there were inconsistencies with the story he had written. He had no idea why it happened. The co-author must have tried his best. The guy hoped that these changes wouldn't affect the plot too much. After all, the awakening had come early. The guy was thinking about his own thoughts, speculating on what might have happened because of this twist in the plot of the book. Kim Ha-jin was absorbed in his thoughts, not really interested in what was going on around him. Suddenly, someone took him by the shoulder and called out to him. A tall guy came up to him and took his shoulder to pay attention to him. It was Jaden. She asked Kim Ha-jin if he was the gunman that a lot of people were talking about. Jaden asked him not to slow down at this practice. Kim Ha-jin didn't like that. He took his hand off his shoulder with force. But Jaden couldn't be quiet. The guy started saying that Kim Ha-jin was weird. He seemed to be in a bad mood, and that there were rumors about him for a reason. The gunman listened with gritted teeth. Kim Ha-jin clenched his fist. He didn't like Jaden's behavior, of course, but it was true because there had been a lot of rumors about him lately. His reputation was not good. It was because there were all sorts of rumors about him in the Nuri class. They said different things. Some rumors said that the guy went out every weekend to party. They also said that he intimidates everyone with his status as a cadet. It was no wonder who could spread such rumors. It was the group that bullied him in the training room. But Kim Ha-jin realized that this was really to his advantage because it would raise his SP level. But now he was a little uncomfortable. As his team stood around him, none of them said a word to Jaden. They just looked at him and Jaden and kept silent. The instructor was giving his recommendations to the cadets as they went through this drill. The team was to go in one at a time. The number 1 team was to enter the makeshift dungeon first, and so they did. The instructor commanded that team number 1 begin to enter the training area. At that time, Jaden walked up to Yu Yun-ha. The guy told the girl that there were rumors that she was at number 1 among the cadets being cheered on. Yu Yun-ha told him that she had heard a lot of rumors about him too, that he was a strong cadet. This was strange to the girl since there were already 2 strong cadets on this team. Usually, 1 strong cadet was introduced to 1 weak cadet. While they were talking, 7 teams had already entered. Finally, the instructor ordered the number 8 team to go in as well. The team replied that they were ready and hurried into this training dungeon. All 8 cadets set off. They went in one group, who had time to talk amongst themselves. So far, the cadets did not see any danger. The walls of this training dungeon were practically bare. It didn't take the group of 8 very long to get going. The one walking ahead of everyone was Jaden, and next to him were Hazuki and Jin Ho-seung from Yu Yong-ha and Kim Ha-jin's team. The guy was walking ahead and was the first to see that something was already waiting for them there. The large group came to a strange place. They were standing in a large space and there were 7 openings in front of them, meaning 7 paths. One of them they had to choose to pass on. This was the first stopping point. Then the boys decided to confer. Jaden walked over to Yu Yan-ha. There was a sign with a number hanging above each doorway. Everyone was conferring with each other. They realized that they had a shooter named Jin Gyu on their team, and so they decided to choose the 6th corridor. Jaden and Yu Yan-ha were still conferring. They couldn't come to any joint reasoned decision. Then Kim Ha-jin rushed over to them. He suggested to them that their team was better off going to corridor number 6. Jaden turned around and looked at Kim Ha-jin. He didn't understand why they had to listen to him. Jaden then asked the guy why he was suggesting this particular option. Yu Yun-ha looked at Kim Ha-jin very carefully. Kim Ha-jin didn't know what to answer him. After all, he couldn't say that they were now in the plot of a book he had written himself. Then he would be completely taken for a fool. So he simply told Jaden to just follow him. Jaden was not at all convinced by the guy's answer, but that's when Yu Yun-ha intervened. She told the tall guy that she understood that Kim Ha-jin didn't look like much, but that she could listen to his opinion since he was said to have good instincts. Kim Ha-jin looked at Yu Yun-hu, even though he was satisfied that the girl had interfered with Jaden and confided in him. But the guy still thought that she still couldn't without hurting him in some way. But the main thing was that they could still go the way of Che Na-yun. Since the girl was on the same team with Sven, and he was just about to make a contract with the devil, Che Na-yun could be in danger at any moment. Kim Ha-jin realized that if Che Na-yun died, the plot of this book could get confused. There was no way to lose what they had now. The team still took the 6th path, the path that Kim Ha-jin advised them to take. The team moved on. Jaden was always in the lead. He didn't like Kim Ha-jin. It seemed to Jaden that the guy was trying to get attention that way, and the gunslinger thought about how Jaden had better keep an eye out for monsters that might appear ahead. Kim Ha-jin said it out loud. That's when Jaden finally rebelled. He responded to the guy very defiantly, and added that he couldn't see anything in such darkness. They all followed the marked path. The boy told Jaden that there was a monster ahead of him. He turned around and looked at Kim Ha-jin questioningly. The guy began to tell him that it could be a salamander, which was a dungeon switch. One of the guys on the team suggested shooting a light arrow into the continuation of the corridor. Yu Yan-ha approved of this plan. Then the guy picked up his bow and drew the bowstring. This was a great plan. One would be able to view everything around them this way. The guy released the tensioned bowstring, and the arrow flew deep into the dark corridor. The guys looked down there, trying to get a good look at the details. If there really was a monster that they didn't recognize at first, it might be hiding somewhere in the depths. Yu Yun-ha was scrutinizing the corridor that was illuminated by that arrow. It was good that they had someone with them who could shoot the light arrow. She didn't understand how the other teams would act if there was so little light here. The arrow flew all the way down the hallway. At first no one was visible. Then it lit up as it flew over someone's head. At the end of the corridor sat a huge monster who also didn't realize what had happened or where the light had come from. The team saw that Kim Ha-jin was right. There was indeed a monster waiting for them at the very end of the corridor. It was a salamander. It was a level 6 monster. Its class was above average. Therefore, the guys had to prepare for the battle. The whole team came up with a plan on how to defeat this monster. The task was not easy, because it was a monster whose class was above average. Someone suggested using water attributes, but Kim Ha-jin knew that it wouldn't work. The guys had been thinking about where to start for a long time, but time was running out. So Yu Yun-ha took the initiative. She ordered the others to strike in the center and took the whip in her hands and swung it hard to strike. The girl swung again. She needed more strength to clearly strike her opponent. This time, Yu Yan-ha tried to use her magic power to the fullest. The glow from her whip illuminated everything around the attacking girl. But here came the swing again. Yu Yan-ha looked directly at the salamander. The girl could feel the excitement and fear in her eyes. After all, she didn't know if she would hit this time. Yu Yan-ha took the whip and swung hard once more. The salamander opened its mouth. There was a light concentrated in its mouth. With this light, it could easily kill almost the entire team. Yu Yan-ha's whip flew to its destination. The guys froze in anticipation of what would happen next. Suddenly, Yun-ha's whip finally hit its destination. The girl swung so that her whip could disarm the salamander by tying its mouth shut. This way, the monster wouldn't be able to shoot its light at the team. When Yu Yan-ha was finally able to hit the salamander by tying its mouth, the other team members were able to engage the monster as well. The girls pounced on it each with their own magic. But the outcome of the battle was not yet decided. The other team members were relentless in their strikes against this monster. Yu Yun-ha was still holding the salamander's mouth the same way. It wasn't an easy fight, but they seemed to be able to gain the upper hand over this monster. The team tried to deal with this monster. They surrounded the salamander and hit it as hard as they could with all their magic power. Yu Yan-ha caught it again. But the fight was already a foregone conclusion. The guys were able to defeat this monster. After they managed to win, Yu Yun-ha noticed something. The girl couldn't understand what it was. She only told the team that this dungeon was changing. The girl couldn't explain how she noticed it. She was holding her whip in her hands. The whip was burning with a purple electric light. It was the effect of her magic. There were pulses and flashes of light all over the weapon. Kim Ha-jin noticed it. He realized it was a charge light. He wondered if she could have reached the level of insight. While Kim Ha-jin was wondering if the girl could have already reached the illumination level, Yu Yun-ha commanded everyone else to move on as soon as possible. Kim Ha-jin walked right behind her. He then thought that this girl really was amazing. Just as suddenly, something flew overhead. Since Kim Ha-jin was walking right behind Yu Yun-ha, he tried to keep her safe. He touched her with his hand and tilted her head just as something flew over. The entire team heard the girl's cries. Yu Yan-ha was lying on the ground, her head resting on the floor with her face straight up. Next to her lay Kim Ha-jin, who had also fallen down with her. Kim Ha-jin's palm was lying right on the back of Yu Yun-ha's head. The guy was lying next to her. He was now ready to fall through the ground as he strongly felt the awkwardness of this moment. After all, the girl might think something wrong after this. And that's what happened. Yu Yun-ha was shocked at what had happened. She tried to get up. The girl also felt very awkward. She only threateningly told the guy to let her go. Then Kim Ha-jin let go of his hand with his palm resting on the back of her head. The girl couldn't contain her anger. She took the whip in her hands and headed straight for the guy. Kim Ha-jin spread his hands in front of her. The guy didn't know what to do and was ready to run away from Yoo-Yoon-ha. Yoo-Yoon. Ha held Kim Ha-jin by her sweater and was already waving her hand around when suddenly their team noticed something. At first, in such a dark room, it was impossible to see what was there, but then everything became clear. The whole team came closer to the wall from which something was sticking out and emitting a small haze of magic. It looked like an arrow that was stuck in the wall. Everyone realized that it was the threat of a human monster. Kim Ha-jin realized that the matter here was not simple. The guy knew that someone very powerful was after them. The cadet didn't know who it could be, and more importantly, how it could be defeated. He had only guesses about it. The entire team realized what had just happened. Kim Ha-jin had dropped Yoo-Yoon-ha on purpose since it was a poisoned arrow. The guy knew that the tip of such an arrow was smeared with poison, and that was very dangerous, especially in the current situation. But such an arrow was not the first one the cadets had had on this path. One guy from Chae Na-yoon's team was walking very slowly. He was shuffling his feet on the floor of the dungeon. It turns out that something had already happened to him. The guy was hit in the back by a poisoned arrow. This guy was that foreigner, namely that German student Sven. The arrow hit the guy in the shoulder. He had trouble moving. The guy realized that he was a big burden to his team. He was moving too slowly. There was already evaporation on his face. Sven stopped and told his team to leave him here. Chae Na-yoon was very angry about this. She started yelling at him to shut up. The girl was beyond furious. She told Sven that if there was strength to talk, then there should be strength to go on. At first, she didn't realize that the guy had been hit in the shoulder by a poisoned arrow. But then Chae Na-yoon saw it herself. The girl couldn't understand where such arrows could have come from. After all, this was supposed to be just an ordinary training session. Chae Na-yoon hefted the boy onto her back. Sven was practically hanging on her. The girl tried to walk as much as possible. She quickly pushed her feet in and out. Chae Na-yoon couldn't understand how it happened that Sven was able to catch an arrow in the artificial dungeon. But the secrets of this dungeon didn't end there. The girl kept walking forward with the shot classmate on her back as she suddenly saw some kind of light. It was as if a giant hand was reaching for them. The girl looked back. There were some clots of lava visible there. Chae Na-yoon couldn't see what it was. She couldn't turn around fully, which was uncomfortable since she had Sven on her back. Chae Na-yoon took another closer look at what was happening behind her. She managed to turn around a bit. Then the girl saw a huge monster that was enveloped by lava. It was watching their every move. Chae Na-yoon immediately ran. Yoo-Yoon-ha's team walked farther and farther away. They weren't so scared because the training session was taking place in an artificially created dungeon. This dungeon was simply huge. By the looks of it, it was impossible to distinguish it from the real one. As the cadets entered the new terrain, Team Number 8 was immediately surrounded by new monsters. The first now was a tall girl with her shield, who was protecting everyone from the fire attacks of the new monsters. They were surrounded by a new kind of monsters. They looked like small lizards. From their mouths, they spewed flames. These monsters were called peanut flames. These monsters were not very dangerous. Each of the boys fought them as best they could. But the main one in this battle was that tall girl who prevented the flames of these monsters from hitting the teammates. She held her shield tightly in front of her. This girl's shield kept out any flames. Right behind her was an archer who was trying to attack the monsters with his light arrows. They were doing so smoothly that one could tell from them then that they were a great team. The archer's arrows were hitting right into their intended targets. The peanut flame monsters from these arrows flew into the air and right there and exploded completely. A bluish glow of magic was emitted from them. Yoo-Yoon-ha wielded her whip. She swung it again and hit the target. Behind her was Kim Ha-jin, firing his gun. He needed new bullets that he had specially transformed before going out. Jaden also entered the fray. He tried various ways to overpower his opponents, and he often succeeded. Those he couldn't overpower were attacked by the rest of his teammates. So Team Number 8 moved further and further down the artificially created dungeon. The training ground was huge. It seemed like it definitely couldn't be traveled in a whole week. Jaden lowered his sword. He was pretty tired. It seemed that the battle wasn't over yet. There were still a couple of salamanders coming from the left side. But the cadets who were there had dealt with them in no time. Jaden placed his sword on his shoulder. The boy held it by the hilt. He turned around on the team. It seemed that all the cadets on the team had made it through. Then the tall guy decided to make sure and asked them if they had made it. The cadets decided to have a small meeting. They stood close to each other and decided to talk about the next steps. Next to them lay the defeated monsters. The team came to the conclusion that it wasn't that difficult to pass this stage of the dungeon. The team discussed the way forward. It seemed to the cadets that no more traps had been seen so far. The only thing they noticed from the treacherous traps was that poisoned arrow. Kim Ha-jin stood at a distance and listened to their discussion. The boy couldn't stop thinking about that poisoned arrow. He had different thoughts about it in his head. Kim Ha-jin noticed that even the rest of the team couldn't believe that it was a trap of an artificially created dungeon. The team was still discussing what had happened to them in this dungeon. They gathered in a circle and talked about it. Suddenly, they saw something. At the end of the path of this artificially created training ground, some kind of light could be seen. Perhaps that arrow that was sent out was really the work of a human monster. After all, it was very suspicious. Still in this dungeon, flashes of magic that looked like fire could be seen. This kind of magic was usually that of the human monsters. Just as suddenly, Kim Ha-jin heard something. There were some sounds from behind him. Since he was standing a bit behind the team, he heard them first. The sounds were like there was some kind of monster in this darkness. The guy turned around and behind him he saw flashes of light again. But this time, it seemed like it wasn't an imitation of a monster. Even at this distance, Kim Ha-jin could feel the heat on his back. But it wasn't like this before. This monster stood up on its hind legs. The guy finally got a glimpse of it. The monster had a huge tail and clawed paws. It was preparing for an attack, with a fire in its mouth that it could use against the team at any time. Kim Ha-jin looked at the monster as if mesmerized. The guy couldn't move. The monster's fire had already illuminated everything around him. One could feel the heat from it, something that had never happened before when imitation monsters came at them. This one was a salamander. The salamander saw its opponents and decided to attack. A huge burst of fire came out of its mouth. It could attack from a distance. It wasn't just Kim Ha-jin who felt the heat, the whole team felt it. Yoo Eun-ha was the next to feel the heat. She didn't know if it was a real salamander or if it was an imitation like the last time. Yoo Eun-ha looked at the monster and felt scared for a moment. The whole team also finally noticed the monster. No one had expected this since the cadets thought they had already defeated everyone. Jaden froze in surprise, staring straight at the salamander. He didn't know how to counter its blow. No one did anything for a while, but then the team began to realize that the monster was getting closer. It was already becoming quite dangerous. Kim Ha-jin realized this and put his hand forward. The guy remembered that he had a stigmata on his hand that he could control at will. Kim Ha-jin ordered the magic of the stigmata to be changed. The pattern on his hand began to appear stronger. It began to glow with a blue color. The stigmata became larger and more distinct. Kim Ha-jin wished to change the magic of the stigmata into a water barrier. Then the stigmat began to form a whirlpool of water around him. The whirlpool grew larger and larger. The guy was able to form this barrier. Kim Ha-jin was able to protect the whole team. The salamander shot a beam of fire from its mouth right at them, but the water barrier was able to envelope the cadets, covering them like a hood. The heat of the fire met the cold of the water. The water barrier that Kim Ha-jin created protected the cadets well from the salamander's attack. The guy himself couldn't think that the stigmata could be so useful. He had never used the water barrier before. After the salamander attack, a hot mark was left on the floor of the simulated dungeon. It was as if the heat of the impact had melted the dungeon floor with fire. If Kim Ha-jin hadn't made a water barrier, the guys might have been seriously hurt. The salamander raised its head upwards. Smoke was billowing from its mouth. There was a strong feeling that it was preparing to release a fire beam from its mouth again. It looked terrifying. The cadets wondered what to do next. The water barrier that Kim Ha-jin had created was slowly disappearing. There wasn't much left. The team finally saw how the floor of the training ground was still on fire. It was the aftermath from that monster's attack. The guys were very surprised at what they saw. They realized that they hadn't seen such an impact before on this training ground. Hazuki rounded her eyes and looked at the monster. She was overcome with fear. Kim Ha-jin stood in front of the entire team. He was the closest to the monster. Someone asked from behind if it was definitely a doll, but the guy told them that it wasn't, because the attack was definitely real, because he could feel the heat of it. The boy realized that not everything was so simple in this dungeon. He thought that if this salamander was real, then the poisoned arrow could be the same. Suddenly, he heard someone talking to him. Jaden ran up to him. His face was all contorted with rage. Jaden violently grabbed the guy by his sweater and pulled him to him. He started yelling at him. Jaden was angry that he asked about the water attributes then, but no one answered him even though Kim Ha-jin possessed them. The tall guy held Kim Ha-jin by the collar of his sweatshirt. The gunman denied that it was just the effect of the magic weapon, but Jaden didn't want to believe him. That's when Yu Yan-ha came up to them and told them that there was no time for that right now. One of the girls on Jaden's team thought about what had recently happened. She didn't understand how a real salamander could appear in an artificially created dungeon specifically as a training ground. Yu Yan-ha came over to the girl after hearing her musings. Yu Yan-ha suggested that this could be the case since this artificial dungeon was completely similar to the real ones, and this salamander could have appeared here naturally. The team had already stood still for a long time figuring things out. Too much time had passed. Then Yu Yan-ha approached the cadets. The girl realized that time was running out and they needed to move on. The girl suggested this to her team. Yu Yan-ha thought about how Kim Ha-jin had most likely lied to Jaden. It wasn't like a magic weapon. The girl wondered what else Kim Ha-jin could be hiding inside her. Meanwhile, the team moved on. The girl walked further along the training ground and kept thinking about Kim Ha-jin. After all, she knew that he couldn't even buy a Desert Eagle on his own. Yu Yun-ha realized that he wasn't Kim Soo-ho or Shin Jung-hak. Yu Yun-ha tried to collate all the facts about the gunman. The girl realized that he was not that simple, after all. He had information about the mountain tyrant, and he had magic skills. Then the girl remembered the conversation with Che Na-yun. Yu Yan-ha became wary. She looked back to where Kim Ha-jin was walking. The girl didn't understand why he was hiding everything so carefully. She was also starting to think something fishy. After all, even Che Na-yun had suggested back then that Kim Ha-jin might have been a human monster. This dungeon was huge. It was very hard to distinguish it from a real dungeon. The engineers of the cube had done their best. One of the walls consisted of arched openings, and the lava below was astonishing in quantity. Finally, the other members of Che Na-yun's team had finally arrived. The girl with Sven on her back had already managed to meet the monster. It felt like this monster was made of lava and a pile of cobblestones. It was a 5th grade medium-level magma monster. Che Na-yun was looking at the magma monster. One of the cadets came over to her. They evaluated this monster and realized that they probably wouldn't be able to handle them on their own. Che Na-yun then suggested that they wait for the other team and team up with them. They stood at the place where the floor ended next. The team pondered what they should do next. One of the guys said that Sven needed to go to the hospital. Che Na-yun thought about where that arrow could have come from. This was too high a level of training. Someone was lying behind him and moaned pitifully. A guy laid his head on a rolled-up t-shirt and held onto his clothes in pain. It was Sven. It had been a long time since he had felt such pain that had almost completely restrained him. The guy was lying on the floor, as standing or sitting was difficult for him. Sven's forehead had turned purple, and there was a sweat running down his face. He lay there almost crying, apologizing to the cadets on his team. It wasn't his fault that he had been hit by that arrow. Tears welled up in the German student's eyes. He was ashamed in front of his team. He lay on the floor and wondered why he kept getting into these situations. Sven thought about the fact that since he entered the academy, something was always happening to him. The guy tried to turn around so that he could reduce the pain. Suddenly, he heard someone addressing him. Some voice called him child. Sven didn't realize what was happening. He twisted his head around trying to see who was addressing him. The boy didn't realize what was going on. The voice came from above. Sven raised his head and looked up. It seemed to him that there were some black balls flying in the air. The voice kept talking to him. It was offering to give him strength, for he had such a sweet time. The voice told Sven that the payment for such power would be very little. For at this moment he could have been killed by a poisoned arrow. Then he would have given everything. From above, someone's hand was reaching for him. It was ominous. The German student did not know what to say to such a suggestion. The hand with long fingernails was still reaching for him. The boy staggered back. He had never been so scared before. For a moment it seemed to Sven that he was already in another world. The guy had no time at all to think and make a decision. The German student was very much frightened. He started crying and asking the one to whom the voice belonged to make him stronger. The clawed hand was still reaching for him. The boy, not thinking long, grabbed it. That hand began to grip Sven's arm very tightly. The guy couldn't take the pain anymore. It seemed to be getting worse. A chill ran down his skin. When the monster realized that Sven could no longer escape its clutches, it revealed its nature. A sinister something with many sharp tentacles, its skin giving off a greenish tinge. It wrapped around Sven's body, tightening it more and more. Team Che Na-yun waited for at least one more team to approach them since they couldn't deal with the magma monster alone. Suddenly, there was a terrifying scream. The sound of it was heartbreaking. The cadets couldn't understand who was screaming. The scream was as if it was not human. It turns out that it was Sven's scream. The German student was lying on the floor and squirming in pain. A spasm was shooting through him. With two hands, he was holding onto his clothes. Sven's convulsions did not stop. The cadet was writhing in pain on the floor. The whole team ran up to the guy. No one could understand what was happening to him. The assumption was that it was the poisoned arrow that had affected him. The cadet stood over Sven and didn't know what to do. That was when Che Na-yun took the initiative. She loudly commanded her classmates to hold the German student, so that Sven wouldn't hurt himself in such convulsions. There was too much noise from all this. Sven was screaming hard and hitting the floor in spasms. Che Na-yun was also speaking loudly with his commanding voice. Everyone around them was swarming around. The team didn't notice that something was coming up at them from the other side. Right from the side where the floor dropped off, something was rising at the cadets. A large eye appeared out of the gap. It was looking right at the team, scrutinizing them and watching their every move. After all, they were making too much noise and attracting attention. The eyes that were watching the team showed up first. The eyes were followed by a huge hand. The stone fingers seemed to reach out to them, trying to grab one of the cadets and take them away. One of the guys started to scream. Behind the hand, a head began to fully appear. It was a magma monster. It noticed them and felt threatened, so it decided to attack first. Magma erupted from its mouth and flowed down in a huge stream. Someone shouted for everyone to run. The magma monster was still reaching for the openings with its hand. He spotted the cadets and tried to catch them. He followed them closely, looking out for each cadet. The team tried to scatter. It was scary. Che Na-yun's team didn't know what to do to avoid casualties. The magma monster was quite a powerful beast. It was also huge. This monster started to smash everything in the neighborhood. The cadets all scattered. They scattered. They ran down this long corridor and were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hide, because to fight this monster now would be a reckless act. The magma monster was punching through the walls with its fists. It was following the guys and trying to destroy them. Che Na-yun grabbed Sven and tried to run with him. The guy was hanging on her back. It was hard enough for the girl to run with him, but she couldn't leave him. Pieces of wall stones flew in different directions. The magma monster followed behind Che Na-yun. At first, he was smashing everything with his stone fists. Now, it had already started to pierce the passage with its huge head. Magma flowed from its mouth. Some of the guys were hurt, the floor practically collapsing under their feet. They couldn't run fast enough to outrun the magma monster. The cadets were thrown in different directions by the blast wave from the blows of the stone fists. Che Na-yun managed to avoid falling into the abyss, though she stopped almost at the very precipice. She was on her knees with her hands on the floor. Beside her lay her bow. And a little farther away, she placed Sven, who was practically unmoving. Che Na-yun was practically lying on the stone floor of the training dungeon. She was so tired of running away from the monster and pulling the injured Sven on top of her that it was hard for her to even get up. The girl tried to gather her last strength into a fist. The girl was lying on the floor and couldn't move. She realized that she had to think something through. Suddenly, a huge head appeared right in front of her face in that cliff. Two large red eyes looked straight at her, watching her every move. It seemed like that piece of the floor that was left could also collapse right now. Che Na-yun had never seen such a large monster up close before. She looked at it, and she had great doubts that it wasn't real. There was an intense heat coming from him. Che Na-yun sat on the floor. There was nowhere to run to. There was a cliff on all sides. Not far away from her lay Sven, but there was nothing he could do to help her. Suddenly she thought that the end of her life had come. The girl definitely realized that this monster was not a puppet. The magma monster was following the girl. Its red eyes were aimed directly at Che Na-yun. It seemed that new fiery magma was forming in its mouth. It was preparing to attack, getting closer and closer to Che Na-yun. The girl no longer had any hope of surviving. She sat on the floor and waited for her end. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the training dungeon became illuminated. A blue light of magic was coming from somewhere. The girl thought she saw a bullet. Che Na-yun didn't understand what was going on. She crawled closer to the edge to get a better look. It was as if the magma monster had been enveloped by a blue shroud of magic. It was as if someone had used a freeze on it. Some more time passed. Che Na-yun couldn't understand what was going on. She didn't understand who was the person who was able to affect the magma monster. A hole could be seen in its forehead, with magma rushing outwards. Someone had hit that monster right in the forehead. The girl couldn't believe it. She looked around, not realizing who it could be. Che Na-yun tried to gather her spent strength. The girl pulled her weapon up to her side. Che Na-yun looked exhausted. It seemed like she was ready to give up, but the girl realized that this wasn't just a training session, and if she gave up, she might as well die. Che Na-yun was thinking about the next plan when suddenly she saw something in the distance. The girl looked into the distance and couldn't quite see what was going on until the smoke from the gunshot finally cleared. On the opposite side of the dungeon, the girl saw a figure. At first, Che Na-yun didn't recognize who was standing on the other side of the training dungeon. She saw some guy who had not yet had time to lower his hand with the gun after firing. That guy was Kim Ha-jin. A while ago, Yu Yeon-ha's team followed their path. But where there should have been a passageway, there was a huge block of rocks. It was as if someone had purposely wanted this team to fail the task and not progress any further. Kim Ha-jin came close to the blocked passage. He didn't know how this could have happened. That's when Jaden approached him. He told the gunman that he was leading them down the wrong path, as this was supposed to be the area of the main monster. The guy replied to Jaden that this path was the right one. Kim Ha-jin realized that only recently there wasn't this rubble pile of rocks here, and there was an open passage. The cadet didn't understand what could have happened since this passage was blocked. This rockfall was quite high. Kim Ha-jin tried to think of a plan to get to the main monster. Then he turned to Jaden. He asked him to try to break this wall since he couldn't see any other way. Jaden grumbled at the gunslinger but tried to do it. His main weapon was his sword. He swung it at this wall of piled-up rocks. Jaden's eyes were burning and his gaze was fixed on the barrier. The boy expected to win. Jaden tried to distribute his power properly. He tried to make a good swing with his sword arm. The blow came right on the rock slide. Jaden put all his strength and magic skill into this strike. The ringing sound of the sword blade hitting the rock echoed throughout the training dungeon. Jaden put all his strength into it, but it didn't work. He was frustrated that he couldn't even use his magic to open a passage for his team. The gunslinger stood nearby and saw it all with his own eyes. Jaden intended to strike again, but Kim Ha-jin stopped him. The gunner didn't know what to do next, for the wall couldn't be broken even with magic. There was silence for a few minutes. The whole team wondered how they could overcome the wall and get to the main monster. Suddenly, Hazuki saw something on the wall. She stood and looked up, pointing her hand at something above. None of the team could come up with a solid plan. The cadets were near this cave-in, but they needed to overpower it somehow. Everyone looked up, to where Hazuki was pointing her finger. There was a small gap at the top. Kim Ha-jin moved closer to get a better look at the gap. It occurred to him that it was possible to get through it. Jaden was surprised at this decision. He didn't understand how he would be able to climb it since the wall was more than 10 meters high. The gunner asked Jaden if he could try to climb this wall. The answer was no. Then Kim Ha-jin said that he would try it first. The whole team was very surprised by this decision. The guy, before he started climbing this wall, decided to use the stigmata again for its intended purpose. Kim Ha-jin decided to use the technique. His hands were immediately illuminated by the blue light of stigmata magic. This light looked like a frame or glove on the guy's hands. The guy started to climb up this wall. He clung to it with his hands and then tried to push himself off from that point. Kim Ha-jin was doing this very skillfully. His team stood below and watched the guy's movements. The wall of piled-up rocks was indeed very large. It seemed to be at least 10 meters long, but the guy climbed it very confidently and quite quickly, and now he was almost at the top. The whole team was watching Kim Ha-jin because it was quite a dangerous task. But the guy coped with it well. The shooter was already at the top. The guy quickly slipped through the gap. One of the crew was so surprised that he asked if he was a cat. Jaden couldn't believe his eyes that the gunner he'd been hitting on all the time had gotten there first. He was a little worried about his reputation since he couldn't break the wall. Yu Yeon-ha and Hazuki were looking warily upwards. They were worried. Suddenly, they heard some sounds from above. The whole team became wary and watched to see what could be happening there. The rocky outcrops began to collapse. Stones of various sizes were falling from above and hitting the dungeon floor. Jaden looked up and started cursing. He saw the whole scene. The guy realized that this could have ended badly. The team had to come up with a plan since they couldn't stay here for long. Kim Ha-jin was trying to figure out where exactly he had hit the monster with the bullet. After all, the magma monster was huge, so it was impossible to see it at once. Then the guy noticed that the bullet had hit him right in the head. The shooter took aim again, but decided that for now he would not shoot. After all, he had to see if it would do any good to fire a gun at such a huge monster made of hot magma and rocks. These were special bullets that Kim Ha-jin had changed the properties of before this training. After the guy hit the head of the magma monster, the bullet froze the monster. But unfortunately, such a freeze didn't last long. On the other side of the hall of this dungeon, Chae Na-yoon was looking at him in astonishment. The girl recognized him and couldn't believe her eyes. The archer froze in astonishment, but she immediately heard Kim Ha-jin urging her to pull herself together and do something about it. The magma monster's frost had already almost come off. Kim Ha-jin realized that this monster wouldn't just let his shot go unheeded, and so it did. The huge monster slowly turned towards the shooter. The guy was visibly worried about it. He shouted to Chae Na-yoon to try to do something to save him. The magma monster was already looking towards Kim Ha-jin. He clearly wasn't happy that it had hit him with a freezing bullet in the head. The girl looked at that huge monster. She didn't understand how she would be able to affect it now. After all, her arrows, even with magic, couldn't do much damage to the human monster back then in the State Armory Museum. Suddenly, Chae Na-yoon saw that someone had started to strike the magma monster. The girl was very surprised by this. Someone was whipping it with different weapons. It was the guys from her team, the ones who could finally reach her and Sven. The cadets were striking at this monster, but it didn't even move. Chae Na-yoon was very happy to see the guys from her team who had arrived in such a timely manner. The girl had hope again. She decided to get involved as well. Chae Na-yoon picked up her bow and began to draw the bowstring. The girl realized that in order to advance in the battle against this monster, all the cadets from the two teams needed to get involved. The magma monster was distracted by one cadet or the other. This helped distract it for a long time since it didn't have time to watch everyone. Chae Na-yoon got up from the floor. The girl picked up her weapon in her hands. She took aim right at the monster. The girl urged the guys from the two teams to take some time. She held her weapon in her hand and tried to aim at the magma monster. She seemed to be confident that this monster could be defeated with everyone's efforts. The guys pounced on the monster with the whole crowd. Some attacked with a spear and some with a scythe. The monster could not fully understand what was happening. It did not have time to dodge the blows. There was still magma in its mouth. Chae Na-yoon asked the guys to hold on. At one point, the monster managed to launch its magma at the guys. It hit the place where Kim Ha-jin was not far away. The other guys on the team were also in the same place. Jaden managed to save one of the girls. He carried her away. The guys were attacking and trying to escape from the magma monster. The only thing you could see was them moving back and forth a lot. But the fight was still going on, although everyone was slowly starting to be knocked out of their strength. The magma monster looked around with its large eyes. It was trying to keep track of the attackers, but there were too many of them. One could see its eyes rounded in pain time after time. Too often the cadets were striking him. Time passed. But the magma monster did not yield to the cadets. It was obvious that he didn't like these attacks, but there was nothing he could do about it now. Just as suddenly, someone hit him right in the head again. His stone teeth started flying around. The fight was still going on. Almost all the participants were involved in it, except for the German student Sven, who was shot by a poisoned arrow almost at the very beginning of the training. Surprisingly, after a little rest, he recovered. Someone heard Sven's voice again. The guy came to the aid of his team as well. He picked up his weapon and jumped on the head of the magma monster. The German student apologized to everyone for getting there too late. The guy did a somersault in the air and hit the magma monster's head with all his might with his sword right on its head. This strike was successful. One could immediately see the monster's eyes turn red, and it felt the full power of this attack. Che Na-yun stood on the very cliff. In her hands were arrows and a bow. The girl was once again aiming at the magma monster. She was putting all of her magic power into these strikes. She realized that there was no other way to win. Sven struck from above. Then Che Na-yun remembered that fight at the State Armory Museum, where they were trying to protect ordinary people from a human monster. They were trying to hold on as long as possible. The girl had experienced the bitterness of defeat back then, and it was a terrible feeling for her. The archer remembered all these feelings she had experienced then, how the human monster had nailed her to a wall at a great height with his power and kept her there for quite some time. She told herself that this time would be different. As soon as the archer thought about it and remembered that fight in the Armory Museum, she felt a powerful surge of strength. The girl took up her arrows again. That time, the magic pulse was 3 times stronger. All the guys from both teams at this moment were attacking the magma monster with their weapons relentlessly. Everyone was almost completely exhausted, but they had to finish what they had started. Suddenly, something incomprehensible happened. The cadets could clearly feel the walls of this training dungeon collapsing. Something strange was happening. Thanks to the magma monster, huge chunks of walls were already missing from different sides. Something rumbled and fell to the very bottom of the dungeon, raising a large column of dust. When it dissipated, it could be seen that it was the magma monster that had fallen. Its head was damaged, and magma was pouring out of it in all directions. Jaden stood down in front of the head of the defeated monster. He held Hazuki in his arms with her slung over his shoulder. Then she was the one he had slept off the magma's impact. The guy couldn't believe they could defeat a magma monster. The girl next to him asked if they would give extra points for defeating such a monster. The other cadets from the teams were already running towards them. This one was Che Na-yun and Sven. As they approached, they decided to ask Jaden if they were all right. Sven turned to Che Na-yun and inquired how they had managed it in the end. The girl smiled. She could tell she was very tired but was happy at this moment. Then she replied to Sven that she needed to know special techniques. Kim Ha-jin watched Sven because only he knew what really happened to him. So far, the guy hadn't observed any obvious changes in him. The German student hadn't quite become a human monster yet. The plot was different than it had originally been in the book, but the shooter knew for sure that it had happened. Therefore, Kim Ha-jin realized that it was now necessary to keep an eye on Sven, since the guy had definitely made a contract in this dungeon with the devil. It's just that his process of turning into a human monster is slower. Che Na-yun stood beside Sven and looked at Kim Ha-jin, who was standing to the side. The girl remembered how the guy helped her this time when he distracted the magma monster with his freeze shot. Kim Ha-jin pondered over the pact with the devil that Cadet Sven had made. He was trying to figure out what to do about it next in the story. He took a seat on a large rock, placing one foot on the hot floor. The archer looked at Kim Ha-jin. The girl didn't know what she should do. After all, the guy in this fight with the magma monster had helped her a lot. But Che Na-yun still clearly felt that she was resentful towards him. Kim Ha-jin was still sitting there and was busy thinking. He was thinking hard, not even noticing that someone had approached him and was standing next to him. His thoughts were disturbed by the fact that someone called out to him. The gunslinger looked straight in front of him. In front of him stood a girl with red hair, holding her bow weapon in her hands. It was Che Na-yun. The girl was looking straight at him. The guy couldn't understand why she came over. Che Na-yun stood in front of Kim Ha-jin for a long time and couldn't gather her thoughts. She wanted to say something to him, but it was very difficult for her to do so. The girl said that she had something to say to him. There was an awkward silence. Chin Ah-yoon opened her mouth and began to say something in syllables. The girl's face was covered by her thick bangs, so it wasn't clear what expression she had right now. The girl opened her mouth wide, and it seemed like there was no way this word could come out of her mouth. It was very difficult for Che Na-yoon because she was not used to this, but the archer finally pulled herself together and said, "Thank you to Kim Ha-jin." The guy didn't expect Che Na-yoon to ever say thank you to Kim Ha-jin. Kim Ha-jin was very much surprised by such an action from Che Na-yoon. After all, he was the author of this book, and he knew very well what kind of character Che Na-yoon was. This shocked the guy a lot. He kept sitting on that big rock and didn't know what to say to her. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin wondered if he had misheard, so he once again questioned the girl about what she said. Che Na-yoon was really annoyed by this. For Kim Ha-jin, this was almost one of the main recent things that had shocked him so much. There was no way he could recover after Che Na-yoon thanked him. Shooter wondered if it was definitely Che Na-yoon. After all, she was a complicated character. Che Na-yoon had a rather complicated life, and her childhood itself was just as complicated. On her 6th birthday, she had an accident. It was the day she lost her mother. She was killed by one of the human monsters. After this tragedy, which happened to her at the age of 6, the girl began to close in herself. It was then that she realized that she wanted to become a hero. Even then, the girl dreamed of entering one of the best academies, where they taught how to become stronger. The girl was already then different from other children. After all, usually her former friends played or bullied, and she became not interested in such fun. Already at the age of 6, as a very young girl, she was already training hard. As Che Na-yoon gradually closed herself off from the outside world, she no longer seemed to find common topics with her old friends. But she couldn't make strong friends with the new people in her life anymore either. It was difficult for the girl. The girl lived in a world of her own. She was moving towards her goal. It seemed to her that she had no time for idle pursuits. She had very few friends because to reach out to someone, it turns out for her was like showing her weakness. So for an archer to say thank you to someone was a very difficult task. She was not used to this. After all, the girl had very few real friends who were close to her. They could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Kim Ha-jin had a similar situation. It had always been difficult for him to speak words of gratitude. It had always been a big problem for the gunslinger even in normal daily life. The guy saw the exact same quality in himself. Kim Ha-jin began to realize how similar he was to her. Rarer than words of gratitude, only a real sincere apology could be expected. Then the guy thought about this similarity to Che Na-yoon's character. The girl was about to leave him, but suddenly remembered that she wanted to ask him one more question. She suddenly wondered if he was so strong in reality, why he put up with the bullying of a gang of guys from his class. Che Na-yoon told him that since he was able to defeat the magma monster today in the training dungeon, the guy could easily fight back against those who were bullying him, namely Shin Jong-hak's gang. The guy replied to the girl that even if he were to retaliate against them, he wouldn't be able to defeat them all, so he only had to endure. Che Na-yoon couldn't put up with that answer. The girl replied to the gunman that with this weapon, he could defeat them all. Kim Ha-jin didn't realize she meant the weapon at first. The guy did have a really powerful gun called the Desert Eagle. He had traded it from Yu Yeon-ha back then for information about the mountain tyrant. The gunman showed Che Na-yoon his weapon. The gunner replied to the girl that it wasn't that simple. After all, he was now firing this weapon that he had made himself, or rather modernized to suit his needs. The guy thought that now she would understand how he was able to defeat the magma monster. Che Na-yoon seemed as if she was even angry about it. She told him that he was crazy since in the academy. You couldn't walk around with your own weapons. You could get kicked out for something like that here. Kim Ha-jin then replied that he only uses it when necessary. Kim Ha-jin also told Che Na-yoon that he had learned how to hide it. Now the gunman was hiding it in the stigmata. If it was hidden in this way, it was impossible to be detected. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to be kicked out for his own weapon. But the girl realized that he was still very strong. Che Na-yoon had told him that as well, that even with such a weapon that he had modernized by himself, he wouldn't be able to defeat the magma monster unless he had some more strength. She wanted to ask another question, but she stammered on her words. She wanted to ask him if he was a human monster, but then she realized that those guesses of hers were not logical, so she only asked if he had a skill to enhance his weapons. The guy didn't give her a definite answer to such a question. He said that she could think what she wanted to think. Kim Ha-jin made such a face that it was clear from it. The girl started to walk away and lastly said that she knew it. Chae Na-yoon said she wouldn't tell anyone about it, but it would be better if he didn't use it. The girl was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. Chae Na-yoon stopped not far from the guy and became silent. The girl stood there and didn't turn around to look at him. It was obvious that she was thinking about something again. She wanted to say something else to him, but she didn't dare. She could only squeeze out a question. She asked him if there was anything he wanted to tell her. There was a long silence. Chae Na-yoon asked this question and wanted an answer. The girl stood with her back to him. In her hand, she held a bow. Kim Ha-jin thought for a long time about what to say to her, but there was no answer. Kim Ha-jin was still sitting on the big rock, wondering what to say to her. Chae Na-yoon was expecting some kind of explanation about the situation that happened after the battle at the gun museum, which affected her a lot. But the guy only answered no. After hearing his answer, the girl went back to her friends. Kim Ha-jin knew that if he apologized now about the incident he said about her brother, the girl would forgive him. He realized that he was better off just being familiar with her. Shooter didn't want to be friends with Chae Na-yoon because the guy realized that he would have to kill her brother Chae Jae-yoon someday. After all, he was going to turn into a human monster eventually. Chae Na-yoon walked over to her acquaintances. Sven and another classmate were there. That girl, seeing the archer chatting with Kim Ha-jin, asked her if she was friends with the archer. Chae Na-yoon replied that she wasn't. That company talked amongst themselves for a long time, discussing the fight that had just ended. Sven was not far away from Chae Na-yoon. The German student looked at her without taking his eyes off her. From his gaze, everything was clear. The cadets were wondering what they should do next. Suddenly, something rumbled. Chae Na-yoon and all the cadets raised their heads. The sound came from somewhere high up. It could be heard that it was an alert specifically for the students who were in the training dungeon. It said that all students should immediately leave this training ground. After all, during the training session in which the cadets were supposed to mop up the dungeon, some problems were revealed. It turns out that during the training session, when the teams entered the dungeon, several cameras turned off, and also on the training ground was able to penetrate the real monsters. There was also some confusion with the coaches. Since this whole story ended without a single casualty, the Academy did not involve outside forces to investigate this situation, so as not to raise a fuss. The board of directors decided to conduct their own internal investigation. It turns out that there were also human monsters in the cube who hid under the masks of ordinary people. Some of them were in positions of authority, so the investigation did not progress much. And later on, and it all so far hushed up the case. But finally, at the human monsters in leadership positions did not succeed in silencing the case, so the investigation will continue later. This will happen in the second episode. Now Kim Ha-jin was thinking about Sven, because he has not yet become a man monster. After a person makes a contract with the devil, their sensitivity and fixation increases. Kim Ha-jin was worried that Sven, when left alone with Chae Na-yoon, he wouldn't be able to withstand the barrage of his epikeys. Something terrible might happen. Kim Ha-jin realized that if that happened, it would be a huge problem for him. Therefore, the guy thought of a way to prevent it from happening. The cadet decided that the best thing to do would be to watch their relationship develop. The cadet came up with an idea of how it could be done so that nothing would be omitted. The guy downloaded a special program on his laptop where he could keep track of the messages that came in and that Chae Na-yoon wrote. The guy felt uncomfortable going into other people's messages, but he realized that this was what he needed to do so that nothing bad would happen later. Kim Ha-jin told himself that he would only look and then immediately turn off this program. Kim Ha-jin went into the girl's messages. Some of the first correspondences were with Kim Soo-ho, Sven, and Shin Jong-hak. The cadet was embarrassed, but he knew it was for the best. The guy had to go into the messages with Sven. Kim Ha-jin read all the correspondence with Sven. The German student was writing to Chae Na-yoon that the hunting club was to go to Gyeongwon-do soon. He was apparently hinting to her that he would really like Che Na-yun to go too. The guy remembered that, according to the story he had written himself, this was the trip that was supposed to be the one where bad things were going to happen. When the hunting club went to Gangwon-do, that it was there that the German student had his first breakdown. Kim Ha-jin made his plan that he too would have to go on this trip to keep Che Na-yun safe. The guy decided that he needed to prepare for this so that he would be fully prepared, especially since he would now have the opportunity to go in on this trip and do his own thing. He wanted to visit the dungeon at Mount Gary. After all, the cadet had gotten stronger. It would be a great test to adequately assess his strength. The student sat in the lecture, watching his classmates. At the same time, he was thinking about his plan. The guy was thinking about what he would need to take with him on the trip, when suddenly he heard someone calling him on his smartwatch. Kim Ha-jin was in the classroom. The sound of his smartwatch was coming, and it was so loud that the guys who were also sitting in this lecture looked at him with indignation. The guy looked at the smartwatch and couldn't understand why this person was calling him. The guy thought for a long time whether he should answer this call. Kim Ha-jin had various thoughts in his head right now, but until the end, he couldn't guess the reason why this person called him. It was a mystery to him. The guy answered the call. The call was from the very same Kim Soo-ho. He greeted Kim Ha-jin. Kim Soo-ho was going somewhere at that moment. He wasn't at the lecture where Kim Ha-jin was now. There was a long silence. It felt like Kim Soo-ho was gathering his thoughts. He finally began to speak. Kim Soo-ho asked the guy if he could spare some time on Friday. Kim Ha-jin couldn't even guess what they might want from him. In Gangwon-do province, there is a remarkable place called Mount Gari. The old-timers of this place claim that energy and spirit mixed here. This mountain is also considered a mecca for training. Every self-respecting warrior plans to visit this place someday. But also not only warriors come to this place, but also some treasure seekers. After all, these treasures may be hidden in the depths of the mountain. Kim Ha-jin met one guy on the path to Mount Gari. It was a man who had specifically come to this place to find treasures here. This guy's name was Kim Yoon-jun. He came here to collect ginseng. This, he thought, was the treasure. The cadet walked along the path, thinking about his own thoughts. He had a rather difficult mission ahead of him for which he had come to Mount Gari. The boy had dressed specially for a hike. He wore a sweater with a deep hood. He also brought a backpack. At the foot of the mountain, Kim Ha-jin came across this guy named Kim Yoon-jun. The ginseng seeker told the guy different stories, but the cadet didn't really listen to him because his head was full of other things. Kim Yoon-jun kept talking and talking as he saw the guy trying to find his route on the map. The ginseng seeker then told him that he didn't need to stare at any maps. He needs to trace the mountain's vein like he did. But Kim Ha-jin wasn't looking for ginseng. The cadet was hiccuping around a certain place. Then Kim Yoon-jun replied to him that everyone at the beginning of the journey said so, someone who was young and inexperienced and who hoped to get rich quickly. The guys wished each other good luck. Kim Ha-jin went further up the path. He tried to map out his path. He was walking up the path and didn't look at his feet, so he tripped over something hard. Kim Yoon-jun saw all this and said that newcomers like him still have a lot to learn. The cadet tripped over something that was on the path. The guy fell straight to the ground. He managed to catch his elbows. Kim Ha-jin was clearly angry and only had time to think about what was so hard on the ground. He turned around to see what had stopped him. Under the very roots of the trees was a huge ginseng. It was the very root that the traveler who had recently met on his way to Mount Gari had been looking for. Kim Ha-jin did not revive such good fortune today. At first, he couldn't believe his eyes that it was his first time on this famous mountain, and right on the first day he was able to find the ginseng root just by tripping over it. The boy couldn't decide what to do with this ginseng root. After all, it was indeed considered a treasure and was worth quite a lot of money, but it also gave strength and was considered very useful. The cadet decided to eat it after all. Kim Ha-jin put it in his mouth and chewed on it. He realized that he was eating a very expensive 7-year-old ginseng root. There was one huge advantage for the guy, because he could increase his variable skills by more than 2 points thanks to the ginseng. The cadet knew the approximate price of this root, and he was certainly a little sorry that he had to chew it. After all, its price was 700 million won. That was a pretty good amount of money in this world. The boy found the very point on Mount Gari where he needed to climb up. Kim Ha-jin did just that. He was glad that he put on his special trekking boots and ate the ginseng that gave him strength. His foot slipped a little. The guy screamed a little. He was of course scared as he was already at quite a high altitude. The rocks under his feet began to crumble and fall down. He clung tightly to the ledges on the rocks and held on to it very tightly. Kim Ha-jin knew that somewhere around here was the place he was looking for. The boy climbed up the ledges on the mountain. He found a small path right in the rock. Somewhere in this area, in the middle of the cliff where the mountain vegetation grew, was that place. He had already traversed a huge part of the mountain and was climbing further and further. The guy was clinging directly with his bare hands to the rock ledges without insurance. He knew that somewhere along this route, unknown to anyone, there must be an immortal dungeon. Kim Ha-jin thought he might be lost because he was climbing forward and the dungeon was nowhere to be seen. But he was on the right path. Suddenly the guy found a hollow in the rock. It looked like a huge cave. In this cave, the main guardian was a first-class medium-level monster. It was called the Night Soul Destroyer. This monster was quite a difficult opponent, one that probably wouldn't be worth engaging with right now. The guy walked forward, going deeper and deeper into the dungeon itself. Kim Ha-jin realized that he had become stronger since he had taken a bite of ginseng, but it still might not be enough in a fight with such a difficult opponent. But that didn't matter to him. The boy was walking further away, thinking about his own thoughts, when suddenly he heard some sounds. He couldn't understand what he heard. It was as if someone was trying to break through the ground from below and get to the surface. The cadet saw someone's hand. There were some strange sounds in the dungeon. It was as if someone was howling in the darkness. Kim Ha-jin couldn't see what it was at first, but then he came closer and saw skeletons coming out of the ground. When he saw it, he wondered whether he should go there. After all, he had awakened some of the original guardians, the skeleton monsters, with his presence. They were under a spell. A strange light could be seen in their eye sockets. The monsters kept climbing and climbing to the surface, piercing through the thickness of the earth with their bony hands. Kim Ha-jin gathered his courage and remembered that it was the right time to use the stigmata. This magical attribute was already lit up on his wrist. The guy realized that the Night Soul Destroyer was not his current target. He was heading towards the hidden stage of this dungeon. But to get to that stage, before that, he needed to deal with all these monsters that were currently watching him. Slowly, this crowd of monsters began to surround him. The guy realized that it was time to use his power. He turned to the magic of the stigmata. The stigmata burned near his hand so brightly that he could see all the monsters around him. Kim Ha-jin transformed his gun, and now he was already aiming at all those monsters, shoving his weapon right into the mouths of some of them. The guy hoped to deal with them quickly, but he wasn't sure about it since they were taking quantity. The guy started the fight. His gun, which was called the Desert Eagle, was doing a good job. He was blasting the monsters to smithereens with those bullets. Their bony pieces flew in all directions. The hidden dungeon was quite dark, but from the discharge of the gun's bullets, everything was lit up quite well for a moment. At that moment, Kim Ha-jin had time to see the monster he was supposed to shoot at next. The guy checked the map constantly. It appeared in front of his eyes. This way, he could keep track of where he was going next. Kim Ha-jin realized that it wouldn't be easy, but he had to finish it today. Kim Ha-jin kept saying that he needed to check the route. Then the route was not only shown to him in the form of a diagram, but he was shown the exact route like a navigator. That way it was easy enough to walk towards the goal. The guy walked on, and the path of the route went further and further into the depths of this dark dungeon. Skeleton monsters sometimes appeared even on the ceiling. They, with burning eye sockets, tried to jump on him and engage in a fight. The boy had time to track such scary moments. As soon as he heard some howling sounds upstairs, he immediately raised his head and took aim. Those monsters were smashed right through the air by his powerful bullets. Finally, there was a gap in the distance. It was as if this passageway was going to some bright place. It was only a short distance away. Kim Ha-jin was trying to get to this place as quickly as possible. Kim Ha-jin moved further and further forward. His Desert Eagle gun was firing almost constantly. It was already smoking from the constant shots. The guy realized that he would soon defeat the remaining skeleton monsters. The cadet turned back around. There he saw a pile of lying monsters that he had already defeated. They were lying here and there. as the guy suddenly realized that it seems that all of them were ready, and he managed to shoot them all with his weapon. The guy walked on. With each step, he was closer and closer to his target. The number of skeleton monsters was gradually increasing, which meant only one thing, that Kim Ha-jin was getting closer to his target location. It was Evangel's base. Which Evangel was the boss at this stage of Mount Gary's dungeon? This boss was the one Kim Ha-jin had come for. In the future, after some time, she should create a castle of the same name, a terrifying tower in one of the abandoned schools in Suwon. This witch couldn't be allowed to fully form and grow, then it would be hard to defeat her. There was something else he was hunting Evangel for. The guy, while hunting her, could obtain 2 items that are very important. Kim Ha-jin was hoping that he could get those 2 more items that he might need later. He needed to retrieve Evangel's weapon of growing type, Ether, as well as this witch's seed, which was so named Evangel's seed. According to the original plot that Kim Ha-jin came up with, these items transformed Tomaine, one of the characters in the book, into a human monster who was the leader of the monsters, and the ether promoted rapid growth. Finally, the skeleton monsters ended. The cadet moved forward. Periodically, he turned on his route to see if he was moving correctly. Step by step, he covered the distance, hoping he didn't get lost anywhere. Kim Ha-jin kept walking down the long corridor, with piles of stones lying beside him. Sometimes something crackled under his feet. The boy tried to walk this distance as fast as possible. Finally, he saw the entrance to a grotto. At first, the cadet could not see anything there because it was dark, but then, with time, his eyes got used to it, and he saw something that fascinated him. The boy froze in place, as if frozen. Kim Ha-jin looked ahead and couldn't believe his eyes. It was the entrance to a hidden dungeon. It was exactly as Kim Ha-jin, the author of this book, had described it. All he had to do was to cross a small, narrow corridor, and beyond that there must be what Kim Ha-jin was looking for. The narrow corridor was very dark. He walked very slowly, trying not to fall down. The narrow corridor began to end. Kim Ha-jin was getting closer and closer to his goal. He could already see glowing crystals that helped him to see the area. An interesting picture opened up before him as he entered the grotto itself. In the middle of the grotto grew a huge branching tree with ominous thorns. There were purple crystals lying on the ground in some places. And underneath the tree sat a little girl. This little girl who was sitting under the tree was a little witch whose name was Evangel. She was Kim Ha-jin's primary target. After all, when the witch became an adult, it would already be difficult to fight her, and more importantly, difficult to defeat her. The witch had to be defeated now, before she grew up. After all, now she was not yet developed, not physically to the fullest extent, and not intellectually either. Her demeanor was similar to that of a normal child, somewhere around 5 or 6 years old. The little witch Evangel was sitting on the floor and playing with some glowing ball. She was poking at it with her little fingers. Suddenly, this luminous object burst right in her hands. The girl was very surprised. Kim Ha-jin looked at the little witch who was playing with the glowing balloon. That balloon burst in her hands. To the guy, she reminded him of an ordinary little girl. He began to feel remorse. The guy realized that it would be hard for him to do this. Time was running out, and he stood there clenching his fist. He tried to cheer himself up, telling himself that he had to pull himself together. He remembered that even Tomer, one of the characters in the book, had been able to do that. The boy knew that was what he had to do. The cadet stood for a while longer to finally get his act together. It was time. Kim Ha-jin headed straight for it, rolling up his sleeves. One thought helped him a lot with this case, which the guy was now running through his head. The little girl was still sitting in the same spot under the tree. She had finally noticed him and was keeping her eyes on him. The stigmata on Kim Ha-jin's wrist began to gradually light up. The guy realized that this world was created by him, so she wasn't real either. The guy walked towards her, and suddenly he realized that the little Evangel witch would not be awakened by a simple weapon like a gun. After all, she was now in a spirit state. Kim Ha-jin wondered what kind of weapon could help him in this difficult task. He had a few thoughts on the matter. After all, he tried to prepare for everything that happened in advance. The cadet ordered the stigmata to be opened. He remembered that a weapon like a spear of light could help him in this matter, and it was the right thing to do. The guy had come here for so long, overcoming any obstacles. He was able to defeat a whole army of skeleton monsters. Before that, he also climbed a huge mountain, but the cadet seemed to feel a surge of strength again. The guy realized that this was probably how the ginseng worked. The moment he thought of the surge of strength, a spear of light formed in his hand. The cadet began to swing it, his eyes burning with blue light. It was definitely magic. Kim Ha-jin thought that he looked like Yu Yun-hoo now. As time passed, Kim Ha-jin thought about how it would be best to do this. He was calculating what trajectory would be best to throw the spear for a more accurate hit. Finally, he swung, and the spear flew straight at the witch, shining its light all around him. The boy waited to see what the result of his blow would be. He felt uneasy. He looked in the direction where the spear had fallen and waited for the magic haze to dissipate. Kim Ha-jin hoped for the result. The haze cleared. In the very center under the tree could still see the outline of the little witch Evangel. She was kneeling down and lowered her small head. Kim Ha-jin couldn't fully understand what was happening, whether he had succeeded or not. The cadet came closer because it wasn't clear until the end if he was able to defeat this witch with the spear of light. The little witch was reaching out with her hands towards him, towards the one who was trying to ruin her. Evangeline looked straight into his eyes. Her mouth froze open in surprise. Suddenly, some strange pink flashes began to appear around the little witch. They began to swirl in whirlwinds around the cave, lifting huge rocks into the air. A strange glow appeared around Evangel. These whirlwinds began to swirl the air around them. Strange sounds were heard, as if the little witch was quietly shouting something. Despair could be seen in her eyes. Kim Ha-jin thought that he needed to get closer. The purple flashes changed their color to gray-green. They were gathering around the Evangel witch. These flashes enveloped her in a haze. But after a while, the haze dissipated, and the boy saw that there was nothing in the witch's place. The haze was disappearing more and more and leaving the place. Kim Ha-jin walked closer. The guy couldn't realize if he had succeeded in the task or not. He thought that this was probably her last state before her death. The boy moved closer and was able to collect the items that were so interesting to him. Evangel's seed contained the witch's soul. If it sprouted again, the witch would reappear. The ether could transform into a weapon and grow with its host. When the boy returned to the building where he rented a room, it was already late at night. The stars protruded in the celestial sky. Kim Ha-jin was a little tired because the ginseng root had helped him get home safely since he still had the strength to do so. The guy, as soon as he got home, looked at his stats on his laptop. Turns out they had almost all gone up by 0.6 tenths. Kim Ha-jin realized that he had made the right decision to look for these items. The ether wasn't bad. There was ether swirling around him. It was in a liquid state, but very light as it was supposed to be. The cadet could touch it with his hand. The guy hoped that he could still grow thanks to it. Now the guy finally loved the fact that he was a cube cadet. Turns out he still had some leftover ginseng. The guy put it straight to the purple banquet to sell. As it was, he got a total of 47 points. But one of the best news was that he now had Evangel's seed. In front of him on the table lay this seed. It was a much-needed magical item. After all, it could be grown, and if the sprouts started to grow, the Witch of Despair Evangel would reappear, and that was a good thing for the guy. Kim Ha-jin sat at the table and looked at the seed with hope. Of course, Despair Witch didn't sound like much, but it was a great advantage because it could be grown to be a powerful ally. Growing Evangel's witch seed wasn't too serious a task. It could be handled by absolutely anyone. It only needed a drop of blood, and then the seed would grow. There was only one thing left to do. The boy knew that the performance of the grown witch would depend on whose blood Evangel's seed was fed. A choice had to be made as to who to draw blood from, and that was no longer such a simple task. After all, it would be a strange request. The guy imagined how he would approach Kim Soo-ho, Yu Yun-ha, or Che Na-yoon and ask them to share their blood, and how Che Na-yoon would definitely make a scandal about it afterwards. Yes, that was the difficult part. It was already night outside the window. Kim Ha-jin was sitting in his room, holding the Evangel Witch's seed in his hands. He was trying to devise a plan to get the blood, but he couldn't think of anything that would help him. Then the boy decided to hold off on it. The guy realized that tomorrow would be a difficult day, so today he would have to lie down early. After all, it was already very late. Kim Ha-jin reached for his laptop to turn it off. Tomorrow he had a bet with Chi on Yoon and Sven's breakdown waiting for him. A new day had arrived. The guys were already at formation. The hunting club meeting was being held at Baekba Mountain Spring in Gangwon-do Province. The place was quite quiet until the cadets arrived here. The nature was breathtakingly beautiful. There was already quite a large crowd of cadets gathered at this place. In front of them stood a girl. It was the curator of the hunting club. The girl simply radiated joy. She decided to call the roll to see if everyone had gathered. In front of the gathered there was a small pedestal where this girl climbed up so that she could be clearly seen. The girl finished the roll call and began with a greeting. The curator of the gathering began to rejoice at the fact that everyone in front of her was already standing, assembled and prepared. Kim Ha-jin was already in place and listening to the information from the curator. She was just talking about the main purpose of the club. Their club was called Leonidas. The girl informed everyone that they often have meetings where they hunt all sorts of bad animals. The guy tried to listen to the curator of the meeting, but he had completely different thoughts in his head. He was trying to anticipate how today might go, because Kim Ha-jin himself didn't know, since he had only written the short end of the episode in the book. In this fight, according to the book's scenario, Chae Na-yoon should have been seriously injured, after which she would have been hospitalized. The German student should have died in the first place. All of this was only necessary for Kim Soo-ho to notice a girl like Chae Na-yoon. Kim Ha-jin was trying to think of a plan. After all, today's day could turn out completely different from the way it was written in the story. It was necessary to make everyone think that the target of the human monsters was Chae Na-yoon. The cadet realized that it was necessary for the entire human monster search party to watch Chae Na-yoon specifically. Then in this way, it was possible to divert their attention. So far, Kim Ha-jin had only come up with such an idea. It had to be realized that there were changes in the way Sven's story was going on. The German student hadn't had a breakdown yet, although that could very well have already happened. After all, enough had already passed since the time of the battle with the magma monster. The guy had not yet become a human monster, but it was only a matter of time, since the contract with the devil had already been made. But Sven was already guessing what had happened to him. After all, he already had a little control over the power that the devil had given him. Sven and Chae Na-yoon were standing not far away from Kim Ha-jin. They were also members of this hunting club. The cadet realized that if Sven disappeared anytime soon, nothing bad would happen, but just attacking him was problematic. Chae Na-yoon looked at Kim Ha-jin. The girl's face was displeased. It seemed to her that the guy was constantly squinting in her direction. To the girl, the guy's behavior was very suspicious. She began to think about the reason why he was behaving like that. Kim Ha-jin was really looking at them now, as he was making a plan to destroy Sven. Chae Na-yoon noticed his gaze again. The girl thought that he was purposely pretending not to be interested in her, but always hanging around her. A German student who was standing nearby noticed Chae Na-yoon and Kim Ha-jin looking at each other. That's when he told the archer to be careful with him. The girl seemed as if she didn't understand what he was talking about, so she asked him who he meant. Chae Na-yoon was still looking at the archer as well. Sven clearly didn't like it. He didn't even hide it. He decided to add fuel to the fire at this point. Sven said that, in his opinion, it wasn't safe to hang out with that guy since he might have been involved with the disappearances. Sven said that the one wasn't as simple as Chae Na-yoon made it seem. It felt like Sven wanted to confuse Chae Na-yoon on purpose. Maybe there were already echoes of the human monster talking in him. The guy looked at Kim Ha-jin, and it was as if he could see right through him. The curator of the training camp finally finished her fiery speech. Afterwards, she said that the cadets could already leave for the hunt. Sven and Chae Na-yoon had already gone hunting together in one direction. Kim Ha-jin watched where they were going. Kim Ha-jin listened to the hunting club leader's speech and was about to go hunting, but first he decided to watch the couple who were already looking for harmful beasts. He stood still and did not know what he should do now. At the edge of the forest, a young deer was standing among the trees and nibbling on the grass. This year, the population of these animals had reached a critical maximum in the province. They were destroying the necessary fauna for these places because there were too many of them, There could have been an ecological crisis. This deer found food in this clearing, so it stayed here for a long time. The animal didn't suspect anything, when suddenly, from nowhere on the other side, dark tentacles began to appear. It was terrifying, but the deer did not notice anything yet. After a moment, the deer noticed the tentacles, but the animal would not have had time to do anything, because everything happened quite quickly. The tentacles pierced the deer in an instant. The animal shrieked with surprise and pain. These tentacles gradually began to wrap around the animal like a snake, and finally, they reached its neck. With this prey, everything was already settled. The deer was not yet dead, but was very close to it. It tried to break free, but it was useless. Those tentacles were coming from Sven. The guy was already slowly learning how to use his new power, but it wasn't his final capabilities until he finally became a human monster. Sven lifted this deer with the help of his tentacles high above his head. Sven looked at the animal above his head. It seemed to be enjoying it. The student's eyes burned with red fire. The guy most likely already realized who had awarded him with this power, and she knew what the payback was for such abilities. The German student looked at the animal and thought about his own thoughts. Suddenly he heard that someone was looking for him. Sven immediately hid his tentacles. It was Che Na-yun. He moved farther away from him so that they could hunt on their own property. They had a bet that they had to hunt separately in a certain amount of time, and whoever caught the most animals would win. Che Na-yun was already rushing toward Sven. On her shoulders, she was already carrying a deer that she was able to defeat herself. The girl was walking toward Sven and thought that she had definitely won today. But she came closer and was dumbfounded by what she saw. Sven was standing in front of her and smiling. And behind the German student there was already a whole pile of deer like she had recently caught. The girl couldn't believe her eyes and couldn't understand how he was able to catch so many animals in such a short time. Che Na-yun was upset as she realized that she had blundered, and today she would have to fulfill Sven's wish. He reminded her of that. Of course, Che Na-yun wasn't happy about this, because she even made up some stupid wish for Sven that he would have to fulfill at her command. But there was nowhere to go. Then the girl asked him what he wanted. Sven began to mumble. Sven lowered his head at first, as if he was afraid to tell her something. But then he looked her straight in the eye. The boy blushed a little. He started to say his wish again, but again he couldn't finish it, as if something was in his way. The boy couldn't decide to finish his wish. They were all standing in that clearing, where behind Sven lay a pile of animals that he was able to overcome for the argument. The German student decided to get close to Che Na-yun. He looked right into her face, but they didn't know that they weren't alone here. There was someone watching them from behind the trees. It was Kim Ha-jin. The ether was enveloping him on one side. The guy realized that he had to keep an eye on Sven with Che Na-yun, because at any moment, something irreparable could happen. Guy carefully watched all of Sven's actions since he knew that he had made a contract with the demon Asmodeus. He was a demon of lust. When Sven became a human monster, he would not understand such a word as patience. It would be fraught with consequences. Pretty much the same actions were happening in the clearing. Nothing had changed. Sven tried to get even closer to Che Na-yun. He looked at the girl and spoke again. The guy suggested Che Na-yun to go out with him. The desire was voiced. Che Na-yun couldn't believe her ears. She didn't think that Sven would suggest such a thing to her today. And actually, she wondered what kind of wish this was. The girl darted her green eyes and didn't know what to say to him to such a suggestion. Sven looked at the girl hopefully, but she didn't answer him anything. Then the boy questioned her about it. But the girl told him that she didn't want to meet him yet, as they had met only a week ago, and she wasn't ready for such a thing. The German student could not recognize this rejection. He stood in front of the girl he liked and didn't know what to do next. Sven could only mumble out that he understood her. Che Na-yun was glad that Sven was able to accept her answer. Kim Ha-jin was getting closer and closer to them. After all, the gunner knew that at any moment Sven might not be able to stand it and start manifesting his human monster essence, and then Kim Ha-jin would have to do something about it. The ether still enveloped its master in the same way, but Che Na-yun couldn't settle down. She had almost walked away from where Sven was, but she decided to say one more phrase to him. The girl said that she liked those who were usually stronger than her. The archer remembered what was happening in the dungeon. Sven couldn't believe what she just said. He wasn't standing that far away from her. You could see him blushing all over. Sven bared his eyes and pressed his lips together. The girl had hit his ego hard. It seemed like something was happening to the guy. The girl couldn't see it anymore. She was standing with her back to him. Che Na-yun turned around and walked in the other direction. In parting, she arrogantly told him to forgive her. Sven felt the blood in his veins begin to boil. The German student felt this strange feeling that pierced through his entire body. He knew that he might not be able to stand his feelings right now. He asked the girl if it was true, even though Sven himself knew the answer to that question already. Some time passed. The girl was getting farther and farther away from Sven. He looked after her. Sven then told her that if he was stronger than her now, would she like it? That sentence didn't please Che Na-yun. She turned around and told him to know the measure. Suddenly, the girl heard something happening behind her. Everything was ablaze with a bright light, and there were very strong sounds, as if a strong lightning struck there and everything burst into flames. Che Na-yun couldn't understand why this was happening. The sounds were coming from where Sven was. Che Na-yun decided to turn around again, in case something had happened and he needed help, even though the girl didn't like the last conversation. The archer saw a huge flash. It looked like some kind of explosion. At first, it was impossible to see what was happening there. But then, Che Na-yun saw something strange up ahead. She decided to walk over to see what was going on. The girl saw Sven, but the guy already looked completely different. Sven was approaching her. You couldn't see any eyes in his eye sockets. Behind him were tentacles. They were growing straight from his back. The guy was looking at Che Na-yun. It was obvious that he was going to do something now. Che Na-yun was shocked by what she saw. At first, Sven was just staring intently at Che Na-yun. It was as if he continued to admire the girl. But then, his face distorted and he began to rapidly approach the girl. Suddenly, a strange clot of ether that looked like a shield appeared in front of him. Of course it was Kim Ha-jin. He came to the girl's rescue at the most opportune moment. The gunman stood in front of her and covered her with himself and his shield of ether. Kim Ha-jin steadfastly held his defense in front of the human monster that was once called Sven. Kim Ha-jin managed to transform his ether, which he had recently obtained during the battle with Evangel the Witch, into a shield form. The boy tried to protect the girl. The gunslinger turned around on her. He asked the girl if she was okay. Sven didn't doze off either, for he understood exactly what was going on here. He really didn't like the fact that Kim Ha-jin was watching them. The human monster was standing in the distance, and he managed to produce some actions as well. Kim Ha-jin stood with an ether shield in front of Sven, but his face was turned towards Che Na-yun. Then the human monster was able to reach him. Che Na-yun tried to keep Kim Ha-jin from doing so, but she was not in time. The girl reached for her bow, but it broke. Sven managed to grab Kim Ha-jin with his tentacles that could stretch to an incredible size. The human monster lifted the archer very high above the ground and held him there. It was obvious that he wasn't going to stop there. Kim Ha-jin weighed so high above the ground. The guy didn't realize what he could do right now. His head was all jumbled up during the stress. Sven slowly but surely began to get closer to his neck. Soon, he reached his target. Che Na-yun stood nearby and saw the whole thing. She realized that if this continued, Sven would just kill Kim Ha-jin. She wondered what she should do since she couldn't use her bow against Sven since it was broken. Che Na-yun tried to concentrate her magic powers. Thanks to that, a magic item began to form in her hand. She shouted to Sven to let go of Kim Ha-jin. But he didn't listen to her and only said that he loved her. Sven started to grow into some kind of huge monster. He kept calling her name and saying he loved her. This monster's eyes were burning with red light and only watched Che Na-yun. The girl was in front of it and tried to concentrate her strength. In Che Na-yun's hand, something was growing and transforming into some sort of magical object. It was still impossible to see what would end up there. The girl reprimanded Sven. Fury was tortured in her eyes, and the man-monster was only belting out that he loved her. Sven still held the gunman in the air with his huge tentacles. The human monster wrapped his neck and began to strangle Kim Ha-jin. There was no way the guy could handle this monster. His head was slowly turning blue from lack of air. The guy was hanging in the air. He was slowly losing his strength. He tried to unclench the tentacles around its neck with his hands, but the gunner could not do it. Then the guy was distracted by a yellow-green flare that occurred next to Che Na-yun. The monster grew even bigger, and its tentacles grew with it. Sven tried to lift Kim Ha-jin as high as he could and strangle him harder. Gradually, he squeezed his tentacles tighter and tighter around his neck, and a yellow-green light kept flaring up near them. This green-yellow light was coming from Che Na-yun, or rather from the way her magic power was concentrated in her hands. In the plot of this world that the author had invented, it often happened that some characters actually had high potential, but the characters themselves sometimes didn't even know they had it. So often their choice could fall on the wrong weapon for them. That way they couldn't unleash themselves to their full magical potential. As the guy was hanging in the air, it seemed like he was losing his last hope of escape. He suddenly saw something in front of him. There was Che Na-yun, who was trying to unleash her magic potential and succeeded. That's the kind of hero Che Na-yun was, the one who originally chose the wrong weapon. The girl was able to transform her powers into just a huge sword that hung in the air in front of her. She wondered how it would be best to attack the human master. The girl was furious, and her eyes were burning. She started yelling at the monster that Sven had turned into. Che Na-yun urged her to let go of Kim Ha-jin, who had been captured by Sven. She raised her both hands up. It seemed like a punch was about to follow. But the monster that used to be Sven somewhat failed to listen to her. It only began to squeeze the shooter's neck with renewed vigor with its tentacles. Kim Ha-jin tried to observe what was happening on the ground. He looked hopefully at Che Na-yun. Just then, the head of the human monster was illuminated by a bright yellow-green light. Seemingly, its eyes began to burn even brighter with a red light. Sven couldn't think straight. He felt as if his body was being controlled by someone else like a hinged puppet. Time was passing. It was already evening when suddenly something strongly illuminated the place where the guys were. This yellow-green light was visible from far away. The witnesses could not understand what was going on there. That strong burst of light was Che Na-yun's punch. She was able to fully concentrate her strength and attack with that huge sword that was glowing with yellow-green light. There was now a huge moat on the ground in front of her. This was the residue left by her attack. Sven, who had become a human monster and subsequently turned into a huge monster with tentacles, was nowhere to be found. Only a small crimson-colored sweat could be seen in the middle of this moat. Apparently, Che Na-hee had managed to defeat it for good with his attack. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. She looked at her hands. There was still a small glow of that yellow-green light. Everything in her head was a blur. The girl couldn't fully realize that it was her attack. Kim Ha-jin stood not far from her and held his neck with one hand. After all, he was in a lot of pain after the monster that tried to strangle him. The guy asked her what the weapon was called. His guess was that it was a laser sword, but she didn't know. Kim Ha-jin was still checking his neck with his hand. The guy was visibly shaken. He was very tired, but the monster couldn't do any serious damage to him. The girl asked the guy if he was okay. Kim Ha-jin replied that he was fine. It was obvious that Che Na-yun was proud of herself. After all, things were finally starting to clear up in her head, and she realized that she had strong magical potential. The girl remembered the sword she had created. Che Na-yun looked at Kim Ha-jin and wanted to say something else to him as her eyes began to blur. The world around her began to darken. She was able to utter a few more words, and that was it. It was unforeseen. Kim Ha-jin also noticed something wrong with her behavior. The girl still stood for a couple seconds and suddenly fell straight forward with her face. She lay there as if she wasn't moving. It was a fainting spell. The guy called out her name, but Che Na-yun didn't respond. It was already getting dark outside. Che Na-yun only now began to slowly come to her senses. The girl opened her eyes, but she didn't realize what had happened yet. Che Na-yun felt that she was moving somewhere, but not on her own. The girl realized that she was lying on something warm. It was like the costume of a student from the Cube Academy. Che Na-yun looked around and couldn't realize where she was. Suddenly, the girl realized that someone was carrying her. She was basically sitting on someone's back. She was on the back of Kim Ha-jin, who was carrying her. She was very frightened and started screaming for him to put her down on the ground. The guy decided to carry her as she could not come to her senses. Then the shooter asked her if she wanted to come down. The girl began to wiggle and scream. Then the guy decided to fulfill her request because the passersby were already looking at them, but now the guy didn't need too much attention. Kim Ha-jin tried to put Chae Na-yoon on the ground. He placed one of Chae Na-yoon's feet first, then the other. The girl lowered herself onto her feet and suddenly realized that there was no tone in them. Her legs felt as if they were cotton. She immediately flopped right onto the paving stones in the park. She sat there and couldn't realize what was happening. Chae Na-yoon's eyes opened even wider in surprise. The girl couldn't understand why she couldn't feel her legs. After all, she remembered that she could still stand on them after the battle. This was strange enough for her. It was already quite dark. The girl was sitting in the park. She was dumbfounded by the fact that her legs were completely disobeying her. Then she asked Kim Ha-jin what had happened to her legs. After all, he was present at the battle and would know. The guy was standing next to her. He looked at her carefully. Kim Ha-jin couldn't understand her reaction to all of this, for to him it was completely understandable for her limbs to react this way. Then he asked the girl if she had never had magic exhaustion. Chae Na-yoon couldn't understand what he had just told her. After all, this was the first time she had encountered such a limb reaction. This made the girl very wary. Chae Na-yoon realized that she had never used her magic potential to its fullest before. The gunner immediately realized everything from her reaction. Then he began to explain to her what magic exhaustion was and what its signs were. The guy told her that she now had a decreased recovery rate with magic and wanted to continue, but the girl interrupted him. The guy told her that she wouldn't be able to move for about a couple more days anyway. So she had two choices. Either she would climb back on his back, or she would have to sit in that spot for a couple more days. The girl climbed back on his back. Kim Ha-jin walked forward and carried Chae Na-yoon on his back. They were silent for a while, but then the guy decided to ask her if she would continue to use her bow. The girl was indignant at such a question. She found such a question strange. Chae Na-yoon didn't answer him. She was only thinking about her own thoughts. But the guy kept on asking. He was curious. Then Kim Ha-jin asked the girl if she felt that the bow was not her weapon today. The girl thought about it. After all, the girl hadn't realized yet that today she was able to unleash her abilities. She had incredible strength that could constantly increase her skills. But the girl needed a sword, which is a conduit of powers. The girl was angry again at such a question. She reprimanded Kim Ha-jin again. Chae Na-yoon just hadn't yet realized all the things that could happen to her if she left her bow right now. And for the sake of such a future, it was worth it. Chae Na-yoon, sitting on Kim Ha-jin's back, started kicking and screaming again. She didn't like questions of this nature after all. She had loved weapons like bows since she was a child. Then the girl shouted that he didn't understand anything. Then the boy realized that the girl was still far away from such a realization. They were walking through the park. It was already deep evening. The stars were burning in the sky. There was silence because everyone was thinking about their own things. They had to get home in time. Kim Ha-jin put the girl on a bench on the street and left. Chae Na-yoon didn't realize what was going on. The gunman told her that she had to get further on her own because the checkpoint was already visible from here. The guy lived in the dormitory and there was going to be a curfew soon, so the cadet needed to get back before then. Kim Ha-jin swiftly began to walk away. The girl started to stop him, but she was unsuccessful. She called out to him, but in vain. Time was running out. The guys had already returned to the home walls of the Cube Academy. After all, they had only traveled with the hunting club on another outing to the province. It was necessary to return to study. Within the walls of the academy there was already a certain rumor about how this hunt had gone. The rumor was that one of the girls who was on the hunt was attacked by a human monster, and that monster was one of the students at the academy. The students found out that it was Chae Na-yoon and Sven. Some said that they had never noticed that Sven had become like that. Kim Ha-jin was walking down the corridor of the Cube Academy. He heard everyone talking about the hunting incident that day. Then he wondered how they could have heard the story by now. The guy approached the door and wanted to walk through it. The boy stood near the door and could not go in it. He thought about how quickly rumors spread in the academy. Maybe the guys who were with them on the hunt back then went to that flash of yellow-green light and saw what was going on there. Kim Ha-jin finally opened the door to the training room and entered it. Kim Soo-ho was standing in front, and further down on the steps, There were other cadets sitting on the steps. There were several people there. Kim Soo-ho greeted him and told him to quickly go in there to join them. Not far away from Kim Soo-ho, there were several other cadets sitting there. Kim Ho-rak and Shin Jung-hak were there, those guys who bullied Kim Ha-jin. And sitting next to them was Yoo Yoon-ha. She didn't have a very friendly look on her face as she always did. The guy looked around the room. There was also another Lee Yoon-ha sitting nearby. He rested his elbow on his knee and placed his palm under his chin. All the guys were looking directly at him. It felt like they had already been waiting for him for quite some time. Kim Ha-jin walked through those doors and regarded them all. He realized that almost all the significant characters of this book that Kim Ha-jin had come up with were here. The guy realized that things were going a little differently than they had originally in the story. Then the day before the trip with the hunting club, Kim Ha-jin got a call right at the lecture from Kim Soo-ho. At that time, he asked if Kim Ha-jin had time this Friday, as Kim Soo-ho had one request for him. Kim Ha-jin was sitting in the lecture room with his laptop in front of him. The guy was surprised that one of the main characters in his book had called him and had some kind of request for him. Then the cadet asked Kim Soo-ho what kind of request he had. Then Kim Soo-ho asked him if Kim Ha-jin knew that there was a series of crimes going on right now. The students of this academy are disappearing. The guy tensed up. Kim Soo-ho continued to talk about how the investigation was entrusted to them. Since the academy didn't want anyone to be involved from the outside, the leading ranks decided to handle it in-house. They chose a few students each to catch the culprit and solve the crime themselves. Kim Soo-ho was standing in the hallway talking to Kim Ha-jin. Chae Na-yoon was standing not far away and was already calling him to the next lecture. The guy told her to wait for him for a minute. The representatives from this class were Kim Soo-ho, Chae Na-yoon, and Shin Jung-han. Kim Soo-ho continued to speak. He said that the academy would also take action on their own, but they thought that the culprit might be one of the cube cadets. So they thought that without bringing in people from outside, it would be easier to complete the investigation. Kim Ha-jin understood what Kim Soo-ho was getting at. The guy asked him why he wanted to call him in as well. Kim Soo-ho then confessed that he found out that he had very good eyesight. That's why they needed someone like that on their team. The guy thought about who could have known such a thing about him, much less told Kim Soo-ho about it. After all, this was information he had hardly told anyone. Kim Soo-ho added while talking that he was recommended to him by Chae Na-yoon. The guy was shocked that Chae Na-yoon recommended him to Kim Soo-ho. En wondered what to do in this situation. Wouldn't it be that if he interfered directly, the future plot would change a lot? Kim Soo-ho asked him if he could help them. Then the guy replied that he would help Kim Soo-ho and the academy, and today was the day they were supposed to get together for the first time. Kim Ha-jin decided that he should try to join them. After all, he could earn extra points that way. Their meeting began. Kim Soo-ho stood in front of them as the leader. He began to tell them that he had hypothesized his hypothesis about who might have been kidnapping people from the academy. Before they would come to a general discussion, he wanted to express it first. Kim Soo-ho began to say that he didn't think that the one who attacked Na-yoon and this culprit was the same person. It was heard that after saying that, someone stomped his foot very loudly. The guy didn't have time to finish the thought he was developing. The guy stomped his foot hard, so hard that it made a hole in the bench where they were all sitting. It was Shin Jung-hak. He was sitting taller than Yoo Yoon-ha. The girl was frightened by such a blow on the step. She looked at this guy carefully. It was clear from Shin Jung-hak's eyes. He was staring at Kim Soo-ho with obvious bitterness. This guy couldn't contain his emotions when he heard Kim Soo-ho call her Na-yoon, namely without a last name, as if they were more than friends. After this reaction, Kim Soo-ho hesitated, but after a while, he continued. Now he corrected himself and called her by her full name with her last name. The guy was a little uncomfortable. He didn't understand such a reaction to his words. Kim Soo-ho continued to express his theory that he had in his head to the general public. He was leading up to the fact that he believed that the girl could be the kidnapper's next victim. After all, one human monster had already made an attempt on her. Then Kim Soo-ho wanted to ask the guys if any of their friends or acquaintances had been acting strangely lately. Perhaps they already suspected someone. Kim Ha-jin didn't show any sign of it yet, even though he had actually known who the culprit was for a long time. In fact, for now, he thought that there was no need to rush into it. Kim Ha-jin had hoped that this story with the criminals would resolve itself. But right now, things were going a little differently than the plot of the book. It was as if something had changed. After all, in the original book, there were 6 cadets missing in 2 months. Now there were 3 missing in just 2 weeks. That was a pretty big difference. If it went on like this, there could be many more victims than the original. Kim Ha-jin pondered whether he should say something about it now or whether he should have kept silent again. But suddenly, Chae Na-yoon appeared in front of his eyes on that day at the training ground when he had helped her defeat the magma monster. He remembered how she sincerely thanked him, even though it was very difficult for her. Something in his heart twitched. Kim Ha-jin had finally decided for himself that he no longer wanted to stand by and keep silent about the facts he knew. And he would be truly sorry if any of them were kidnapped. All that was left was to decide how to present it. Kim Ha-jin finally made up his mind and raised his hand to speak and answer Kim Soo-ho's question. The guy held up his hand, and when Kim Soo-ho asked him, he said that he had someone in mind. He wanted to give them the name of the culprit right away. Kim Ha-jin was silent for a while, but then he decided to speak up. The guy said that there was someone he suspected. It was Yoon Hyung, the leader of the science club. Guy thought that he was acting suspiciously. All the guys who were in this hall right now instantly looked at him. Yoo Yeon-ha sat with her arms crossed on her chest, this assumption apparently not satisfying her. She wanted to speak up at first, but she remained silent for now. Kim Soo-ho listened to the guy, but he had to contradict him right away, since he had an alibi from the beginning because he was in a close relationship with the one who was the first victim of the kidnapper. But Kim Soo-ho still thought about the guy's assumption and decided to double-check. That's when Shin Jung-ha couldn't stand it. He said that in principle, the victim could have come to the perpetrator on her own because she didn't know who the kidnapper was. The guy added that he could have been influenced by the magic of suggestion. Kim Ha-jin began to think about it. He wanted to make the story as big as possible so that the guys would question the real kidnapper. The guy said that the magic of suggestion couldn't work. He wanted to complete the thought, but he was interrupted. Suddenly, Yoo Yeon-ha wanted to speak up after hearing such an assumption. She felt like there was something wrong here. She sat in a closed posture. It was obvious that she didn't like it. The girl said that you shouldn't pick on someone who has an alibi. Yoo Yeon-ha looked Kim Ha-jin straight in the eye. She clearly didn't look satisfied. She decided to say whatever she thought at that moment. The girl expressed her assumption that Kim Ha-jin was the one who was a human monster. This was really something the guy hadn't expected. He couldn't even guess that such thoughts had crept into Yoo Yeon-ha's head. On his face, one could see with the naked eye the intense surprise on his face about this matter. He was, of course, a bit dumbfounded by such a thing. This was the diagram of the main gate to the Cube Academy. On it, the tip on the tile could be seen, and that it was made in the shape of a cube emblem. And if you looked closely, you could see a fragment of the emblem in the structure. Kim Ha-jin began to remember how he himself had come up with the plot of this book. At that time, he had the task of coming up with a character that would help the other characters. It wasn't a difficult task. He went through different options. The guy was sitting at the table in his apartment. He was thinking about a new character. He wanted a character who was rich and would help Kim Soo-ho. He wanted the character to be a little tough, but not completely unbearable. Kim Ha-jin smiled as something seemed to come to his mind. The guy decided to add a twist to the image that girl likes simple food. He thought for a long time about what to name her. And then he came up with a beautiful name to call this character, Yoo Yeon-ha. And now she was sitting in front of him, saying things like this, his own character that he had created himself. He couldn't believe it. Yoo Yeon-ha directly accused him that he himself could be the human monster that was kidnapping the cadets of the academy. Kim Ha-jin couldn't believe such a thing, that Yoo Yeon-ha would think that about him. After all, it wasn't logical at all. He had rescued her several times, and then he had also stepped in for Chae Na-yoon a couple times when she was in trouble. Kim Soo-ho was also very surprised by her assumption. The guy told her that Kim Ha-jin had an alibi too. That time when one of the crimes was committed, the guy used the portal and it was caught on camera. It's on camera. Then Yu Yeon-ha replied to him that she was also curious and was also checking this information. The girl said that a recording like this of this nature could easily be faked. Therefore, this recording couldn't be an alibi. She looked arrogant. Kim Ha-jin was really angry with Yu Yoon-hoo. He wasn't going to listen to it anymore. The guy was thinking of getting out of there. He asked her what she was saying. Initiative is punishable. He was sad that the girl thought of him like that. A question was heard in the training room. Someone asked if he could start from the back. The guy looked at Kim Ha-jin with fury. He was ready to start beating the admission out of him that he was a human monster. The tall guy got up from his seat and began to slowly walk towards Kim Ha-jin. The guy was walking and kneading his arms. It was Kim Ho-rak. He had always had an antipathy towards the guy, and now he wanted to prove to everyone that it was him. Another guy was watching with an obvious snide smile at the whole thing. What was happening now amused him properly. This was the same Shin Jan-hak who had stomped his foot heavily at the very beginning of this gathering. The guy was waiting to see what would happen next. The third guy was also contemplating this scene. He was looking at what was happening. He too was clearly amused by it, and he was definitely not going to stand up for Kim Ha-jin. That guy's name was Lee Yoon-han. He was from the company that was bullying Kim Ha-jin. The guy at this meeting was like he was all alone. He felt like everyone was blaming him and thinking that he was the human monster, the one who could mercilessly kidnap and kill the students of the academy. He sighed expressively because he wanted to help them so much. Kim Ha-jin had begun to show real concern for the characters. Suddenly, this happened. Kim Ho-rak was standing over him. He started telling him that he chickened out. The tall guy was about to hit him, but all of a sudden, Kim Ha-jin got tired of the accusations. He got up from his seat and looked straight into Shin Jung-hak's eyes. The guy told him that he could try to do it, but then he would also hit him back. After all, he had a gun with him. The guys were already going at each other when Kim Soo-ho stood in front of them. He realized that this would not be a good thing. He started to separate them and asked Kim Ha-jin to calm down. Kim Soo-ho stood between them and asked them to stop bickering with each other. Kim Ha-jin then told them that if they still had doubts about him, they could ask Chae Na-yoon for an opinion. The guy added that they were together that day on that hunt at the hunting club. He looked carefully at the guys. Before the guy could finish his sentence, a ball flew into his head with great amplification and hit his face hard. Kim Ha-jin didn't expect this. He squeezed his eyes shut, of course, but it didn't help him much. The impact was quite strong. The guy looked in the direction where the ball had hit him in the head. It was Shin Jung-hak, apparently angry that he had mentioned Chae Na-yoon decided to throw the ball at him. He was sitting up and his hand hadn't even gotten down yet after swinging. Shin Jung-hak looked at the guy with such hatred from the exertion. His veins were showing on his face. His eyes were burning with a fire of rage. Even everyone around him became a little scared from his reaction. Shin Jung-hak told Kim Ha-jin not to talk about her. Kim Ha-jin also got really angry at those bullies. He fervently began to say that when Chae Na-yoon was attacked, he was able to protect her, and they fought together against the human monster and won, but Shin Jung-hak was nowhere to be found. Shin Jung-hak hadn't expected to hear such a thing. He couldn't even think that the gunner would be able to answer him so boldly. Shin Jung-hak got up from his seat and was about to start a fight with Kim Ha-jin, but Lee Yun-han, who was sitting next to him, managed to grab his jacket. But there was no way the verbal altercation would end. Kim Ho-rak towered over Kim Ha-jin again. He looked at him with contempt. The tall guy decided that he was probably the kidnapper after all. Kim Ho-rak said it out loud again. The guy began to realize what was going on here. He got up from his seat and decided to leave the room to avoid what might happen in the future. Kim Ha-jin walked confidently towards the door. The gunman had almost reached it. He stopped at the exit and wanted to open the door, but suddenly something happened. The guy didn't understand what was happening at that moment. Everything seemed to swim in front of his eyes for a moment. He was thrown to one side. Kim Ha-jin stumbled. At that very moment, Kim Ho-rak came up behind him and swung at him very hard. The tall guy's eyes were on fire and he had a lot of anger at that moment. He almost hit the shooter with his steel fist. But Kim Ha-jin's body felt the threat of the blow and was able to dodge it without seeing his opponent. Kim Ho-rak hit the door with his fist. This huge and thick wooden door was shattered into pieces. Lee Yun-ha clung to his friend and tried to hold him back so that he wouldn't get into the fight as well. Shin Jung-ha couldn't hold his ground and intended to go to Kim Ha-jin, who had just dodged a punch from their friend Kim Ho-rak. The gunman was lying on the floor. He had just dodged a punch from a tall guy whose name was Kim Ho-rak. He realized that Kim Ha-jin was able to anticipate and dodge the punch. He was even more angry, and so was Kim Ha-jin. The gunman was going to teach Kim Ho-rak a lesson. He pulled out his gun. Kim Ha-jin was more than a little pissed off that everyone was picking on him. He remembered Yu Yun-ha's words and the taunts of the others who seriously thought he might be a human monster. Kim Ha-jin got up from the floor. The pieces of the wooden door were still lying nearby. The guy was about to step on Kim Ho-rak and pulled out his gun. He started aiming straight at him, and Kim Ho-rak sprinted and was ready to jump on the shooter. Suddenly, they saw a sword in front of them, with magical power emanating from it. The sword was held by Kim Soo-ho. The guy again tried to separate the cadets and try to keep the conflict quiet. He didn't want the guys to fight. Kim Soo-ho realized that they were wasting their time now, even though they had a real problem to solve. After all, while they were fighting here, the next academy cadet could have already been kidnapped. He told Kim Ho-rak to know the measure. Kim Soo-ho continued to hold his sword as if drawing a line between those who were fighting. He looked at the girl and told her that if she had such strong doubts, she could ask Chae Na-yoon about it. Yu Yan-ha was already not even glad that she had started all this. She realized that because of her accusations, the guys might have a fight on their hands now that Kim Ha-jin was pulling out his gun. She asked Kim Soo-ho to wait and started doing something with her smartwatch. It was a good thing that there was no one in the hallway, and no one was hurt when Kim Ho-rak hit the wooden door and it shattered into pieces. It was quite dangerous because such a piece could easily hit someone and hurt them. The guy stood in the training room for a while and decided to leave. Kim Ha-jin started to walk out the doorway where the door used to be. He was very angry, and it seemed that this situation had gotten him off balance. The rest of the guys stayed where they were sitting. Yu Yan-ha was trying to call Chae Na-yoon on her smartwatch. The girl finally answered. Chae Na-yoon was completely sure that Kim Ha-jin was not a human monster. Yu Eun-ha continued to sit in the training room, so everyone present could hear the conversation with Chae Na-yoon. The guys realized that they had probably overreacted a little bit after all. If Chae Na-yoon said that he couldn't be a human monster, then he was. They argued for so long in the training room that when Kim Ha-jin finally left the academy, it was already dark outside. The guy still couldn't come to his senses. He walked down the steps and cursed everything around him. He walked further and further away and didn't realize how he found himself on some shore. It was already dark night. He looked into the distance and saw a large body of water, which could not be seen neither end nor edge. Beyond the body of water, he could see an unidentifiable building. Kim Ha-jin was in a depressed state. He crouched down on this bank in the grass. He clutched his head. He was emotionally distressed after what had just happened. He wondered if it was all a dream. Kim Ha-jin couldn't fully understand what was happening around him right now. The guy knew that it was hard for him. He couldn't figure out how he was going to get out of this situation. Now, more than ever, he wanted to go home to his real life. Kim Ha-jin complained about his hard fate. He somehow managed to get into the book he wrote. So now he was fighting with all those characters, some of whom he had thought out from scratch, some of whom he had created with a lot of love. The guy was squatting against some wall. He put his head on his knees and put his hands around both sides of it. It seemed to him that he was going crazy with all these stories. In this moment of weakness, he was no longer hoping for a good outcome. The guy suddenly remembered how much time had already passed since he was stuck in that book. Kim Ha-jin remembered his friends and acquaintances. The guy remembered his family. He wished he could go back to his apartment. The cadet thought about how much real time had passed now in his world. After all, it couldn't be tracked exactly here. After all, if a lot of time had already passed, the guy was probably already listed as missing. Then he remembered his parents. The guy became afraid for him, because if he was missing, then they would not find a place. His parents would be looking for him and worrying about him. Kim Ha-jin felt very sad. He felt terrible. After all, he missed his real life a lot. He kept sitting there and couldn't get up. Grief had taken over him. Kim Ha-jin was no longer sure that he would ever be able to return home. The thought made his heart ache. The guy sat there grieving as he was distracted by some sound. Some sort of notification came on his smartwatch. The guy wondered what it could be. He decided to open the notification right away and see what it said. In front of the guy, there was some kind of table. It said that his persistence scores had increased a lot. That cheered the guy up a bit. At least he wasn't as sad as he was a few minutes ago when he was sitting on the grass. The guy was still sitting there, on some bank near the water. Kim Ha-jin looked at the sign and smiled, even though tears welled up in his eyes. Then he thought that he finally didn't understand what was happening to him now. He was glad that his persistence scores had improved a lot. The boy wiped the tears from his eyes. Kim Ha-jin knew that if those stats wouldn't have increased, he was probably already thrown off the idea that he would ever be able to go home. Kim Ha-jin tried to stand up. This emotional swing had drained him badly. He tried to straighten up and stand to his full height, but he couldn't. When he did, he was so tired that it was hard to move his legs. Kim Ha-jin walked to the pond and looked at the water for a long time. It finally calmed him down. The cadet decided that homesickness should give him strength so that he could move on every day against all odds. The group that had gathered to investigate the kidnapping crimes was still in the same place. Everyone was mulling over what had just recently happened here, as well as the conversation with Chae Na-yoon. Kim Soo-ho had returned. Lee Yoon-han called him over to him. The latter walked over to him. Lee Yoon-han asked Kim Soo-ho what happened with Kim Ha-jin. The guy was surprised by such a question, because he definitely didn't expect it. Kim Soo-ho answered him that it would be better to leave him alone for now. Yoo Yoon-ha was sitting in a closed posture again. It felt like she was always unhappy about something. Kim Ho-rak sat down next to her. The girl turned back around and looked up. Shin Jung-hak was sitting there. Yoo Yoon-ha felt a little embarrassed. Kim Ho-rak was sitting next to the girl. He was strange, too. It seemed as if he had a conscience, too. Yoo Yoon-ha spoke to him. The girl asked him if he was able to use his skill as intended. Her face changed as she thought of something. The girl said out loud that Kim Ha-jin was just a marksman, and he was able to dodge the fighter's attack. Yoo Yoon-ha added that it wasn't clear yet which one of them was more suspicious. The girl remained in the same place. In her head, she was developing all the same thought that this Kim Ha-jin was still strange. Suddenly, her thought process was interrupted by some kind of sound, a sound coming from a smartwatch. It was a text message. It was from Yoon Hyung, the same guy who was actually a human monster. He was the one who kidnapped the cadets. It said he wanted to meet her tomorrow before the General Assembly. It was already nighttime outside. The full moon had come out, which was covered with clouds. From such illumination, these clouds seemed red. It was in a back alley. It was a secluded place where there was usually no one. Suddenly, Yoon Hyun's voice was heard. And then a strange sound was heard in that alley. It was like someone got a notification on their smartwatch. That was the sound. It was a reply from Yoo Yeon-ha that she would come to the meeting before the General Assembly tomorrow. A new day had begun. In the auditorium, classes were already underway. The cadets were already going about their business. Kim Ha-jin sat in his seat. He thought that now he understood why they advised him to do something when he wasn't in the mood. Kim Ha-jin noticed that when he did things on certain days, he didn't have bad thoughts. After all, Kim Ha-jin was so tired that he had no time to think. There was simply no time to think. He looked around. The audience was quite large. He glanced around at his classmates and suddenly saw two cadets looking at him with a guilty look. It was Kim Soo-ho and Lee Yoon-han. He felt embarrassed by the faces of these guys. But then he remembered that he was the author of the book. So he had created these characters too. Kim Ha-jin decided to spend his energy only on things that would help him get home. Something was going on in the audience. Someone called out Chae Na-yoon's name. It turns out that the girl had just walked through that door. Shin Jung-hak immediately flew over to her and started asking the girl if she could already go to the academy. The girl was leaning on a crutch. When Chae Na-yoon walked into the auditorium, Kim Soo-ho helped her open the door. The guy gave her a hand up as he saw that the girl was leaning on a crutch. Immediately, Shin Jung-hak flew up and told him not to dare touch her. Shin Jung-hak was angry that Kim Soo-ho came over to help Chae Na-yoon. That was pretty weird. The guy always ran to her the fastest. It was the same this time. When Shin Jung-hak got to Chae Na-yoon, he told Kim Soo-ho to move aside. Almost the entire class was watching what was happening at the door. Yoo Yoon-ha saw it too. She narrowed her eyes. Her face seemed displeased. Kim Ha-jin was sitting practically right behind her back and saw all of this. A new class started. Everyone was asked to go to another classroom. There was an instructor standing on the podium. He began to tell the guys that the midterm exams were coming up soon. They were practically a week away. The man told them that they were to have first a written exam and then a practical test. This testing was divided into two parts. For each of them, the cadets were to be graded. The first of these was a duel between the cadets. The second part of the practical was that they had to go out to fight a monster. It had to be summoned by a magician. This was the entire intermediate exam for the cadets. They needed to prepare well for all of these parts. The instructor stood in front of the cadets, who listened to him attentively. The man also informed them that all parts of the practical test would be at a new level of difficulty for them so that their growth would be felt. Kim Ha-jin thought about what the instructor had just told the class. The guy realized that passing the written exam wouldn't be difficult for him, but he was much more concerned about the second practical part. Namely, he was worried about the duel. At the duel between the cadets, each participant was given 3 cards. On these cards were to be written the names of those with whom he could compete in this practical part of the exam. But it was not so easy sometimes to choose an opponent. There was a rather complicated system because you couldn't just pick an opponent who was much weaker than you. Although it would be logical, because a strong opponent could definitely win the fight and get points. But there was no way everything was simple. A bonus point system was developed for such situations. If a strong student defeated a weak student, then that student could still get minus points, since there was still a difference in the level of the examinees. But there might have been some cadets who didn't care about this system. Kim Ho-rak looked at Kim Ha-jin at this moment. The guy had a face like he hated him. The cadet realized that Kim Ho-rak could have easily chosen him. Kim Ha-jin averted his eyes and tried not to look in his direction so as not to provoke Kim Ho-rak again. There was something else that bothered the guy. It was the person sitting next to him. Kim Ha-jin tried to ignore it, but it was noticeable. There was someone sitting next to him. This someone had been sitting next to him a lot lately, and time after time, the distance decreased. Kim Ha-jin couldn't understand what was happening, but he had a few guesses. There was a girl with blonde long hair sitting next to him. This one was Rachel. The guy started to notice it after he got first place in the exam. After that, it was as if Rachel started following him around. Kim Ha-jin looked at her, but she didn't give any sign. He noticed that she usually didn't even talk to him, but she was always hanging around him. He remembered that she didn't care about him before. She was studying at the last desk.